From the NBC News Election Center, this is NBC Nightly News with John Chancellor and David Brinkley.
Good evening. The most expensive off-year election in American history is about over, and pretty soon the candidates will begin finding out what they got for their money. We will be here from now on through the evening to bring you the results. The predictions almost uniformly have been that the total vote today would be small, with maybe as many as 2/3 of the voters staying home. We don't know the answer to that as yet, but here's Robert Hager with a preliminary report.
Beautiful sunny weather and mild temperatures greeted voters here in Chicago and over most of the country today. Only in a few places, such as Atlanta, was it raining. From the weather satellite, the only clouds were in the south and the Ohio Valley. And in the west, the only rain was in the extreme northwest. Most predictions had been for one of the poorest turnouts since World War II, with only about 1/3 of those eligible voting. But the good weather and tight races in some of the big states might be bringing more voters to the polls than expected. Candidates voted early, like Senator Edward Brooke of Massachusetts, thought to be running no better than even in his bid for re-election. Brooke voted at an elementary school in Newton. Interest in his race and a tight contest for governor may have boosted the turnout in Massachusetts to more than 75% of those eligible. Senator Charles Percy of Illinois, a fraction behind in one of the latest straw polls, voted at a teacher's college in Evanston. Election officials in Illinois this afternoon forecast a better than 60% turnout by the time the polls close. And in the nation's two largest states, California and New York, races for governor were boosting predictions of turnouts to 65% and better in both states. In California, Governor Jerry Brown, thought to be well ahead now, voted at an apartment building in the Hollywood Hills. And in New York, Governor Hugh Carey voted at a high school in his old neighborhood in Brooklyn. Carey is now ahead in opinion polls after trailing through most of the race. Tonight, candidates are trying to decipher what turnout figures are available, but reports are still spotty, and it's too early to say if voting really is a little heavier than expected nationally. Robert Hager, NBC News, New York.
And NBC News has a projected winner as of now in the state of Kentucky in the race for Senate. Our projected winner, Senator Walter Huddleston of Elizabethtown. Our projected winner going back for a second term. And there you see the first of a number of calls we'll be making, that having called Huddleston, we will have 17 more Democrats and 17 more Republicans to call just in the Senate this evening. We also are conducting the largest public opinion poll ever made in this, or as far as we know, any country. We're a little more than half done in our polling of voters as they come out of polling booths. And here is one thing we have learned from 18,000 voters so far. When asked about inflation, the number one problem in the country, 46% said they blamed the Congress for inflation. How that will affect the voting for members of Congress today, we can't yet say, but we'll learn as the evening goes on.
Last year, Oldsmobile introduced the world's first diesel V8 in full-size cars. Now we're introducing a new diesel V8 in mid-size cars. So you can have the fuel economy you need with the size car you want. From the popular mid-size Cutlass Supreme to the luxurious full-size 98. Only Oldsmobile offers diesel V8 power in 19 different models. Diesel-powered Oldsmobiles. Have one built for you.
So beautiful.
There's a special feeling that's uniquely a woman's. You do so much for everyone around you, yet some days you don't feel your best because of occasional irregularity. Then you take Correctol, the modern gentle laxative. Correctol's special formula combines a mild laxative with a softening agent. Its gentle overnight action will help you feel like yourself again. Next time, try Correctol, the modern gentle laxative so many women are using today.
In other news, the stock market dropped today more than 14 points in the Dow Jones Index in moderate trading. There were various reasons for the decline, and Mike Jensen reports on them now.
The market seems to be reacting to two major economic trends. The first, concern over a possible recession next year. The second, a continuing rise in interest rates. Most analysts on Wall Street think the 35-point surge last week was a one-shot phenomenon. Don't forget, in the previous 12 trading sessions, the market declined 104 points. One trigger for today's decline was the announcement late yesterday by General Motors that it was cutting its year-end dividend by 23%. That's been widely interpreted as an indication that GM is concerned about how many cars it will sell next year. That, of course, supports the recession theory. An announcement yesterday by Citibank of New York that it was raising home mortgage rates to 10% also focused attention on the interest rate problem. The big question on Wall Street is when the decline will bottom out, and the answer is nobody knows. But a lot of Wall Streeters are saying it won't come tomorrow or next week, and maybe not even next month. Mike Jensen, NBC News, New York.
And for the first time since the president moved to defend it, the dollar lost some value on foreign currency markets. Dealer called it a technical reaction, and what movements there were in its value were slight. David?
The famous Staten Island ferry left early this morning with 2,000 people aboard going to Manhattan. It pushed across the harbor in heavy fog. When it came out of the
It was a foggy morning in New York Harbor, foggier than you see it in this picture, which was taken more than an hour later. So foggy that passengers on a Staten Island ferry boat, not this ferry boat, could see only a few feet. At the end of a 5-mile trip across the harbor, the ferry boat American Legion rammed into the seawall, 100 yards west of its slip. It hit so hard the pavement crumpled 10 feet away, and the heavy steel plate at the bow of the ferry rolled up like the lid of a sardine can. It was a shock to the 2,000 passengers aboard.
And I just know I was standing up by the window of the boat, and all of a sudden they must have hit this barrack or something, and I went on the floor. I know I came crashing through the door. I fell on my head, and the next thing everybody was on my feet, and from my knee down I feel very paralyzed.
The ship, the stairway, was completely filled with people. The next thing I knew, they were empty. They all fell down.
People were, at the foot of the stairwell were screaming in pain, and it appeared that there's several broken limbs, I would think.
More than 170 people were injured. Some were treated on the scene for cuts, bruises, and bloody noses. But more than 100 were taken to hospitals, some with broken arms or legs. The captain, 64-year-old Irving Sattler, said his radar was working and the fog was not the worst he'd ever seen. He wouldn't say much more, but the Coast Guard is investigating. Richard Hunt, NBC News, New York.
When trucks full of merchandise turn over, it's always a problem, but it's a really big problem when a truck with 28 million honeybees in it turns over. And that's what happened today in Marietta, Georgia. Millions of bees in their honeycombs. The problem was to get the bees back into the honeycombs, and the driver of the truck says he was stung about 150 times when he did this. He also says he gets stung every day, which tells us something about the risks of driving trucks full of bees. David?
In the year of Proposition 13, one irritant to the taxpayers has been that as property and other taxes rose with the inflation, their local governments continued to rake in the money far beyond the costs of government. They continued taking the money even though they didn't need it, as Carl Stern reports.
New figures from the U.S. Census Bureau show that most of the states are doing well financially and might be able to absorb some cutbacks. Altogether, state governments got a larger boost in incomes last year than most of us, up more than 11%. The states ran more than $13 billion in the black. Only 5 states took in less than they spent: Hawaii, Illinois, Idaho, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. But the others were in the black, the biggest bulges in Alaska, California, Nevada, Oregon, and Wyoming. The Census Bureau warned that adjustments might have to be made in the figures for such things as bond sales and contributions to state retirement funds recorded as income. But overall, it said the state's revenue picture is greatly improved, and most states are taking in more money than they're spending. Carl Stern, NBC News, Washington.
The agony in Iran continued today. The government fears there will be more riots. The strikes continued. And the new military government has now arrested 32 former officials of the civilian government. A report from Jim Bitterman in Tehran.
Iran's new military government has not changed things here much. One of its first promises was that there would be adequate supplies of gasoline and heating oil. Still, there were long lines waiting for rationed amounts of fuel in one of the richest oil-producing countries in the world. On the streets, there are more troops than ever enforcing the martial law. Perhaps because of the military presence, there has been relative calm on the streets. One reason, the universities have been closed for a week, streets around them blocked by soldiers. Meanwhile, Tehran residents were trying to clean up the mess left by the rioters. The government information offices were among those attacked. There was very little the demonstrators had not destroyed. At the Amran Bank on Cox Street, the employees were beginning to sweep up the debris. There had been $10,000 in the bank's safe, which is gone now. The manager didn't have any idea when he might be able to open again. The Tehran Bazaar has been closed for 3 days now. There is an old story here that if the bazaar remains closed for 3 days in a row, the government will fall. But now that the military is in charge, that doesn't seem likely. The anti-government forces here are not armed. With the military running the government, opposing the government is a risky business. Jim Bitterman, NBC News, Tehran.
Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin is in Canada today talking with Prime Minister Trudeau, and he had a proposal for the United Nations. Begin wants the 5 permanent members of the Security Council to have veto power over any future withdrawal of peacekeeping forces from the Sinai Peninsula. While Egypt and Israel seem nearer than ever to a peace treaty, there isn't one yet. Here are 2 reports.
Between Egypt and Israel. What I can tell
Prime Minister
now,
Begin told reporters that he had discussed the Middle East at length with the Canadians. He has had several meetings with Prime Minister Trudeau, who was the first to hear this new development.
The negotiations themselves are quite satisfactory. We made real progress. We have a draft peace treaty. Not all the problems are already solved or agreed upon. We have also some differences of opinion, but many issues were already not only solved but also agreed upon.
Begin would not fix a date for completion of the peace treaty, but did give some details of the interim arrangement of forces in the Sinai.
There will be Zone A alongside the Suez Canal. There the Egyptians will hold 1 infantry or mechanized division. There will be Zone B in the middle, where they will keep 4 battalions of not the army, of the border police special force. And there will be the Zone C near the international border, also without the army. And then on our side, we will keep only also 4 battalions. So
Jim Scott, NBC News, Ottawa.
While Prime Minister Begin is talking from Canada as if the negotiating process is virtually over, members of his own government are being somewhat more cautious. Deputy Prime Minister Yigal Yadin, for example, says there are still basic problems of extreme importance which must be resolved before a peace treaty can be signed. That apparent difference in assessment may not be as far apart as it seems. The treaty language itself, as Begin says, has been agreed upon. That is, what peace should be between Egypt and Israel. What is not yet agreed upon is the package of annexes. That is, how to implement the ideas agreed upon in principle in the treaty itself. But even when the negotiators complete their work here in Washington, both the Israeli and Egyptian governments will have to approve what they've done before Begin and Sadat can sign the treaty, thus bringing about the peace for which they have won the Nobel Prize. Steve Delaney, NBC News, Washington.
Connie Mulder, the South African cabinet minister, once a possibility for president of South Africa, today resigned from the government. There have been charges he was involved in a scandal in which millions of dollars of government money was spent for purposes other than those that were announced. The Soviet Union celebrated the 65th anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution today. Gene Pell, our Moscow correspondent, was there to see the parade and the weapons.
There were no political or military surprises at the Soviet Union's 61st anniversary celebration. The current leadership turned out in force, and the military equipment on display had all been seen before. President Leonid Brezhnev led the official party to their viewing stand atop the Lenin Mausoleum just before 10 o'clock. His special guests were Vietnam's 2 top officials, Communist Party Secretary Le Xuan and Premier Pham Pham Dong. There were no strategic missiles or tanks on display. Some of the anti-aircraft missiles which passed through the square were first observed more than 20 years ago. The military portion of the parade took only about 45 minutes. It was followed by almost 2 hours of floats, masked red banners, and party slogans celebrating the revolution, the Communist Party, and the country's present leadership. Gene Pell, NBC News, Moscow.
Let the world of Amway come to serve you.
These Amway distributors really know their products. They've tested them themselves.
They'll prove that Amway products work for you, right in your own home.
Your satisfaction is guaranteed, or we'll refund the full price.
That's how we make sure our customers are happy.
When someone wants to tell you about Amway, listen and get the whole story.
Shop the world of Amway, so easy to do.
Are you an overdoer? Someone who occasionally gets an overdoer's backache?
If I don't do it, who will?
Then you should know about New Doan's pills. New Doan's is stronger and starts to work faster than ever before, with a medically proven ingredient that relieves backache pain for hours.
Be careful, honey.
Ooh. So if you occasionally get an overdoer's backache, remember New Doan's. It takes the ache out of backache.
Meet the newest member of the Small Appliance Hall of Fame, the Oster Kitchen Center. It's the ultimate food processor and a lot more. It's a heavy-duty multi-speed mixer, a famous Osterizer blender, a food grinder, a dough maker for making breads or pastries, even a slicer shredder with continuous feed for making coleslaw, French fries, or salads for as many as 2 or 200. The Oster Kitchen Center, the ultimate kitchen appliance from the Osterizer blender people.
Anything else, Bill?
Got something for hemorrhoid symptoms, Mr. Baxter? Pain, itching?
Sure. Try this.
Preparation H?
Yep. In many cases, Preparation H gives prompt temporary relief of occasional pain and itching of hemorrhoidal tissues.
Great.
Preparation H actually helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues caused by inflammation.
I'll try it.
Back in form, Bill?
Thanks to you and Preparation H.
Doctor-tested Preparation H. Helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues.
There is something worth saying about this year's non-presidential election, which is going on today. For the first time in a long time, the United States doesn't have a huge national headache. In the 1966 off-year elections, there was Vietnam, the same in 1970. In 1974, there was the aftermath of Watergate, and the Republicans took a historic licking. Today, there is inflation, which is a very serious headache, but nobody seems to have any quick remedies for it. And in that sense, it is not an issue. Tom Pettit has been out talking to the voters, and here's what he has heard.
It is a quiet time in America. The autumn election campaigns have taken place against a backdrop of seeming indifference, except in a few states where there have been very heated campaigns. 1978 is drifting toward 1979. Merchants are getting ready for the Christmas holidays.
I don't think the toys have gone up too much in price. It's just mostly clothing and food.
Here in Youngstown, Ohio, steelworkers have just got a cost of living pay increase. But
from my point of view, it's always going to get worse. It's been getting worse for the last 30 years, and as far as I'm concerned, it's going to just keep getting bad.
The value of the dollar continues to go down. Retired people face price increases for prescriptions and other necessities.
You know, what people should do is just quit buying stuff. And then hold on, maybe once a week buy some meat. But you can't buy it every day, not the prices.
It is a time of prosperity in America, prosperity mixed with anxiety about inflation. The college campuses are calm. Students are more preoccupied with careers than with causes. As America voted today, it was with the expectation that fewer than half the eligible voters would turn out. There is a taxpayers' revolt in this country, but one can find something even more fundamental. A powerful yearning for stability in money and in everything else. Tom Pettit, NBC News in Youngstown, Ohio.
Still another question settled by the voters today. Should Miami Beach attract more high rollers and big spenders by installing casino gambling? Will the riffle of cards and the rattle of dice revive a troubled beachfront resort? Here's Fred Francis in Miami Beach.
It was issues and not candidates that brought out large numbers of Florida voters today. And the main issue here is a state constitutional amendment to legalize Miami Beach casino gambling. Miami Beach hotel owners say that only casino gambling can save this fading resort from financial ruin. The average hotel room goes for less than $20 a day. Desperate businessmen have spent $2 million this year trying to convince Floridians that casinos, only on a 16-mile strip of Miami Beach, will bring the tourists back.
People go up to a slot machine, do you call that gambling? That's entertainment. They go there for $2 or $5 or $8, but we have to have something for diversification for these people.
Casino backers claim that gaming tables like these in the Bahamas will produce enough revenue to cure all of this area's problems. They say casinos will lower taxes, put 89,000 people in new jobs, and generate billions of dollars in new construction. But former Miami Beach Mayor Jay Dermer, who leads a sizable opposition, says no one believes those projections.
The polls show something in the neighborhood of 60-40, maybe a little more anti, but the blanket of deception has caught on as the key part of the campaign. There's just no believability, no credibility in the pro-casino campaign.
There's skimming, there's loan sharks, the mob.
The opposition has spent $1.6 million telling voters that casino gambling will bring moral corruption to the state. And that may be enough to defeat the casino proposal. But hotel owners point out that casinos were rejected by New Jersey voters the first time the issue was put on the ballot there. So if it's defeated here, casino backers will try again next year. Fred Francis, NBC News, Miami Beach.
It has been known for years that the American election system is supported by chicken and peas and money. All these elements were present this year, and while the politicians could eat only so much chicken and peas, they spent vastly greater sums of money. A Senate candidate in North Carolina spent $6 million. 4 millionaires running in one district in New York City spent their own money, their fortunes coming from banking, railroads, supermarkets, and laxatives, and their spending came to $50 per vote.
I'm accustomed to riding around in Cadillacs, so why am I in this AMC Pacer wagon instead of a Cadillac? Well, this Pacer is not only quite luxurious and handles so easily, but it also has an astounding amount of room. Did you know that the AMC Pacer is just about as wide as a Cadillac? So it feels like a big car, even though it isn't. And I feel like I'm in a big car, even though I'm not.
AMC Pacer feels like a big car, but it isn't.
We use the stone metate to grind maize, what you call corn. For corn goodness was essential to our way of life. Mazola margarine knows all about the goodness of corn. That's why Mazola margarine is made from corn oil goodness. Mazola margarine has no cholesterol, naturally. And Mazola tastes naturally fresh and delicious. Remember, Mazola margarine, it gets goodness from maize.
Used to be when I had a job to do around the house, it was one-on-one. Me against the house. And since the house was much bigger, I usually lost. Well, I've just changed all that with my new Black & Decker Workmate. It'll hold just about anything I want to work on, from a door to a pipe to a 200-pound dresser. In fact, my Workmate is so good at helping me work, I'm giving it Sunday off.
Workmates available from about $45.
Briefly today, in New Delhi, India, in another election, former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, faced with various criminal charges, is trying to return to politics, and in the first returns, she was running well ahead. In Detroit, General Motors is recalling 320,000 Chevettes, 76 and 77 models, because of government charges their gas tanks could burst open in rear-end collisions. In London and in all of Britain, the bakers are on strike, and shoppers today were buying up all of the bread, crackers, tea cakes, and hamburger buns called Baps. John?
And now, Jack Perkins and politics in a discotheque. The idea of fundraisers to a disco beat has been known in France and has been done in New York on a modest level. But Perkins says it all began in California, and on a point like that, who's to argue?
$12.50?
Of course, it figures in a state where one of the candidates for lieutenant governor owns a record company and where the governor dates Linda Ronstadt. The newest thing in political rallies would have been political disco. There were stars here to attract people to a disco fundraising party. Funds being raised for the political action group headed by Jane Fonda. She'd let you pose for a picture with her for $5. Autographed star photos, T-shirts. But the main fundraising gimmick was disco. And this may not have been the first. This may have been. California Republicans. Young man on the left, Mike Curb, the record company whiz kid and Republican candidate for lieutenant governor. A Democrat was heard to sneer, sure, this was the first political disco, but since it was Republicans, they had to have someone come show them how. We checked reporters in other parts of the country to see if they had anything like this in politics there this year. Answers: Miami, that flamboyance doesn't sell here. Houston, we're too folksy for that. Chicago, if it's a trend, it hasn't hit here yet. And Phoenix, we don't mix our politics and our discos. It's like a bad drink. Well, they may not do it there, but they did it here. Jack Perkins, NBC News, Los Angeles.
And that's nightly news for this election evening. With us are Jessica Savage, who's going to be covering the Senate races. Good evening, Jessica.
Hello, John.
And Tom Brokaw. Tom.
John.
We'll be
David.
covering the governorships, and we'll all be back with NBC's 1978 election coverage after this.
To every secretary who ever asked why centering a line can't be automatic, and why setting up columns, and indenting, and underlining, and erasing too can't be automatic. To all those secretaries, IBM says, wait till you get your hands on this. The new IBM electronic typewriter. So automatic that while you fold the letter, it types the envelope. Now that's automatic.
From the wheat fields out in Kansas to the city by the bay, along the Mississippi, all across the USA. You're looking at the one car more people buy today. This is it, America, the new Chevrolet.
The new Chevrolet, a new generation car bought and embraced by more than 1 million people in its first 2 years. Caprice and Impala for 1979.
This is it, America, the new Chevrolet.
In 1976, NBC News had the best election coverage of any network.
This year, the big NBC map will again flash state-by-state results.
And we have a new computer graphics system which will show why Americans voted the way they did.
John Chancellor and David Brinkley with complete election coverage tonight on NBC.
From the NBC News Election Center in New York, Decision 78. Reported by John Chancellor, David Brinkley, Tom Brokaw, and Jessica Savage. Here is John Chancellor.
Good evening and welcome to NBC's coverage of the 1978 elections, in which the future of the U.S. Senate, the House of Representatives, and 36 governors will be decided by the voters who were voting today, along with thousands of other offices. NBC's gifted team of political analysts has some projected winners even at this hour, and our first is Governor James Thompson of Illinois. NBC News projects Governor Thompson to be re-elected in his contest against the Democrat Michael Bacalus in Illinois, and that will help Jim Thompson's presidential feelings, if he has any, for next year. We are also projecting in the state of Alabama, Forrest James as the winner there an easy run for James to replace Governor George Wallace, who is retiring. Fob James, our projected winner for the governor of Alabama. NBC News has projected a winner in the state of Kentucky. Senator Walter Huddleston of Elizabethtown is our projected winner. We think he'll be going back for a second term. We also have another Alabama projection. We project Howell Heflin as the winner there, the former Chief Justice of the Alabama Supreme Court, to go to the Senate to fill the seat held for so many years by John Sparkman. And in Louisiana, Jay Bennett Johnston won the primary last September, and he will be going back to the United States Senate. If you win the primary in September in Louisiana, you don't have to worry about the fall election. And let's have a look around. We have our famous map here, and as you can see, we don't have any Republican projections yet, but in Louisiana, in part of Alabama, and in Kentucky, the map is colored red. When we project winners this evening, and they are Republicans, the states in which they are projected winners will turn up blue on your screen. You'll also see some states where we won't have winners at all. For example, in North Dakota, it's very calm this year. One congressman is running. Nobody's running for anything else. We also will be able, although not on this map that you've just seen, to show you what's happening in Alaska, where they've got a contest for Senate and for the governor this evening. And also we'll be able to show you what's taking place in Hawaii. When they've stopped counting the votes there, there's a governor's race and the usual House race. That's where we stand as of the beginning of what we think will be a very interesting evening. David?
This is the beginning of it, John. The chicken has been eaten, the speech is made, and the money spent. The results are beginning to arrive, and the winners and losers will soon be known. We'll be here to bring them to you. You and we, all of us, have been through election nights before, but we have never before been through one where so many people were voting to cut their taxes, voting against paying taxes or paying so much. And we may be seeing the beginning of a time when the American people's habit of handing over their money, docile and sheep-like, are over. And, of course, as John has said, we are electing, the country is electing governors, senators, and speaking of governors, Tom Brokaw is in charge of that. Tom?
David, we're going to be counting 36 races for governors tonight, and you were just talking about what's going on in terms of the public attitude toward tax cutting and government costs. Well, the governors, whoever is elected tonight, are in for a tough time clear across the country for the next 2 or 4 years, whatever the length of their term. We'll be watching them because some of them will be measured on their performance as governor as for their future presidential prospects, specifically in California, where Jerry Brown has made no secret of the fact that he may be interested in running for the presidency again. We have already projected James Thompson, the Republican from Illinois, who said as early as his high school years that he would like to be president of the United States someday. It's a thought that he has not rejected since he's come to public office. We'll also be taking a look at some of the new faces around the country. One of them is Fob James, our projected winner in Alabama. He describes himself as a born-again Democrat. He left the Democratic Party at the time of George McGovern, raised a lot of money for Republicans in Alabama, then jumped back into the Democratic Party when George Wallace was no longer eligible to run for office. He's a former Auburn University football star. He made a fortune inventing the plastic dumbbell. And now he is politically ambitious, one of the new governors in the South that we'll be watching, along with a lot of other new faces around the country.
Plastic dumbbell?
The plastic dumbbell, that's right. The plastic mold
filled. I heard you right.
That's right. Well, that and a lot of other athletic equipment, we're told. He even makes ping pong tables and a lot of other things. He made a lot of money, and he's made a lot of friends in Alabama because he not only manufactures athletic equipment, but he was a football star in that state where they put a high premium on that. We'll also be taking a look at how these governors are running tonight on the issue of taxes and government spending, and I can tell you all of them are singing the theme Proposition 13. There isn't a governor running for office or a challenger going after that office across this country who is not saying that if they're elected, they will lower taxes or lower government spending or both. The governors are within reach of all of these angry taxpayers, and they know that they have to measure up. John?
I think it's very interesting that Jim Thompson came in. Obviously, we don't have enough of the vote yet to go into it in any detail, but that he came in so early in the evening with obviously a commanding lead in our analysis that I think he had 65% of the vote the last time when he ran, didn't he, Tom?
Yeah, they could not get we had 1.5 million vote margin the last time that he ran against a guy that everyone agrees in Illinois was pretty much of a turkey of a candidate, Michael Howlett, who was a It was a product of the Daily Machine and kind of a desperation candidate at that, and Thompson just ran all over him all over the state. This time he got a little stiffer challenge, but still managed to run well. He has a referendum on the ballot out there. He wants an advisory on what he ought to do about taxes and government spending. His opponent called it Proposition 0, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Interestingly, 2 years ago, Jim Thompson was married during the campaign. This year, his wife managed to have a baby, as one of his Democratic opponents pointed out. So it's worked out pretty well for him.
I think it's time to go to Jessica. Jessica, what have you got for us?
We've got a couple of Senate races. We've got 33 Senate races, but John, as you mentioned before, 2 of them were already decided. One of them in the state of Alabama, where the Democrat Howell Heflin, a strong candidate, he was such a strong candidate in Alabama that no one wanted to run against him. And also in Louisiana, Jay Bennett Johnston won the primary there. He got 55.2% of the vote in Louisiana, as John mentioned. If you get that strong a majority, you automatically win the race. We've got other Senate races. You projected, as a matter of fact, Walter D. Huddleston, the winner in the state of Kentucky. No surprise there. He ran against Louis Gunther, a practicing attorney from the State House, conservative from Northfield. And about the only thing he could come up with to talk against Huddleston on was the fact that Huddleston voted to confirm HEW Secretary Joseph Califano. And in Kentucky, where they have a lot of tobacco, Califano wasn't exactly the most popular man. Evidently, that was ineffective. Huddleston was expected to win. He did win very early on in the evening. The senators that are running in the other races, of course, taxes are issues. The Republicans are saying they talked taxes all along. Senator Howard Baker mentioned that any Republican that didn't talk taxes in this race missed the boat completely. The Democrats are talking President Carter's tax cut proposals. Everybody's talking taxes. Everybody's trying to make the most of it. A couple of interesting races we're watching, tough ones. In Illinois, Chuck Percy. In Massachusetts, of course, Edward Brooke. In Texas, John Towers running a difficult race. And for the Democrats, they're closely watching the race in West Virginia with Jennings Randolph. And in Maine, Senator William Hathaway trying to hang on to the Senate seat that he won from Margaret Chase Smith 6 years ago. And so there are some interesting Senate races, and we'll be watching them all this evening.
What do you think will come of all this tax talk? You will recall, of course, that Congress voted to cut taxes this year, and it's going to wind up most people will pay more.
Exactly.
How many tax cuts like that will the American public be able to afford, would you say?
I would say the American public is probably going to wind up deciding on the basis of who's going to give us the most, or at least promise to give us the most in the long run.
I have a projection, Jessica, which may or may not bring you up out of your chair. It is that in Illinois, the so-called Proposition 0, it was a question put to the people, and the question was, would you like to have some kind of law reducing your taxes and reducing state spending? Our projection is that the result in that vote is yes.
No surprise there.
I'm not sure that'll bring anyone out of his chair. We'll be back in a minute.
Some names mean quality around the world. One is the name of a jeweler from Fort Madison, Iowa, who decided 70 years ago that this was no way to fill a fountain pen. Walter Schaefer soon found the answer, but he spent 5 years perfecting it before he started production. Basic technology has progressed through the years, and styles have changed in response to changing fashion, but Schaefer craftsmanship survives. Schaefer nibs are still ground by hand. Schaefer ballpoints are meticulously tested, and Schaefer quality is appreciated in over 140 countries. Now Textron has united Schaefer pen and Eaton paper to provide the perfect combination at home or in the office. And the Schaefer-Eaton division of Textron is nearly 3,000 people whose standards Walter Schaefer could be proud of. Building a reputation and living up to it, that's what private enterprise is all about. And that's what we do at every division of Textron.
The Stevens estate. The $20,000 Mercedes looks right at home.
So does the $5,000 Granada Ghia, sometimes mistaken for a Mercedes. It's an American classic.
Meredith Manor. Mercedes styling looks at home.
And Granada's does too.
Hamilton House. Mercedes classic styling.
Granada's classic styling. And the Granada price makes it right at home at any home. The 79 Ford Granada at your Ford dealer.
I would like to explain to those of you in the audience a gadget that we're using here this evening. It's the way we get the returns here at the anchor desk, and that is this computer terminal that you see here. There's a keyboard. You can't quite see it there, but we can call up various races around the country, and I'm going to see if I can make it work now. in terms of the House races in Indiana, and lo and behold, there it is. That's how we get our votes. These change all night long. They're driven by a computer, and this is where we and the rest of the NBC News team gets its information. And, for example, here's a story that you can't read it, but let me tell it anyway, that John Bradamus, the majority whip of the House, appears to be on his way to a strong victory. He's got 62% of the vote in now. Thorson, his opponent, has 38% of the vote, and we've got 42% of the precincts reporting. That is a strong victory, not totally unexpected for John Bradamus, although sometimes that's a difficult district for him to run in. That's not a projection that he will win, only a statement of where he is now. Also in Kentucky, veteran Democratic Congressman Carl Perkins seems to be on his way back to Washington for a 16th term. That's a long time. Perkins has a 3-to-1 lead with about half of the precincts in. We don't really know what's going to happen to the House of Representatives tonight. We will try to tell you as our analysts go over the figures from all these races. There are 70 unopposed House members, but we'll be looking at all the rest. We do not expect anything like the Democratic disaster in 1946 when the Democrats lost 55 seats in the House, or the Republican disaster of 1974 when the Republicans lost 48. It'll be much narrower than that in our view, and we'll keep you up with that story as the evening progresses. David?
John, I detect a growing, not to say touching, affection between you and that machine.
I love those machines.
I know,
They're just sensational.
You've been playing with it all week.
I want to take it home, and they won't let me.
Well, why not? During the day and tonight, we're still at it, NBC News and the Associated Press have been asking people questions, polling them as they left voting places. 1,200 voting places throughout the United States. It's the biggest poll ever taken here or anywhere. So far, we have answers from 22,000 people. When we finish, it'll be 30-odd thousand. Answers to questions about the issues in the election and why they voted as they did. And one of the issues, particularly this year in this election, is taxes, whether or not they should be cut, and if so, how much. We will look at this all night. We'll bring you the results as soon as we get them. One question we have asked, should people refuse to pay taxes until the taxes and spending are cut? 42% said yes. 42% of the American people said they were willing to violate the law until taxes are cut to their satisfaction. 48% said no. Those opposed to withholding taxes, 48%. Those in favor, 42%. So there is a tremendous number of people who were talking about tax rebellion in terms of simply refusing to pay the money, refusing to hand it over. John?
We have a couple of very interesting calls. NBC News now projects in the state of Illinois Senator Charles Percy as a projected winner in the contest for Senate there. We say, by our figures, that Senator Percy, who had one of the toughest and roughest contests in the country this year, will be going back for a third term, defeating his Democratic opponent, Alex Seith. We also have a projected winner in the state of Georgia. Senator Sam Nunn is our projected winner there. We believe he'll be going back for a second term. That's a call. That was not unexpected. Senator Nunn was supposed to have won. His opponent spent $2,139 in the early parts of the campaign, and I don't think he really felt he was going to win. We also have at NBC tonight correspondents, reporters, and camera crews stationed out around the country looking at the situation in various towns of different kinds and talking with different kinds of voters. We're going to talk to one of those reporters now, out in the country, talking with farmers and people from a small town in Oskaloosa, Iowa, Bob Dotson.
John, when this band shell was built, the big political story there, it was whether or not there was going to be honesty in government and also what to do about all those pressure groups that were pressuring Congress. Sound familiar? Well, the year was 1886, and that was also the first year that people started to meet here at the Oskaloosa County Courthouse to listen to and watch election returns. Well, that tradition still continues, and inside tonight, Don Allgood is readying the big board. He also has a personal stake in this because Don is also running for one of the offices, and some people say that when the elections get tight, his handwriting gets a little bit hard to read. At any rate, people here do have a long time to listen to the problems and to think them over. And Don Good, do you think that there are any ways to solve any of these problems?
Yes, I'm sure there are. We have a saying around here that Oskaloosa is the navel of the universe, that all creation began here and evolved outward and filled up the rest of space. So I think we can do it.
At any rate, There are about 15% of the people are supposed to be voting now, and maybe all the way to about 50% by the end of the evening at 9 o'clock Central Time. Bob Dotson from Oskaloosa.
Bob Dotson in the navel of the universe. We have a projection in Georgia. In the race for governor, we project that the winner is Busby, the Democrat, the incumbent. Our projection is that Busby has won re-election in Georgia. All our projections so far have been Democrats winning Democratic offices and Republicans winning Republican offices. No one as yet, neither party as yet, has been able to take anything away from the other. We'll be back in a minute.
Fruit cocktail is too big an idea to cut into little pieces. That's why there's Libby's Chunky Mixed Fruits. Fresh, juicy pieces of fruit cut big and firm and chunky. So you can taste each piece of fruit one big piece at a time. Libby's Chunky Mixed Fruits. And now chunky pears and chunky peaches. Cut bigger to taste better. From 3 of the best names in the business.
Brown Concord's getting a ticket.
Concord?
My Brown Concord.
Why is American Motors Concord such a success? Value. Because the AMC Concord DL comes with luxury extras like a Landau roof, crushed velour seats, and digital clock at no extra charge. Plus a smooth, quiet ride with the best EPA estimated gas mileage of any compact.
He's kidding. It's not a brown Concord. It's red. Red. Red!
1979 AMC Concord, the new American success story.
Now that you've had a drink, oh, what a time to think.
Wow, I could have had a V8.
Snacking the whole day through, oh, what that does to you.
Wow, I could have had a V8.
V8 cocktail vegetable juice is a great-tasting, healthful blend that's naturally low in calories, only 35 a 6-ounce serving. But remember, the time to think of having a V8 is before you've had something else.
Wow, I could have had a V8.
Last election night, as you may recall, we had Tom Pettit of our staff in Milwaukee in a place called Serb Hall, getting opinions from people who were in there. There was, I must say, a certain amount of drinking going on, and they seemed to be having a good time, quite noisy. This year, we have managed to get him out of there and get him into another place. Now, what is it called? The Golden Dawn?
Golden Dawn Bar.
In Youngstown, Ohio, where we will hear from Tom at intervals during the evening. Tom?
David, this is the Golden Dawn Restaurant and Bar in Youngstown, Ohio. This is a very basic town, and this is a very basic bar and grill. It's been in the Naples family since 1934. It's now run by Ralph and Carmen Naples and their sons gathered behind the bar working on this election night. A real cross-section of Youngstown people come to this place. Ethnic groups save blacks. Professors and students at Youngstown State University, people in business, and tonight, people who, well, just wandered in off the street. This is Tom Pettit, NBC News, at the Golden Dawn Restaurant and Bar in Youngstown, Ohio.
He loves saying that. He just loves saying that.
Okay. We have, as part of our survey of how people are talking about the election, what they're saying, Kenley Jones is in Orlando, Florida, with some older people who have real issues in this campaign. Kenley?
John, I was about to call this room a parlor, but I got corrected. This is the lounge of the Magnolia Towers, a high-rise apartment building in Orlando, which is occupied exclusively by members of what is becoming one of the nation's fastest-growing political blocs, the elderly. All of the people here are 62 years of age or older. None of them has an income of more than $9,000 a year. Some of them like to describe themselves as members of the middle class of senior citizens, not poor enough to be on welfare, but not rich enough to make it on their own without some sort of help for government assistance in health care or to help pay the rent. Longevity is increasing in this country and the birth rate is going down, so that means the percentage of the population of elderly people is going up each year. And so is the amount of federal tax dollars that goes towards services and benefits for the elderly. In fact, it adds up to about 1/4 of the federal budget. Now, there are a lot of questions about what this so-called gray power means in terms of potential political clout at the polls, and we'll be trying to find some of the answers to that tonight as we watch the returns with the residents here, as well as get the perspective of age and experience about what the results may mean. This is Kenley Jones at the Magnolia Towers in Orlando, Florida.
Kenley, thank you. We'll come back from time to time and hear what's happening there. So far this evening, in the first 20-odd minutes since we have started bringing you the election returns, we have some projections, which you heard if you were with us. We have projected as winners George Busby as the governor of Georgia, James Thompson as the governor of Illinois, Sam Nunn re-elected to the Senate in Georgia, Charles Percy re-elected to the Senate in Illinois. That was supposed to be a very close race. It turned out to be a little less than that, but in any case, Percy we have projected as the winner in Illinois. And we have projected Walter Huddleston re-elected to the Senate in Kentucky. We'll have others as the evening goes along. In fact, we'll have a great deal more. What is it, 70-some altogether? We have
about 75, I think.
75?
We'll get all the way through.
So stay with us, and we'll have lots of names, lots of winners, and the same number of losers.
I think Illinois is interesting. Illinois narrowly went for President Ford in the last election, and it's going Republican again. The Democrats have been unable to shake those two big offices there. I think that has a message for 1980. And we'll be back after this.
Decision 78 continues with the Tri-State Report. Brought to you by American Airlines. Now here are Chuck Scarborough and Jack Cafferty.
Well, good evening to you and welcome to News Center 4's coverage of election returns in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. We'll be here throughout the evening to keep you up to date with all the results in the metropolitan area.
We will do our best to bring you the excitement of tonight's winners as well as the disappointment of today's losers throughout the evening.
And the polls are open for another 35 minutes in Connecticut and New Jersey, for another hour and 35 minutes in New York, so we don't have any results yet, but you'll get them as soon as we get them.
And of course, hundreds of people have been working all year long to get us tonight's results, and now is the time all of us, just like all of the candidates, have been working toward.
Of course, the big race in New York focuses on the new 4-year lease of the governor's mansion in Albany. Until the September primary, it looked as though the state's voters were about to hand Governor Hugh Carey an eviction notice. Making matters even more difficult for Carey, his Republican opponent, Assembly Minority Leader Perry Duryea, won nomination without a bitter primary fight. Carey, though, became the first incumbent ever to face a primary challenge. In addition to Brooklyn State Senator Jeremiah Bloom, Carey was opposed by his own Lieutenant Governor, Marianne Krupsak. She broke with Carey just 2 days before the two were to announce for re-election. Carey won that primary easily, though. He got more than half the vote, beating Krupsak by 3-2 and simply overwhelming Bloom. This is the primary. Carey and Duryea have debated time and again in the past 6 weeks. Sometimes it's been a little bit difficult to find a television station they weren't on, bitterly arguing over taxes, unemployment, aid to New York City, even each other's finances. Each ended by spending up about $5 million in this campaign. Now, we have reporters at the headquarters of both candidates, and we'll check first with Melba Tolliver at the governor's command post. Melba?
Chuck, you know, the governor has had a reputation as a come-from-behind winner, probably a good thing, too, because for a few months it looked like his political career was just about washed up. His own lieutenant governor challenged him in the primary and at the time described him as cold, aloof, difficult to get along with. And in the early polls, he was not all that popular with voters, and they showed him badly trailing his Republican opponent. But apparently the polls and the tables have turned. Carey is expected to be an easy winner here tonight. Now to Pia Lindstrom at Duryea headquarters.
Thank you, Melba. This is a night that Perry Duryea has waited for a long time. He first ran for governor in 1974, but he was indicted on an election law violation charge that was later dismissed. He began to raise money for this campaign last year, and at that time he was at occasionally 20 points ahead on the polls. But as the campaign went on, he appeared to slip behind, and it certainly looks as though Mr. Duryea is fighting an uphill battle tonight. Back to the studio and you, Jack.
All right, thank you, Pia. We'll have more of the Tri-State Report right after this.
On American Airlines, you get what you pay for. As a full-fare passenger, only you can select a seat when you make your reservation. You can select seats for your whole trip, including connections and your flight back home. And you can get all your boarding passes at once to avoid all those lines. On American, you finally get the full-fare treatment you deserve. You get what you pay for.
We're American Airlines, doing what we do best. We want Dannon! Bring Dannon!
Recently, some college students picketed their cafeteria when it replaced Dannon yogurt with another brand. One loyal Dannon user actually nicknamed her baby boy after our yogurt. This young fan just added the 15,000th Dannon lid to his wall. And at Calhoun High School, there's even a Bagrat Tapagua fan club. We make our yogurt as natural and wholesome as can be. So maybe the reason people are loyal to Dannon is because we're so loyal to them.
The big news in New Jersey, of course, is the Senate race between two men who have never before held elective office. The Democratic candidate is well known because of his basketball, not his politics. He is former New York Knicks star Bill Bradley. Republican opponent Jeffrey Bell, also in his 30s, is not so well known, but that didn't seem to hurt him in last June's primary when he managed to squeak by veteran Clifford Case, getting 51% of the vote. And Bradley's win in a six-way race was just as impressive as any of his athletic feats with the Knicks or with Princeton University. He ended up getting almost 3 of every 5 votes cast. Now, in Connecticut, voters are deciding whether to give Ella Grasso another 4 years in the governor's mansion there. She has looked very, very strong during the campaign that has followed her victory in a bitter primary fight with her own lieutenant governor. And as you can see, we have the primary results. She won that race with ease. Also in New Jersey and Connecticut, we will have results of 15 congressional races. We'll check the Essex County executive battle and other questions like, will New Jersey okay highlight gambling? And we'll be getting live reports from both states where the polls will be closing now in just over 30 minutes. Check.
And in addition to seeing the raw vote totals, we're going to try to give you an idea of why voters made their choices the way they did. Keeping tabs on the News Center for Associated Press poll is Tony Guida. Tony?
Chuck, before sunrise, a small army of almost 300 people began questioning voters at 275 polling places throughout the tri-state area. These scientifically selected districts enable us to know a great deal about who voted for whom and why. So I'll be here throughout the night to try to give a little meaning to all the numbers that we'll be seeing and hearing. Jack?
All right, Tony, thank you. And Carl Stokes is going to help us analyze the returns tonight. Carl, of course, is a former two-term mayor of Cleveland, Ohio, and he is well equipped to tell us about the sweaty palms that election nights can cause. Is there anything in particular we ought to be looking for this evening? They said earlier that the turnout in New York City was heavier than had been expected. The rain held off till late in the day. Is that an indication of anger on the part of the electorate? Frustration? They're going to go out and change things? Are they interested this time around? How do you read the heavier turnout?
I think it indicates two things, Jack. First, that the campaign has been made more exciting and more informative to people than we, the experts, had said it was going to be. Secondly, that this year, the fact that the candidates relied so much on mass media indicates clearly that there's going to be a change in that kind of campaigning in the future.
That just means probably, what, more money now on the campaigns as they go along each year, right?
More money.
$10 million for governor this year.
More money and fewer people involved.
Okay, Carl, thank you very much. We'll be back with more tri-state returns for you in 20 minutes.
Stay tuned now for more from John Chancellor and David Brinkley as Decision 78 continues.
My imagination. Even my imagination. Even my imagination. New York, where every honest citizen is a greaser at heart. Grease for peace. Even
What is the James Bond side of the television business? The answer makes lively reading in the new issue of TV Guide magazine.
Take a break with Bob and Mary, weekdays 4 to 5 here on 4.
From the NBC News Election Center in New York, Decision 78. Reported by John Chancellor, David Brinkley, Tom Brokaw, and Jessica Savage. Here is John Chancellor.
And at this hour, we've got some fairly interesting projections. And let's go to our map and see how we're doing there. In terms of the Senate projections that we have made so far, polls still open in many states, but we have enough information so that we can color Illinois blue on our map in terms of the Senate race. That means that Senator Charles Percy is our projected winner in the state of Illinois, a Republican senator who has already served 2 terms, but darn near got knocked off by a very strong Democratic challenger there. We have also, we now have calculated that we have 4 Democratic senators as our projected winner and 1 Republican senator is our projected winner so far. And let's see what the map tells us about governors. In terms of governors around the country, we have projected 2 southern states and 1 middle western state. George Busby in Georgia, Fob James in Alabama are our projected winners for governor, and again in Illinois, Jim Thompson, we believe, going back for a 2nd turn. And that gives us these figures so far this evening in terms of governors. We project 2 elected Democrats, 1 Republican elected. David?
An election night tradition is the victory or defeat, as it may be, party in various places in all of the states where there are elections. There are always a lot of crackers and a lot of cheese and a lot of paper cups. In California, no one knows very much yet because the polls are still open, but Bill Sternoff is there checking it out. Bill, tell us what's happening.
We are in Beverly Hills, where the temperature today was in the 80s. There are tree-lined streets here. There are luxurious homes. And tonight we've come to one of these homes, David. Inside a tent here, there will be a party, and we'll meet a cross-section of the people who live in the community, doctors, lawyers, business executives, perhaps a star or 2. There will be about 90 guests in all. We'll be talking with them about this election. They live in a community where many of their neighbors are involved in the elections. Just down the block, a few miles away in Santa Monica, the son of actor Gregory Peck, Kerry Peck, is running for election to Congress. He's opposing Robert Dornan, the Republican incumbent, and both candidates have found it useful, if not necessary, to have good friends in Beverly Hills. This is California, the state that brought us Ronald Reagan, the state that brought us Proposition 13, and we'll be talking to people about the issues.
Very elegant. We'll come back and see how it goes. Our NBC News AP poll takers so far have questioned 22,000 voters, which is quite a poll, and they aren't finished yet. One thing they asked was whether the voters would like to see a cut in federal taxes, even if it meant some federal government services would be cut, including some they liked. More than half said yes. 55% said yes, they would like to see that. 20% said no, not if it meant big cuts in important services. 25% said they weren't sure, perhaps because they would like to know more about what services would be cut. We asked the same voters, whether they would like to see a 1/3 cut in state and local taxes. 53% said yes, they certainly would. 25% said no, they didn't want to see that. And of those who were not sure, 22%. When we asked 2/3 of the Republicans we questioned, by the way, were in favor of tax cuts. Tom?
John, for a lot of candidates, or David, for a lot of candidates around the country tonight, there's going to be a certain amount of tension. But in Illinois, Governor Jim Thompson can sit back and relax. We have projected already that he has been elected to 4 years more in the Illinois governor's office. Jim Thompson running very strongly in Illinois, the Republican candidate there, among 3 groups who traditionally give strong support to Democrats in that state. Our NBC News Associated Press poll shows that Thompson got 58% of the vote among young people, for example. Among Jewish voters in Illinois, Thompson picked up 57% of the vote. And among black voters, traditionally strong for Democrats in Illinois statewide, James Thompson, the Republican, picked up 37%, almost 40% of the black vote going for Jim Thompson. He was running against a strong Democratic nominee, Michael Bacalus, and Thompson is a potential presidential candidate in 1980 or in the years beyond that. He's only 42 years old. So his strength among traditional Democratic voters tonight is particularly significant, and it must give him some comfort. In the past 2 years that he has been governor, his lifestyle in Illinois has received some criticism. In an attempt to soften that somewhat, he gave up the traditional limousine and he hired a checker limousine. And so for the next 4 years or so, Jim Thompson can continue to ride around Illinois as governor in his checker limousine. John?
I wonder what they're thinking about all this at the White House, and why don't we ask John Dancy, who's there, to tell us. John?
John, here at the White House, Jimmy Carter, of course, came in as a relative newcomer, but he very quickly learned how the game is played in this city, and that is that you don't get something for nothing. And you don't get people to campaign for you on the tough votes and to vote for you on the tough votes unless you do something for them. So for the past month, the president has been out campaigning. He spent 6 days on the road, campaigned in 14 states for Democratic candidates. The president has said that this election will be a fairly accurate measurement of how his administration has done for the past 2 years. But it'll also be a fairly accurate measurement of how it will do during the next 2 years, because the people being elected to the Senate and the House are the people who will be voting on some tough issues like SALT and the wage insurance plan. The president has been up at Camp David today. He's due back here at the White House momentarily to watch the election results tonight. He'll be hoping, of course, that some of those people for whom he campaigned will be appropriately grateful the next time a tough vote comes up in the Senate. Well, we'll see. John Dancy, NBC News at the White House.
The president was out and around the country, as John said, in a number of states. We have tallied those states, and this evening, as we get the returns, we'll be able to tell you whether Mr. Carter had any effect or not, to the best of our knowledge. We'll be back with more coverage of the 1978 election after this.
A surprising message to Rolaids users. Tums neutralizes 1/3 more acid than Rolaids. Watch this familiar demonstration. 1 Rolaids and 1 Tums tablet are added to stomach acid. Both neutralize the acid. But on those occasions, when your stomach has even this much more excess acid, Tums can still absorb it. Rolaids can't. Because tablet for tablet, Tums neutralizes 1/3 more acid than Rolaids. For acid indigestion and heartburn, take Tums.
You're at all like me, you take a lot of pride in the car you drive. A car like this 79 four-door Chrysler Newport. And I don't mean just being proud of the way it looks, feels, or rides, because now you can be proud of things like gas mileage for a change. And getting all this Chrysler at such a very down-to-earth price. You see, with this 1979 Chrysler Newport, now you can have it all. Now. Right now.
We're here! Hi, Grandma! We brought you fruitcake! Oh, what a nice present. Oh, your wrap is opening up. Mine isn't.
Well, sometimes plastic wraps cling and sometimes they don't. But you can always rely on Reynolds Wrap aluminum foil. It molds and closes tightly. Helps keep food fresh and protected. And I use it to cook your turkey and stuffing.
Need help, Mom?
Got all I need right here. Reynolds Wrap, the best wrap around.
And we have more on the U.S. Senate. Senator Howard Baker reportedly is ahead in his race against Jane Eskin there in Tennessee. He's the Republican leader in the Senate. And kind of the big story of the evening is what happened to Chuck Percy in Illinois. He had been 17 points behind in the very respected Sun-Times straw poll, and some sympathy came up for him in a tough campaign. He was gaining about a point a day, as I recall. In any case, Percy is our projected winner in Illinois, and Jim Cummins is at his headquarters now.
John, here at Senator Percy's headquarters in Chicago, his supporters have ordered cheese and crackers, a stiff wine punch, and they've asked a 6-piece band to play Hallelujah tonight because they did expect him to win re-election. And now the NBC News poll has confirmed that. Senator Percy was trailing by as much as 17 points, as you mentioned, in one straw poll only a week ago. Then he went on television and told the voters, "I got your message. Now send me back to Washington so I can take it with me." The loudest message came from angry Republican conservatives, angered by Senator Percy's liberal voting record on issues like ERA and the Panama Canal Treaty. A top Percy aide told me just a short time ago that he thinks they've mollified the conservatives, and they expect him to win by at least 10 percentage points. So they're getting ready for a victory celebration here at Percy headquarters. Jim Cummins, NBC News in Chicago.
Jessica, have you got any more based on what returns we do have from Illinois?
We have a breakdown, John, on some of the votes.
On the Percy race.
On the Percy race. Republican Senator Charles Percy's victory in Illinois stemmed partly from his strong support by blacks, the under-35 group, and the Jewish vote. The big surprise, how well he did among black voters. The blacks, normally Democratic, 50% there voted Republican for Percy. The under-35 vote, the youth vote, 54% went for Percy, and he got 58% of the Jewish vote. That's a vote that is traditionally Democratic. It's surprising because his opponent, Seith, made much of the fact that Percy was one of the people to support Earl Butz in his nomination for Agriculture Secretary. And then after Earl Butz's racial slur, his opponent said, well, Percy had supported Butz. However, Percy was one of the first ones to downgrade Butz for his comments, and the black vote there going to Percy was a surprise since his opponent Seith had made much of that. Also, the strong showing that he did among Jewish voters was somewhat of a surprise because Percy had a very liberal voting record on the Senate. He voted with the president insofar as the arms sales to Saudi Arabia, and Seith again made much of that, saying that much of the Jewish vote in Illinois would be opposed to that. So Chuck Percy, when he went home, when he was leaving the Senate, said, I am worried, I'm afraid my supporters won't come out, I'm that far ahead that I might not be able to get the support that I badly need. He went home, the polls showed him running behind, obviously he was able to muster support. Last week he ran a commercial that said, you want to send me a message? Well, if you don't hurry up, I won't be here Tuesday, so get out and vote for me, and obviously that must have worked for him. John?
Actually, it's David.
Jessica, in Massachusetts, the only state to vote for McGovern, there are two extremely close and extremely interesting races, both for Senate and for governor. The polls are still open in Massachusetts and will be for another 18 minutes. So we don't have any returns yet, but we're going to the Brooke headquarters in Boston and to Lee McCarthy to see how it looks there. Lee?
David, although this is a Democratic state, the Republican Senator here, Edward Brooke, has been elected twice and was considered a shoo-in for a third term. But this year, a liberal congressman, Paul Tsongas, the Democrat, waged a strong campaign, and the race is said to be close. Tsongas and Brooke disagree on some foreign policy issues and defense issues, but agree on most domestic issues. So Tsongas cast himself as an alternative rather than a clear-cut ideological choice, and he enlisted the formidable support of Senator Edward Kennedy in his campaign. The Brooke campaign was troubled by his personal problems, allegations of irregularities in his personal finances, and just 2 weeks ago, polls showed Tsongas ahead of Brooke. But now in the Brooke camp, the people feel that a strong showing before the Senate Ethics Committee and a last-minute TV campaign may have been enough to close the gap. And shortly, they will know whether it was enough to save the seat of the only black in the U.S. Senate. This is Lee McCarthy at Brooke headquarters.
We have various other races to report to you. As of now, with not a lot of the vote in, I must say, but it's very close in South Carolina, where Pug Ravenel is running against Strom Thurmond. The figures that we have on, Tom, you'll be interested in this, you probably know it, but we've got Howard Baker a little bit ahead of Mrs. Eskins in Tennessee. You have more on the Senate. You were talking about governors.
I am talking about. We've got it all sorts
about governors.
I'd be glad to talk about the Senate. I've got some things to say about that too. But I think
sure
I better get
you
this
do,
information
Tom.
about the governors out of the way a little bit. John, we've projected a couple of winners in the South already, and we've got some numbers from Florida, where, as you know, there's a very interesting governor's race going on right now. 3 races for governor in Florida, a couple of new faces, a couple of new names. First of all, in Alabama, we have projected that Forrest Fobb James, the new governor of Alabama, just 2% of the precincts reporting in thus far. James with the commanding lead, as you can see thus far, and all of our NBC experts say that he will be elected governor of Alabama. Forrest Fobb James describes himself as a born-again Democrat. He left the party at the time of George McGovern, raised a lot of money for Republican candidates in Alabama, then came back into the party to run for the party's nomination for governor this time, surprised a lot of people by winning it, despite the fact that Governor George Wallace had endorsed another Democrat in the primary. Fobb James got the nomination, and tonight we're projecting that he is the winner. David likes this little bit of information, so I'll throw it in once again. Fobb James made his fortune by inventing the plastic dumbbell, and then a lot of other athletic equipment as well. Went on to make a lot of money with that.
Like they say, opportunity is not dead in America.
That's right. He's an engineer, and someone came to him and said, my dumbbell scratches up my floor. I want something that won't do it. And he came up with the answer to it.
Is that what the advantage is of a plastic dumbbell?
That's right.
I've been waiting for somebody to tell me.
That's one of the advantages, and they don't break as easily as well. And that's as much as I know about plastic dumbbells.
All right.
Before I get myself.
If you hear any more, let us know. We're going down to Mississippi now to the Thad Cochran headquarters, and Andrea Mitchell is standing by. Andrea?
David, the retirement of Jim Eastland gives Mississippi voters their first chance to have a wide-open Senate race in more than 30 years. Now, Mississippi voters have deserted the Democratic Party for Republican presidential candidates, but in state elections, they vote for Democrats. But the Republicans this year have their first chance since Reconstruction days to send a Republican to the U.S. Senate. He is Congressman Thad Cochran, a conservative, as is his Democratic opponent, Maurice Danton. Republican chances here are good this year, not because of national Republican issues, but because of the third candidate in the race, independent Charles Evers. Evers, the controversial mayor from Fayette, who is the brother of the slain civil rights leader, has won a lot of support from white audiences, but whether they will vote for him is another issue. He has taken a conservative stand on issues such as welfare fraud, and busing. In any case, we'll have to see whether or not he'll be able to combine those things, but he will be able to siphon off enough votes to possibly elect a Republican. This is Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
Muhammad Ali, the heavyweight champion, went to Mississippi and made a commercial for Evers, in which he said, "Evers is my man, and if you don't vote for him, I'll punch you in the nose." Our NBC News AP poll tickers, like beavers, have been out, and they have now questioned 24,000 voters as they left the polling booths. And they asked them, among much else, asked them whether they thought it would make any difference in their lives who was elected. Well, the result may be surprising as this. 35% said it would not make any difference in their lives who won or lost in today's elections. 51% disagreed and said it would make a difference to them. Not unexpectedly, not the biggest majority in the world, but a majority. And all of this fits in with the pictures we have been hearing about voter apathy before the elections and indifference following the elections. Jessica?
David, we have an outlook on some of the Senate races here. Two of them, as a matter of fact. One of them that we called early in the evening, the Kentucky Senate race. The Kentucky race there, you see 56% of the precincts reporting Democrat Walter Huddleston easily winning over his opponent in Kentucky. And we project by the end of the evening that Walter Huddleston will have 62% of the vote when the evening is over. I talked to Senator Huddleston before he went back to Kentucky to campaign, and he said he really did expect to win. He didn't expect it to be that difficult of a race. He said, my opponent didn't put together an organized campaign. He's poorly organized. He had problems getting the leaders of his party behind him, and I figure that I'll be able to do it in Kentucky, and he certainly did. Another race, the Virginia race. This has been getting a lot of attention nationwide, not because the race is that exciting, but because one of the candidates happens to be the husband of actress Elizabeth Taylor. Not that many precincts reporting, 3% reporting so far, and in that race, you see that Republican John Warner has 48% of the vote, and his opponent Andrew Miller has a commanding lead. We'll see what happens in that race, and we'll see just how much of an issue actress Elizabeth Taylor really was in that campaign. John?
And we have a projection in the state of North Carolina in the Senate race. South Carolina, beg your pardon. In the Senate race, NBC News projects Senator Strom Thurmond as re-elected in South Carolina. He's had 3 terms in the Senate. He's 75 years old, and according to our projection, he will go back for another 6 years. Strom Thurmond over Pug Ravenel, who gave him quite a contest this year, but Strom Thurmond came through as he so often does. One of the interesting states this year is Minnesota, where traditionally the Democratic Farmer Labor Party has run things in that state, but it isn't quite the same now as it used to be. They lost a primary candidate, Don Fraser, they like very much, and Bob Jameson is at DFL headquarters in Minnesota now to talk to us. Bob?
John, what is at stake here tonight is more than the 2 Senate seats, but the historic liberal progressive domination of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party. There was, as you mentioned, a very divisive primary, and Hubert Humphrey was dead and could not put the coalition back together that he formed so many years ago. With Senator Humphrey at the birth of the Democratic Farmer Labor Coalition was Arthur Naftalin, who is now a professor at the University of Minnesota and a former mayor of Minneapolis. What are the chances for survival of that coalition after this election?
I think that the Democratic Farmer Labor Party remains in essentially stable condition. It suffered some serious internal stresses and polls. The death of Humphrey, of course, has been a very serious blow, and the contest between Bob Short and Don Fraser was a very serious drain on the internal stability of the party.
Is it also suffering possibly because of a swing to the right, a drift to the right in this state as in so many other states over the issue of taxes?
That's not so clear in Minnesota. The basic polling data would suggest that the fundamental strength of the DFL is holding firm.
Okay.
That would be our best guess.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naftalin. Bob Jameson, NBC News, Minneapolis.
I think there'll be a lot more news out of Minnesota this evening, and we'll be watching that. We'll have more coverage after this.
the Subaru Brat Sweepstakes. Subaru is now giving away four-wheel drive Brats and mini Brat go-karts. You don't even have to make a purchase. Details, yes you can. Details are at participating dealers. Any licensed driver can win.
Licensed driver!
Wait, that's for the Brats. Kids enter to win the gas-powered mini Brats.
70% of all cavities happen in back teeth and between teeth, where a toothbrush often misses. New Fluorogard dental rinse can help. Fluoride in a liquid. Say this picket fence is your teeth. Brushing the front is easy, but 70% of all cavities happen back here and in between. Fluorogard floods teeth with fluoride, reaches places brushing might miss. After brushing, rinse with good-tasting Fluorogard. Puts cavity-fighting fluoride where the danger is.
Come on, you can make it. And a bag hanging there. I was depending on you.
Lamar, talking to trash won't do it. Get hefty bonded 2-ply trash bags. They're double dependable. See, there's a tough outside layer to resist tears up and down, bonded to a strong inside layer for strength side to side. Hefty bonded 2-ply. It's one bag that's
double dependable.
Yay, team. Your hand.
We projected a minute ago the re-election of Senator Strom Thurmond, the Republican senator in South Carolina, whose many distinctions include the fact he is the only senator of 75 years who has 4 children under 7 years old. We'll be back after this.
Decision 78 continues with the Tri-State Report. Brought to you by Amoco and by Citibank. Now here are Chuck Scarborough and Jack Cafferty.
Good evening. Welcome back to our Tri-State coverage. We're now within about 7 minutes of the polls closing in New Jersey and Connecticut, Chuck.
Not much time left, Jack. These are probably the toughest minutes for the candidates themselves. There simply is nothing left to do but wait. And we've been gearing up. We've talked to thousands of tri-state voters throughout the day to try and get a feeling why they voted the way they did, and we'll have a result of our polling throughout the evening tonight, Jack.
In New Jersey today, there is a unique U.S. Senate race, one that is getting national attention, being watched by both parties. One candidate's 34 years old, the other one is 35, and neither one of them has ever held any elected public office before. The Democratic candidate, of course, by now you know, is Knicks basketball star, former star Bill Bradley. The Republican is former Reagan aide Jeffrey Bell. Jim Ryan and Jim Collis are at those two candidates' headquarters, and first we're going to switch to Jim Ryan at Bradley headquarters. Jim?
Jack, as you said, Bill Bradley is well known in New Jersey and well known all across the country. Jeff Bell is a symbol of Republican determination to cash in on the tax issue, and that's why a lot of people across the country are watching this race. The irony is that a lot of people in New Jersey couldn't care less. One voter out of every 3 in the Garden State isn't even registered to vote. So Bill Bradley, who's running far ahead in the polls, is running not so much against Jeff Bell as he is against apathy. Now to Jim Collis at Jeff Bell headquarters.
Yes, the polls close here in New Jersey in just a few minutes at 8 o'clock straight up. And Republican candidate Jeff Bell says he'll be watching very closely the returns from the key counties, the populous counties, Essex, Hudson, Union, Bergen. Bell told me that if he can come out of Hudson County, a Democratic stronghold, with only 43% of the vote, his chances of winning tonight would be excellent. And now back to Jack in the studio.
All right, thank you, Jim. Over in Connecticut, Governor Ella Grasso has been running for re-election from a position of strength. She scored a big victory in September's Democratic primary when she was challenged by her own lieutenant governor. And her opponent tonight, the Republican Congressman Ronald Saracen, isn't nearly as well known as Miss Grasso, nor does he have the strength of the incumbency behind him. Mary Alice Williams is at Saracen headquarters. Bill Ryan is with Governor Grasso.
In a few moments, the polls here in Connecticut will close, and then the machine-counted votes will start pouring in. But in the meantime, we do have one result. From New Haven, absentee ballots show Grasso leading Saracen by a 70% to 30% margin. And, of course, the people at the Democratic Central Committee here in Hartford are hoping that maintains the momentum throughout the state. Now to Mary Alice Williams at Saracen headquarters.
GOP leaders say Ronald Saracen and his running mate, State Senator Lou Rome, make up the strongest Republican slate in years. And Saracen has aimed his campaign right at the voters' pocketbooks. He's promised to cut welfare costs and the sales tax, even proposed a constitutional amendment to limit spending so Connecticut would never need an income tax. Saracen says his opponent's a spendthrift. More important, he says Governor Grasso has failed to provide strong leadership. But right now, as the votes are being counted, Saracen is still the underdog. I'm Mary Alice Williams in Hartford. Now back to Jack in New York.
Thank you, Mary Alice. The polls in both Connecticut and New Jersey now will close in less than 5 minutes, so we'll have some returns for you very soon. And by the way, if you haven't voted and the polling place isn't right next door, you're out of luck till next time. Chuck?
Indeed. Thank you, Jack. We'll take a look at some of the other statewide races in New York right after this message.
You expect more from a leader. You expect innovative ideas from Amoco. We were a leader in developing lead-free gasoline, the first major brand with 2 grades of lead-free, the first with premium lead-free. Amoco Premium Lead-Free, proven by experience to help stop engine run-on, to burn smoother and help stop knock, and even improve mileage because you don't have to change the timing to prevent knock. Amoco Premium Lead-Free.
Don't you deserve interest on your checking account? Aren't you fed up with banks using your money and giving you nothing in return? Well, those days are over. Now Citibank can give interest on checking. It's 5% checking. 24-hour banking gets better. So get out, go to the window and shout, I'm going to Citibank to get what I deserve. Interest on checking. I'm going to Citibank to get what I deserve.
Interest on checking! Interest on checking! Interest on checking! I'm going to Citibank to get what I deserve! Interest on checking!
For as long as most of us can remember, Louis Lefkowitz has been Attorney General and Arthur Levitt has been State Controller in New York. And now both men are calling it quits. Lefkowitz, a Republican after 22 years, and Levitt, a Democrat after 24 years in office. And one man who's trying to succeed Lefkowitz is Bronx Borough President Robert Abrams, who could become the first Democratic Attorney General in 36 years. Abrams ran against Lefkowitz 4 years ago. His challenger this year is Republican conservative Mike Roth. He's a lawyer, and he's former chairman of the State Liquor Authority. City Controller Harrison Golden is looking to move into the State Controller's job in the Democratic and Liberal lines. His opponent is Erie County Executive Edward Regan from Buffalo. Regan ran against Arthur Levitt 8 years ago and lost by nearly 1 million votes. Jack?
Chuck, Tony Guida now has more for us on the biggest one-day poll in America. The folks were questioned outside 275 polling places here around New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Tony?
Jack, one question in our News Center 4 AP Election Day poll is designed to test the so-called apathy factor. Now, that's a little tricky because the nature of the poll obviously excludes the truly apathetic, the people who didn't bother to go to the polls. We did question more than 30,000 voters nationwide, and we asked all of them, do you agree or disagree with the following statement? No matter who is elected today, this election, like most others, won't make life any better or worse. Nationwide, a little more than a third of the voters, 35%, agreed it will make no difference to them. More than half, 51%, disagreed. No apathy for them. 14% were not sure either way. In New York, however, we found a very different picture. A plurality of New Yorkers, 46%, agreed that the election will make no difference. 39% disagreed, 15% weren't sure. You could say New Yorkers are more sophisticated. You could say perhaps that they're more blasé. In any case, more of them just couldn't care less. Chuck?
Okay, the polls are closed for all practical purposes right now in Connecticut, Jack, so it's all over there. We still have an hour in New York, though.
We'll be back with some numbers in just a few minutes. Right now, though, back to NBC News and Decision 78.
When you fly on business, you pay full fare. And on American Airlines, you get what you pay for. Introducing a special coach section for full fare passengers only, so your seatmate will be a full fare passenger. And when we have empty seats, most of them will be in this section. At last, you'll get the full fare treatment you deserve. On American, you get what you pay for.
We're American Airlines, doing what we do best.
Bobby Rydell with Sha-Na-Na, tomorrow night at 7:30.
From the NBC News Election Center.
Tomorrow night at 7:30.
From the NBC News Election Center in New York, Decision 78. Reported by John Chancellor. David Brinkley, Tom Brokaw, and Jessica Savage. Here is John Chancellor.
The polls have closed or just about to close now in about 16 states around the country. So if you're watching during this hour, we ought to get lots of returns and lots of projections. We already have a number of projections for the Senate and the governorships. And let's look at our map first in terms of the U.S. Senate and NBC News' projected winners. We have projected Sam Nunn, the Democrat in Georgia, Walter Huddleston in Kentucky. Louisiana was no contest. Strom Thurmond, you see there in blue in North Carolina. He is our projected winner. And Charles Percy, coming out of a very squeaky contest in the state of Illinois, being returned as our projected winner, which gives us, in terms of those elected so far tonight, 4 Democratic senators we tally as having been elected or re-elected, all of them re-elected in that case, and 2 Republicans. Now let's look at the map and see what it tells us about the vote for governor around the country. And again, you see that bright blue mark in the middle of your screen. That stands for Jim Thompson in Illinois, easily re-elected as governor of Illinois, our projected winner. Also, Alabama and Georgia. Fob James in Alabama and George Busby in Georgia. And this gives us these figures as far as governors are concerned. 2 Democrats projected winners, 1 Republican projected winner. The Strom Thurmond victory was, I suppose, no surprise, although some people thought that Pug Ravenel actually could bring it off down there. Bob Bazell of our staff is with one of Senator Thurmond's senior aides now.
Yes, John, I'm here with Mr. Allison Dalton, who is Strom Thurmond's campaign manager. Mr. Dalton, Mr. Thurmond ran a pretty hard campaign, even though he's been in the Senate for a long time. Why was that?
Well, Senator Thurmond always takes these races seriously. He's a very serious man, as you know. He's very intense. He's very dedicated. And he approached this race with just that attitude that he was not going to fail to win because of lack of effort. And he's insisted that we all keep moving and keep our nose to the grindstone, and that's what we've done, right down to the wire.
Well, was there any point in the campaign when you thought you might not win it?
Well, no, it really looked good all along, Bob. Senator started very early, as you may or may not know. We started almost a year ago on the campaign and have worked very hard. The senator is on his weekends in South Carolina, has been traveling the state regularly, and then as soon as the Senate adjourned, he was here on a full-time basis. So he's worked very hard.
You had to get a good percentage of the black vote to get this election this time because of the large black registration here in South Carolina. Was that difficult for you?
Well, I don't think it was. The senator has done so much for the blacks of this state, and they understand that. The senator has been, he's always known for his constituent service, and the blacks are his constituents, so he's done a good job.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allison Dalton. Strom Thurmond, the winner here in South Carolina.
Thank you. We have 2 projections. The first in New Jersey, in the election of a senator. An interesting race. Our projected winner is Bill Bradley, the Democrat, the winner in New Jersey for the Senate. Bill Bradley, the Senate, Democrat, New Jersey. We have a projection in Michigan in the election of a governor. Our projected winner is Milliken, the Republican, re-elected governor of Michigan. What do you think of that, our 2 experts?
Well, that's good news for Republicans and especially for moderate Republicans. Bill Milliken, who was running for his 3rd term in Michigan, was a big target up there. Ted Kennedy went out and campaigned for the young Democratic challenger, a man by the name of William Fitzgerald, who had a very slick and we were told effective media campaign. Apparently it was not effective enough. At any rate, Milliken has been a moderate Republican in that part of the Midwest, and he is now, we are projecting the winner, and that's kind of a surprise. He was thought to be in a very tough race.
Tom, what do you think that might do in terms of the state of Michigan to Senator Griffin and his attempts to getting reelected? I know it's pretty early to tell, but it could have some effect.
They're very close. Milliken and Griffin are from the same town. They're both from Traverse City, Michigan, and they decided to go into public life at about the same time. One of them decided to go to the state house, the other one off to Washington. It could be an indication, but again, we don't know. It is too early, but it is a major victory, not just for Governor Milliken, but for the Republicans in that part of this country, because they thought that they were in for a very tough race up there, and it looked, all the signs were in the closing days of the campaign that Fitzgerald was closing the gap and closing it very effectively, but apparently he didn't close it enough.
Jessica, did they, excuse me, David.
I just wanted to point out that election in New Jersey is the first seat to be turned over. The first one held by the Republicans, now won by the Democrats.
That's right.
Jessica, you go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, President Carter was in New Jersey campaigning for Bradley. Did they think when you were talking to them about that helped?
Bill Bradley had the edge going into the campaign anyway. Jeffrey Bell was a relative unknown in the state. I mean, he had been active in state politics. He didn't have that much backing in the Republican organization. Cliff Case, of course, was Mr. Republican, Mr. New Jersey, and when Cliff Case didn't win the primary, Jeff Bell really didn't have all that much of a chance. Bill Bradley, of course, a very popular candidate, well-known basketball player, had a lot of celebrity backing, so it's no surprise, but it is, of course, the first turnover in the Senate tonight.
Suppose Bell might have won if he'd been a basketball star?
It would depend how well he played, I suppose.
Would you all like another turnover? We have a projection in the state of South Dakota. NBC News projects Congressman Larry Pressler as the winner in the Senate contest there against Donald Barnett, and that is the seat that was held by Jim Abourezk, who was a Democrat, so that we are now projecting another turnover in the Senate. Tom?
Not unexpected there, I think.
I think not.
And Pressler was expected to win handily going in. Let's take a look at some governor's races around the South at this hour. We're beginning to get some returns from the state of Florida, where we have a couple of new faces in Southern politics running. Just 1% of the precincts reporting thus far. The returns insignificant at this time and very close. The Democratic nominee there is 42-year-old Robert Graham. He's a young millionaire who shed his pinstripe suits and went out and worked at 100 different jobs around the state of Florida. He called himself a Graham Cracker in an effort to have a kind of populist identification. When he was in the state legislature, he was one of the liberal and progressive state legislators, but as a candidate for governor, he's been considerably more conservative than that. 65-year-old Jack Eckert is the Republican nominee in Florida. He has a little more money than Robert Graham. Mr. Eckert has a personal fortune worth $57.5 million as a result of a string of very successful drugstore chains. If that's a familiar name to you, Eckert, it's because he was the head of the General Services Administration. He was not at all tied to that scandal, but he was worried that it might hurt him in some way in his campaign. In Tennessee, two other young men, in this case, extremely well off. Jake Butcher is the Democratic nominee in Tennessee. We have not even marginal returns in at this time, something just over 500 votes that we've counted thus far. Jake Butcher is a young banker. He's done business in the past with Burt Lance. That's raised some eyebrows and some questions. Nothing has come of that so far. In 1977, Jake Butcher reported an income of $2.5 million. His brother is so concerned that if Jake Butcher is elected governor of Tennessee that he won't be able to get along on that state salary of $50,000, that he's offered to give him an allowance of $100,000 annually. The Republican nominee in Tennessee is Lamar Alexander, another young, wealthy lawyer. He walked the entire state of Tennessee this time in an effort to draw some attention to himself, and he became the subject of some controversy in the Tennessee governor's race because he was the part owner of a club in Gatlinburg with a rather catchy name of Ruby Tuesdays. In Georgia, we have already projected a winner in Georgia tonight. The incumbent Democratic governor in Georgia is George Busbee. 1% of the precincts reporting thus far. We are projecting that he will be re-elected to a 4-year term. He campaigned not as a workhorse, as he put it, rather not as a show horse, but as a workhorse. And by the way, Jake Butcher, that young Tennessee millionaire that we were talking about just a few moments ago, he lives now in a private home that we're told has 13 bathrooms. And through extensive checking, we were able to determine that the Tennessee governor's mansion has 6 bathrooms. So if he is elected tonight, he will be running a 7-bathroom deficit. David?
A net loss of 7 bathrooms?
A net loss of 7 bathrooms in Tennessee.
Well, he obviously is determined to sacrifice himself on the altar of public service.
Absolutely.
We'll be back after this.
Introducing a new American road car. The all-new Ford LTD for $79, with more front seat room, more rear seat room, more window area, and more handling ease than last year's LTD. Plus the power of a V8 engine standard. A road car to take you across town or across the country.
This land is your land. This land is my land.
To test drive the all-new LTD on your own roads, see your Ford dealer today.
70% of all cavities happen in back teeth and between teeth, where a toothbrush often misses. New Fluorogard dental rinse can help. Fluoride in a liquid. Say this picket fence is your teeth. Brushing the front is easy, but 70% of all cavities happen back here and in between. Fluorogard floods teeth with fluoride, reaches places brushing might miss. After brushing, rinse with good-tasting Fluorogard. Puts cavity-fighting fluoride where the danger is.
America's most efficient energy system, gas. Some people think we'll be out of it when the 21st century arrives. They're wrong. We can deliver more gas. We'll still be getting large amounts of gas from underground. We plan to increase these supplies with new gas from new sources, like gas made from coal. The future looks bright for new long-term technologies, too, but it still makes sense to use gas wisely.
These results are being watched with the most intense interest, needless to say, at the two parties' headquarters in Washington, the Republicans and the Democrats, and so we're going to switch there and see what's happening, what the mood is. First to the Republican National Committee and Chris Wallace. Chris?
David, the Republicans spent more than $12 million on this election, and the question tonight is, will they get their money's worth? As the evening begins, Republican leaders are predicting only modest gains, a pickup of 15 to 20 seats in the House, 4 to 6 governors, no gains in the Senate, and about 200 more seats in state legislative races. By historical standards, not much of an election. The Republicans feel they have been successful in drawing attention to economic issues. GOP ratings on controlling inflation and spending are up from recent years. But they acknowledge that the Democrats have also jumped on inflation, blunting the GOP attack. The Republicans' big hope tonight is the high number of close races across the country. 2 years ago, the Democrats took the vast majority of these races. Tonight, the Republicans hope that it's their turn. Chris Wallace at Republican National Headquarters.
The Democratic National Committee spent about $300,000 helping Democratic candidates in this election, about half what the Republicans spent. But here tonight, the mood is one of quiet optimism. Their spirits were buoyed by recent polls which show that many Democratic candidates have come ahead, making late gains in this campaign, that many Democratic candidates preempted issues that the Republicans had hoped to win on, taxes and inflation. The Democrats are realistic to know that they're going to lose some state houses, or think they probably will lose some state houses in this campaign. They think they'll hold their own in the Senate, where they currently hold 62 seats. But most of the officials here at this Democratic headquarters believe that the real battlefield in this 1978 election is going to be the House of Representatives. Chairman John White was here earlier. He said that he was gratified by the large turnout that's being forecast in many of the states. So the Democrats are waiting, quietly optimistic. Douglas Kiker, NBC News, the Democratic National Committee.
The thing to remember is that the average loss in one of these non-presidential years to the party in the White House has been, in this century, about 34 or 35 seats. So if you keep 34 or 35 in mind, then you can gauge for yourselves how well or how poorly the Democrats will do in the House today or tonight. And nobody expects them really to lose 35, but traditionally the average loss for the party in the White House in a non-presidential year is about 33 to 35 seats in the House. Jessica?
A couple of races we'd like to look at in the Senate, John. In Alabama, there are, of course, 2 Senate races. One was decided before the evening even began because no one wanted to run against one of the candidates was so strong there, Howell Heflin. But the other race, the race for the late Senator James Allen's seat, 2% of the precincts reporting in so far. And you see there that Donald Stewart, well ahead of his opponent, Republican James Jim Martin. In Georgia, we've already projected a winner there in Georgia. We project that Senator Sam Nunn will retain his Senate seat. 1% of the precincts reported, but we were already able to make that projection, 87% of the vote to Nunn. In Kentucky, another projection we were already able to make, 57% of the precincts reporting there. Democrat Walter D. Huddleston, 62% of the vote so far. In South Carolina, another projection that we made. Strom Thurmond, Republican, will be able to hang on to his Senate seat that he was fighting to hold on to from Pug Ravenel. There was a young man who came home to the state. He was a stockbroker, wealthy man, came home and ran for governor and was declared ineligible because he was too young, but he got name identification, ran against Strom Thurmond, and the issue in that campaign was whether Strom Thurmond, at 75 years old, was still able to handle the job. And so Strom Thurmond, to neutralize that issue, sent his 31-year-old wife and their 4 children, all under 8 years old, around the state in a van called the Strom Trek. And all of them wore T-shirts that said, "Vote for my daddy." And Strom finally wound it up by going to a birthday party for his son that was held at a firehouse, and he kept sliding down the fire pole to show how well he could do. Strom Thurmond there, we project, will be the winner in his state. Gentlemen?
Jessica, our NBC News AP poll takers they're all over the place. They're stopping people everywhere as they leave the polls. So far, they have stopped and asked questions of 25,000 people. And on one critical question, what they think the economy is likely to do in the next year, a measurement of their optimism. The mood of the country is pessimistic. Only 14% thought things would get better. 43% thought things, economically speaking, would get worse. 33% thought they would remain about the same. Of the small percentage of those who are optimistic, and there really aren't many, twice as many of those were Democrats as Republicans, because they tell us that Democrats historically take a rosier view of the future than Republicans do. I would not have any idea why. We'll be back in a moment.
Volare and Fairmont. I like them both.
Thousands of people compare Plymouth Volare and Ford Fairmont, and they're comparable. The same EPA size class, about the same mileage with comparable equipment. But they're different too. From seating for 6 to wheelbase and track, we think Volare 4-door's more car. Equipped with 6-cylinder engine and automatic transmission, sticker price is about the same. A solid, substantial car. That's Volare.
That's imagination. That's Plymouth.
Just gotta have a treat, oh, but you shouldn't eat. Wow, I could have had a V8. Snacking the whole night through, oh, what that does to you.
Wow, I could have had a V8.
V8 cocktail vegetable juice tastes great and is naturally low in calories. Just 35 calories a 6-ounce serving. But remember, the time to think of having a V8 is before you've had something else.
Wow, I could have had a V8.
Pretty confusing, but there's one that simply tells it like it is. Coronet, always a good buy. Now it's dramatically improved. It's softer and more absorbent than ever. Strong, too. Yet Coronet still costs less than most other national brands and gives you 125 towels to a roll. That's enough to put Coronet out front.
We now have a different kind of report this evening from Kenley Jones, who's at Magnolia Towers in Orlando, Florida, with somebody who's been voting for really quite a long time. Kenley?
John, I'm talking to Elmer Klebert, who's 83 years old. His wife Gladys is here sitting beside him. Mr. Klebert came to Florida from Chicago, and he's lived here now in Florida for quite some time. You told me earlier today that you were going to vote for new politicians and not the old ones, and I want you to tell me why.
Well, I believe that we should have all new people down in Washington. All the old ones haven't done anything for us, so let's put all the new ones in. That's my idea.
You think the new ones might do better than the old ones?
Well, if they don't, we can put them out again in 2 years or so, but at least we got a chance.
All that age and experience doesn't mean anything?
Not to me, you don't know.
Have politicians changed much during the time that you've been voting?
Well, I should say so. I would say they have changed an awful lot. All they do is just raise and tell you all the good things they're going to do for you. Raise your wages and cut taxes and so forth and so on. And then when they get down there, they don't do it. So what?
So they've changed for the worse?
They have changed for the worse.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Kenley Jones at Magnolia Towers in Orlando.
And NBC News now projects in the state of Tennessee Howard Baker to be the winner of that state senatorial contest this year. Howard Baker, who won handily the last time, got in a little trouble because of the Panama Canal. Jane Eskind, who was his opponent. Now, you'll see on there that we have very few votes, but we have analytical tools at our disposal that will enable us to make a projection. Baker, we felt all along, might be the winner, and these early returns that we have here tonight bear that out. In any case, Howard Baker is our projected winner to be reelected from the Senate in the state of Tennessee. And among the senators tonight that we have projected, as you saw on our map, the one that was, I think, the most interesting story so far was Charles Percy in Illinois, who had a very difficult time and was very far behind in the polls at one time, and he has come back, and And I don't... Have you seen any figures on him, Jessica?
No, we've not seen a breakdown on how well that he's doing right now, but he was projected a winner early enough in the evening with a somewhat sizable percentage of the vote. See if we can get a breakdown on it.
The one thing that I did notice about Chuck Percy was that I've been watching politics for a long time, and I don't think I ever saw a commercial on television from a politician that had such desperation in it as Chuck Percy's final television commercials, in which he said, "I know you've sent me a message. I've got the message. If you don't vote for me, I'm not going to be there to receive it." I thought that was an extraordinary moment, a kind of a poignant moment of great desperation of a politician trying to hold on to his job.
Well, the campaign had devalued to such a point with those charges back and forth, one calling the other, saying they had mob connections, saying, and then his opponent saying that he had there's some racial overtones, and it really got desperate down to the wire.
Well, I think accurately we ought to characterize what happened in Illinois as Mr. Seath's commercials really were regarded by people out there in both parties and at all the newspapers as really being pretty bad. And yes, it did get mixed up toward the end, but it was a tough contest, I thought, a very rough one.
Charles Percy even had Muhammad Ali in his corner. Muhammad Ali has been very active in this campaign.
Jesse Jackson as well.
Mississippi, but Muhammad Ali and Jesse Jackson both came out on behalf of Charles Percy at the end. There was some suggestion that he may be against blacks. Percy may be against blacks in one of the Seath ads.
And the other thing about the Percy race, which is so interesting, is the Percy-Seath race, is that Alex Seath, the Democrat, really adopted all the Republican conservative positions, as opposed to so many Democrats this year who are adopting the conservative positions of the Republican Party. It's getting very difficult to tell the Republicans and the Democrats apart, especially on the issues. That brings us up to this point. We'll have more election coverage after this.
Dave.
One of the political phenomena that have had a lot...
Decision 78 continues with a Tri-State Report, brought to you by American Airlines. Now here are Chuck Scarborough and Jack Cafferty.
And good evening to you once again. Welcome to News Center 4's coverage of election results in the tri-state area. Senate candidate Jeff Bell's campaign slogan was California has Proposition 13, New Jersey has Jeffrey Bell. And our computers have shown him to be 50% correct. Jack?
That's right. California still has Proposition 13, but as you heard on the network portion of our broadcast this evening, NBC News is now projecting that Bill Bradley, the former New York Knicks star, will win the Senate race in New Jersey. He will take over the seat vacated by Clifford Case, Jeffrey Bell beating Case in the primary. And it's quite a story for Mr. Bradley. He's 35 years old. He's never run for office in his life. He was, besides playing with the Knicks, he went to Princeton University. He was a Rhodes Scholar and went to Oxford. He even took a run at this business. He was a CBS radio correspondent for a time. And his first rattle out of the box, he is going to Washington, and he is going to the United States Senate. We'll take a look at the board now, and we'll be able to give you an idea. Although we have precious few votes counted from over there, we are projecting that Bill Bradley will win with, or he's getting rather, 51% of the votes that have been counted thus far to Jeffrey Bell's 49%. However, I believe the projection is that Mr. Bradley is going to win quite handily in New Jersey. And we now have Jim Ryan standing by at Bradley headquarters over at the Meadowlands Hilton in Secaucus, and we're going to switch to him for this live report. Jim?
Jack, when the announcement came here of the NBC projection of Bradley's victory, well, it was met with kind of a mild applause, as if everybody kind of expected that to happen. Later on, the band started playing, and things got a lot more raucous. They might just start any second now, so be prepared for a blast if they do. At any rate, I talked with Bradley earlier this evening and tried to get some idea of what his priorities would be if he went to Washington.
Campaign, I've said I wanted to get to the United States Senate to focus national attention on New Jersey and be an advocate for our interests. And my hopes for committee assignments would be based upon those criteria. But that's, at this time, a little far in the future. And we want to get through the next couple of hours before we make any statements about committees.
Yeah, it's interesting to note two things that you might expect that were consequent to Bradley's victory, and that were that an overwhelming number of Democratic voters voted for Bradley. You'd expect that. And an overwhelming number of liberal voters just voted for Bradley. You'd expect that also. What you wouldn't expect is that almost half of the voters who said they were in favor of the tax cut issue voted for Bradley. A surprise. Back to the studio.
As you can imagine, there's not much to cheer about here at Jeff Bell's headquarters in Trenton. The candidate is upstairs on the 6th floor watching the returns and the projections. His supporters, what few are here, are watching on the monitors, and no cheers, not even mild applause. No official statement, no concession here for at least an hour. Now back to Jack in the studio.
All right, thank you very much. That, of course, was Jim Collis at Jeff Bell's headquarters. The Republicans had been looking at Jeff Bell's campaign nationally very carefully. They were looking to see if his tax-cutting dialogue was going to have some impact. Apparently, it does not. In Connecticut, Governor Ella Grasso is trying to win re-election to another term of office. We have a few scattered returns beginning to come in from Connecticut now. We'll go to the board and take a look. Again, it is too early to call. Only 1% of the precincts reporting at this point, and she has a 20 percentage points lead over her opponent up there, Michael Saracen. And so we will switch now to the Grasso headquarters in Windsor Locks, where Bill Ryan is standing by at Governor Grasso's home. Bill?
Jack, just a little bit south of there, actually, at the Democratic Central Committee in Hartford. But that's where the governor is, in Windsor Locks, taking in the returns. Probably getting them a little bit more quickly than they're coming in here to the committee. They're being posted on the wall opposite me. I'm told that we can expect the governor to come down here somewhere between 8:45 and 9:15. That is not necessarily when she's going to say something. That's when she'll get here. Now to Mary Alice Williams at Saracen headquarters.
Bill, we do know that city voters have apparently stayed away from the polls. Voting has been heavy in the suburbs, and that's considered a good sign for Republicans like Ronald Saracen. In his hotel suite upstairs just a few minutes ago, he told us that high school students had given him a 2-to-1 margin, and he's banking on that, but the polls do show that Governor Grasso's in the lead. I'm Mary Alice Williams, now to Chuck Scarborough in New York.
All right, Mary Alice, thank you very much. And as we told you at the beginning of the cut-in this time, that we do have a projected winner, Bill Bradley. He will go to the United States Senate, and we'll be back with more on that for you in a moment.
On American Airlines, you get what you pay for. As a full-fare passenger, only you can select a seat when you make your reservation. You can select seats for your whole trip, including connections and your flight back home. And you can get all your boarding passes at once to avoid all those lines. On American, you finally get the full-fare treatment you deserve. You get what you pay for.
We're American Airlines, doing what we do best.
Carl, tell me, you've been watching the New Jersey race, and how do you feel about a 35-year-old former basketball player who in his first attempt for elected office becomes a United States Senator?
Well, the choice was between him and a 34-year-old who had never even played basketball. As the fellow said, he couldn't even...
Well, if you can dribble, you can vote, I guess, right?
But just right quick, let me, in analyzing this, tell you that Jim Ryan already gave us a good analysis. The other part of it was Proposition 13 appeal didn't take off in New Jersey because they already have a cap on their spending.
We're taking off right now. See you later.
New York City, you think of liberty. When you think of San Francisco, cable cars you see. From the Ryan to Pacific to New England shores. When you think of toys for your family, think of our stores. When you think of toys, think of Toys R Us.
New Woman tells you about a simple way to wash off 10 years from your face without drugs or surgery, and how to lose weight while you keep eating those yummy foods. Pick up New Woman magazine today.
Take a break with Bob and Mary, weekdays 4 to 5 here on 4.
NBC News continues its election night report. Decision 78. Here is David Brinkley.
We're back, and I have two projections. One of them, or maybe both of them. One of them may be a surprise. In Tennessee, our projection in the race for governor in Tennessee is that the winner is Lamar Alexander. the Republican. That is a governor's seat the Republicans have taken away from the Democrats, the first one so far tonight. And another projection in Maryland. Our projected winner in Maryland in the election of a governor is Harry Hughes, the Democrat. Harry Hughes, Democrat governor in Maryland. Now if we can take a look at our map, and let me point out to you its more salient features and colors. The blue lights, of course, indicate, in the case of governors, that we have called a Republican winner. The red lights indicate we have called a Democratic winner. Those that are still a sort of pale yellowish beige mean that so far we haven't called anybody because we don't have the figures yet. And the states that remain dark do not have any races of governors or senators this year. Now we're going to take a look at the summary of the election so far. We see that we have called 3 Democratic governors, we have called 3 Republican governors, and there is one change. The Republicans, as I've just said in Tennessee, took the governorship by our projection away from the Democrats. Now the elections of senators, as shown on our map, the same colors, of course. Republican senators we have called are shown in blue, Democratic senators shown in red. In Alabama, as you see, it's only half red. It's because there's another race there. There are 2 this year, and we haven't been able to call that one yet. We will in due time. The summary of the senatorial elections at this point is as you see it. We've called the Democrats as electing 5 senators, the Republicans electing 4 senators. Don Harris of our staff in California is talking to a man who in just this very year has become something of a national figure. He may in fact wind up on Mount Rushmore or something equivalent. Howard Jarvis. Don, come in and tell us about it.
Howard Jarvis has to be something unique because he isn't running for political office, and yet everybody is asking him what he thinks about the election and how things are going. Mr. Jarvis, there are 10 states that have tax reform bills on the ballot that could change or immediately cut taxes in the state. Let's take Michigan. That's the one we're going to get first results on. How do you predict the outcome in Michigan?
I think that the Tisch Amendment will pass. My information is that people are going to vote for both of them. They both may pass. But if they do, the Tisch Amendment will prevail in the important areas of the law, and the people in Michigan will be blessed with a tax cut.
But suppose the Tisch Amendment passes, suppose the Headley Amendment passes, there is yet a 3rd tax reform measure on the ballot.
Yes, I don't think that one's going anywhere. I didn't see any particular movement for that, although it's always possible. But I think the Tisch Amendment, if it passes, will help the people of the state of Michigan and give them a real property tax reduction, yes.
In California, Proposition 13 turned out not to be much of a factor in the governor's race, for example. Brown originally opposed 13. He's ahead in the polls. Younger endorsed 13. He's behind in the polls. Do you really see tax reform and the candidates' positions on tax reform as being a major factor in the elections?
Oh, absolutely. The fact that what really happened in California is, I'm sorry to say, is Evel Younger blew the whole campaign.
It's a strange thing for a Republican to say.
Well,
you are a Republican.
I know, but the tax issue is not in politics. He first said that he would vote for it, but he wouldn't campaign for it. And Jerry Brown went all over the state campaigning against it in the strongest possible terms. So now we come down to the end of the election, and Brown turns around and goes for 13, and Younger sort of slides slowly along and finally comes out half-heartedly for 13. If Younger had endorsed 13 in the beginning, there'd have been a big fight for the governor of California.
All right,
Brown
we'll see.
yes, or Brown against, and Younger for. And I think Younger would have won.
We'll find out how true your projections are, and we'll check with you later in the evening when we get more returns.
Right.
Don Harris, NBC News in Los Angeles.
And we have more projections coming in now that the returns are rolling in. NBC News in the state of Connecticut projects Ella Grasso to be reelected as the Democratic governor of the state of Connecticut. And there you see a small number of votes in, Grasso with 60% of those votes. And in the state of South Carolina, NBC News projects Richard Riley to be the winner in that state's gubernatorial contest, taking the place of Governor James Edwards, a Republican who is ineligible. Riley is a Democrat, and that's important, and there you see the balance of forces on those votes. And also, in the Alabama Senate race, they have two in Alabama this year, NBC News is projecting Donald Stewart, State Senator Donald Stewart, as the winner, the projected winner of the contest against James Martin, former congressman, for the seat that was vacated by Marion Allen, the widow of Senator Allen. And so those are our projections now. Jessica, does that spur any thoughts on your part?
It surprises me a little bit, only because there were some last-minute revelations that Stewart had electroshock therapy in high school, and that was revealed late in the campaign, and it was thought that maybe that would affect this somewhat, but apparently it hasn't. He's doing as well as had been originally expected a couple of weeks ago. John, I would like to take a look at some of the races in the South where there are, again, no surprises. In Tennessee, Howard Baker running against Jane Eskin, newcomer to politics, one of two women running for the Senate this year. We don't have that much of the vote in, but there's enough our computers tell us to say that even though we don't have that many precincts in, that Howard Baker is going to be able to win that race. In Virginia, the race between John Warner, Republican, and Democrat Andrew Miller, 3% of the precincts reporting. This one is close. It's been going back and forth all evening. At this point, it shows Miller ahead there. He's got 52% of the vote to Warner's 48%. And John Warner, if you'll remember, of course, is known as the husband of actress Elizabeth Taylor. And that vote, as we say, has been close, and we'll be watching that race in Virginia. Another southern race in West Virginia, an interesting race here. No precincts in yet, a couple of votes. We're able to say at this point it's running very close. Arch Moore, the governor of the state from was governor of the state, left in 1976. Jennings Randolph trying to hang on to his Senate seat. He has been in Congress since Franklin D. Roosevelt. That race is very close. In Mississippi, a race that is very interesting. Mississippi has the largest percentage of black voters anywhere in the country. We have no precincts reporting. A little bit of the vote is in, and in the others column happens to be independent Charles Evers, the brother of slain civil rights leader Medgar Evers. And if it turns out that way, even though there's not that much of a vote in, if it turns out that way, it could be that Evers could have enough of the vote to split the ticket. And in that case, instead of Maurice Danton, the Democrat, winning, it could be Republican Thad Cochran. That'd be the first time Mississippi had a Republican senator since Reconstruction. That's the way it looks in the South at this point, John.
In the state of Arkansas, there's an interesting young man running there, the Attorney General. His name is Bill Clinton, and he's 32 years old. I think Brokaw will support me in that.
That's right, he's 32.
And when we think about him, he'd be very young if he got elected. We always think about a man who was elected a governor of a state at age 31 back in 1938. And that man, some of you may recall, is Harold Stassen. And guess where Harold Stassen is now? With Carol Simpson.
Thank you, John. As you say, we are with Governor Harold Stassen, who last ran for the presidency in 1968 and was governor of Minnesota in 1942. Governor Stassen, the Republicans are awfully optimistic tonight in Minnesota. Why?
Yes, we're looking for good news for the Republicans in Minnesota tonight. We have very strong candidates, and we've been rebuilding the party all year. And then, of course, we recognize that the loss of Hubert Humphrey was a very serious loss to the Democrats, and even though Walter Mondale and President Carter tried to fill in, they haven't been able to do it.
How important has the tax revolt fever sweeping the country been here in Minnesota?
It's been important, but more particular, they're feeling that the Democrats have been very wasteful and a lot of corruption, and that we do have Republicans who are trustworthy, and I believe they're going to come through to sweeping victories tonight in Minnesota.
Thank you very much, Governor Harold Stassen. It will be another 20 minutes before the polls close in Minnesota, and we'll find out if the Republicans' optimism is justified. Carol Simpson, NBC News in Bloomington, Minnesota.
I don't know how many times we've seen Mr. Stassen on these election night programs and seen him running. It's always nice to see him.
He has run in 20% of the presidential elections in the entire history of the United States.
Well, and he still looks pretty good. We do have this to report from the bluegrass area in Kentucky around Frankfort. The Democrats have lost a congressional seat to the Republicans there. A Republican named Larry Hopkins has won the seat. 96% of the precincts are reporting in, and there's a turnover, Democrat to Republican. We'll be back with more after this.
When the first Bell helicopter got off the ground in 1943, it was slower than a family car. Even so, some people thought there'd be a helicopter in every driveway someday. It never happened. But a lot of other things did, enough to create 12,000 jobs at the Bell Helicopter Division of Textron. And that's just a part of the helicopter industry. Instead of a family car, the helicopter became a workhorse, an ambulance that always has a green light, a crane that'll lift 3 tons, a fire engine that doesn't need ladders or roads. Who could have foreseen all this in 1943? The helicopter found its place because Bell and its competitors were free to respond to needs as they developed and free to keep working on ideas for tomorrow. Competing to find better ways to meet the needs of a changing world. That's what private enterprise is all about. And that's what we do at every division of Textron.
Every day I got 54 kids to deliver. So when nagging minor arthritis pain and its stiffness get a grip on me, I grab Ben Gay. Ben Gay's fast temporary relief works deep down to break up the pain in my muscles and joints. That's why Ben Gay is America's #1 selling arthritis rub. I know it really works for me.
When the pain of arthritis has you in its grip, break the grip of pain with Ben Gay.
We're back, and we have 2 projected winners, both in Arkansas, both Democrats. David Pryor, we project, is the winner in the election for a senator in Arkansas. David Pryor, now the governor, running for the Senate. We project him to be the winner. In the election of a governor in Arkansas, we project Bill Clinton, the Democrat, the winner. And he is, I believe, 31 years old. Is that what you said? 32 years old. Youngest governor in the country, one of the youngest in our history. Those are the figures as we have them at the moment. As you see, they are not voluminous of the figures we have brought in. We have other sources of information, and the projection is based on that. Two projected winners in Arkansas, both Democrats, and both of their seats were already held by Democrats, so there is no change there. One of the controversies, and continuing controversies in this country, is over whether women should be allowed to have abortions whenever they want them. Our NBC News AP poll asked people their opinions on this question today. So far, we have 26,000 of them counted and computed. Asked whether any woman who wants an abortion should be able to get one. Of those questioned, 50% said yes, she should have an abortion when and if she wants it. 39% said no, she should not. The rest were just not sure. When we broke down those figures, we got some interesting results. We found that the percentages were the same for men and women. When we broke them down still further among people of various religions, we found that most Protestants and most Jews favored abortions on demand. Most Catholics opposed it. Another question about the best way to fight inflation, and that is a question on which we have found nobody who did not have an opinion, or very few. 39% said cut federal spending. Not a majority, but it was the first of the options offered. Price and wage control, 23% thought that was the best idea. And of cutting taxes, 6% thought that was the way to do it. All during the campaign, the Republican Party has, of course, made a big issue of tax cutting, but it seems not to have paid off for them very well. Tom?
David, you just projected, as you said, the Attorney General of Arkansas, now elected governor. He is 32-year-old Bill Clinton. That state is developing a tradition for electing young men to the governor's offices there. Dale Bumpers and David Pryor. Pryor has now been projected to senator. Clinton has his eye on the Senate at some point as well, we're told. He came out of the McGovern campaign, Yale Law School, and he was a Rhodes Scholar. In Tennessee, another young man, this one a Republican. We're projecting in Tennessee. A bit of an upset tonight. That state house goes to the Republicans. Lamar Alexander, a 38-year-old lawyer who was a member of the Nixon White House staff. We are projecting that he is the winner there. He was a television commentator in Tennessee, and apparently the voters of that state didn't hold that against him. He ran against a man by the name of Jake Butcher, a very wealthy young banker who will now be able to go back to his material comforts of a large private mansion, a private lake, and a 2-engine private jet. In Florida, here's how it stands thus far in Florida, if we can take a look at the vote there. 2 men from Miami, 10% of the precincts reporting thus far.
The Democratic nominee is Robert Graham, a land developer worth about $4.5 million. As you can see, with 10% of the precincts reporting, he has an 8-point lead over Jack Eckerd, a 65-year-old drugstore millionaire who was the former head of the General Services Administration. More Democrats than Republicans in Florida, but occasionally it will cross party lines. Graham campaigning hard in the middle and northern part of the state. He even has his campaign headquarters in Tampa, even though he's from Miami. In South Carolina, we are projecting that Richard Riley, who ran Jimmy Carter's presidential campaign in that state in 1976, Richard Riley, we are projecting the new governor of South Carolina, replacing an outgoing Republican. So far, there's been a switch. In Tennessee, the Republicans pick up one, but they lose one in South Carolina. And in Michigan, we are projecting that Republican Governor William Milliken, running for his third term, will be reelected. He was in a very tough race against a young state legislator out there, 36-year-old William Fitzgerald, who had an awful lot of help from both Jimmy Carter and Ted Kennedy and from other well-known Democrats across the country. But Milliken, a moderate Republican, a big victory for the Republicans in Michigan then, as we are projecting that he will serve now a third term as governor of that important and populous state.
Tom, wasn't it Jake Butcher in Tennessee, our projected loser, who rented a baseball stadium and fed barbecue to 16,000 people?
He did indeed.
Would you assume that some of those came, ate his barbecue, and then voted against him?
It appears that way. Barbecue apparently is replacing chicken as the staple on the circuit because the Republican candidate for governor in New Mexico said this year, the Bible says that man cannot get along on bread alone, but as a candidate, I can tell you, you can do pretty well on barbecue.
May I just tell one Jake Butcher story here very quickly? Jake Butcher was spending so much money in the primary in Tennessee trying to be elected governor that they said of him, of his campaign, that if you called Butcher's headquarters on primary day and asked for a ride to the polls, they'd let you keep the car.
Do you think we might find that this election has been inflationary?
Well, the costs go up.
We'll be back after this.
No! Now, don't you do it again. Hold yourself together.
I say, talking to a trash bag?
I have to. It's very undependable.
Well, then get hefty bonded two-ply trash bags. They're double dependable. See? There's a tough outside layer to resist tears up and down, bonded to a strong inside layer for strength side to side. Hefty bonded two-ply. It's one bag that's
double dependable.
You can count on it.
Ford introduces a new wagon for the American road. The all-new LTD Country Squire for $79. A new wagon with more driver convenience, more handling ease, more window area, and more passenger room than last year's Country Squire.
This land is your land. This land is my land.
The all-new Ford LTD Country Squire for $79. See it at your Ford dealer now.
What's the most efficient way to cook? Gas. It's America's most efficient energy system. You can make it even more efficient with a new energy-saving gas range with features like automatic pilotless ignition that cuts gas use up to 30%, fast convection ovens, and more. If it's time to replace your old gas range, remember, the future belongs to the efficient.
Our poll takers today have asked people, among many other questions, whether they thought President Carter should run for re-election again 2 years from now. In the past, more people have said no than yes, though in the poll taken just after Camp David, half said yes, they would like for him to run again. But today, only 37% of those asked said they would like Mr. Carter to run again. 42% said no, they would not. And the remainder of the people had not made up their minds one way or the other. Only a little over half of those who called themselves Democrats wanted him to run again, and only about half of those who voted for him last time wanted him to run again. So it appears there is some work remaining for Mr. Carter to do, political work. John?
We're talking about seats that the parties are losing to one another in the House of Representatives. We did report on the 6th District in Kentucky not long ago. That is going to a Republican, or has gone to a Republican, taken from the Democrats. That's the first time the Democrats have lost that seat in bluegrass country in 50 years, and the only second time since the Civil War. And here's one that's very interesting in terms of the personalities involved. Most of us remember Senator Edward Gurney from his appearances on the Watergate Committee, his defense of Richard Nixon, and later the charges that were filed against him by the Department of Justice. Well, he was acquitted on all of those charges, and he is rehabilitating himself by running in his old district for a seat in the House of Representatives. He is not ahead tonight. With about a fifth of the precincts in, Gurney is losing to state legislature Bill Nelson, who has quite a sizable lead with about 23% of the precincts reporting. If Gurney doesn't win that, that means a Republican seat in Florida goes to the Democrats. Now, let's have a look at some of the senators who are our projected winners so far this evening. We would like to review some of them. We've made a number of calls in terms of the Senate. As you can see, Chuck Percy in Illinois has been called by us as a senator. That was a very important one, very difficult race. Sam Nunn in Georgia, David Pryor in Arkansas, Donald Stewart in Alabama, Walter Huddleston in Kentucky, and South Carolina, blue on your map there, Strom Thurmond, and next to it, blue on the map for Republican Howard Baker in the state of Tennessee. In New Jersey, that is colored red for Democrat on our map. Bill Bradley is our projected winner. Larry Pressler in South Dakota, a Republican, you see it there on your map, is a projected winner. And that's about the way it stands now in the, did I mention Bill Clinton, our projected winner in, he's a governor. He's a gubernatorial candidate. In any case, that's where we stand as of this hour, and we'll be back with more coverage of the 1978 election after this.
Decision 78 continues with the Tri-State Report. Brought to you by Citibank and by Amoco. Now here are Chuck Scarborough and Jack Cafferty.
Good evening and welcome back to our coverage of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. We have some votes in now. We're getting some numbers, some information from Connecticut, New Jersey, where the polls have already closed. As we've been telling you and told you earlier in the evening, Bill Bradley has won election to the United States Senate in New Jersey. He will defeat Republican Jeffrey Bell. In addition, in New Jersey, there are 15 congressional seats up for grabs tonight, and we'll be reporting on 12 of them. And as I mentioned, we're beginning to get some vote totals in now, so we're going to go to the boards and take a quick look at some very early returns in the various congressional districts over there. In the 3rd District, Democrat James Howard is the incumbent. He has a very early lead over his challenger, Republican Bruce Cole, with only 5% of the precincts reporting. Too early to call that one. In the 4th District, the incumbent is Frank Thompson. Again, he is leading right now quite handily, but only 3% of the precincts reporting. He is way ahead of Republican Christopher Smith. In the 5th New Jersey Congressional District, the incumbent is a Republican, Millicent Fenwick. Excuse me, we have lost the board. We will tell you that in the 5th New Jersey Congressional District, the incumbent is Republican Millicent Fenwick. The challenger is a Democrat by the name of John Fahey, and with 6% of the precincts reporting, the incumbent is doing quite nicely at this point. We are, again, talking about very, very early returns. There's one where we have absolutely nothing to report. We will tell you that the incumbent is Andrew McGuire, the challenger Republican Margaret Rockema. Some say that Ms. Rockema's campaign did gain some strength late in the going, and she may, in fact, show very well. The next district that we'll be reporting on this evening is the 8th Congressional District. The incumbent there is a Democrat, Robert Rowe. He's been in the House for 9 years. The challenger is Thomas Malani, the Republican, with 1% of the precincts in. The incumbent is leading by quite a margin. Closer to home, the 9th Congressional District is just across the Hudson River. It includes towns of Teaneck, Bergenfield, Fort Lee, Tenafly, and an interesting story there. We have very few votes in, but there Henry Helstosky is the ex-congressman from that district who is trying to get elected again. He is now running on the independent ticket. He was indicted for bribery in 1976, and Mr. Hollenbeck, Harold Hollenbeck, the Republican, now holds that seat, but Helstosky is trying to make a comeback. It's not expected that he's going to. Nicholas Mastorelli is also in the race. It's his first try for elective office. The 10th New Jersey Congressional District, Peter Rodino is the incumbent. He has been there for 30 years. He has won 15 consecutive elections. We have no votes in as yet. He is a heavy favorite to defeat the Republican John Pelt. In the 11th District, the incumbent, Democrat Joseph Minish, running against Republican Julius Feld, and with 1% of the precincts reporting, the incumbent again about a 2-vote-to-1 margin. The 12th Congressional District in New Jersey, the incumbent is Republican Matthew Rinaldo, and he's running against the Democrat Richard McCormick. And we could tell you that Mr. Rinaldo has been in the House of Representatives for a period of 6 years. He is trying to be reelected. We have no votes in. The 13th District, Democrat Helen Minor. She is one of 2 women representatives from the state of New Jersey. She is running against Republican challenger James Corder with 3% of the precincts reporting. It's close there, but much too early to determine the outcome as yet. In the 14th District in New Jersey, Democrat Frank Guarini running against Republican Henry Hill, and this is an open seat. Neither of these are an incumbent. We have apparently, yes, no returns in yet over there at all. We'll be getting those probably later on. And the last congressional district that we'll be reporting for you here this evening is the 15th Congressional District, where the incumbent Democrat Edward Patton is running against Republican Charles Wiley, and with 2% of the precincts reporting. Close race, but again, very, very early, only 1,800 votes in. We'll be back with more of our tri-state coverage right after these messages.
An important message to people throughout the New York area. Now you can earn interest on your checking at Citibank. We've taken advantage of a new law and will now offer you 5% interest on checking, the highest interest any bank can pay, even savings banks. 5% checking is the newest addition to 24-hour Citi card banking. At Citibank, we think our customers deserve a lot of easy ways to earn more interest. 5% checking is the newest. Get it. You deserve it.
The city never sleeps. Citibank. You expect more from a leader.
You expect innovative ideas from Amoco. We were a leader in developing lead-free gasoline, the first major brand with 2 grades of lead-free, the first with premium lead-free. Amoco Premium Lead-Free, proven by experience to help stop engine run-on, to burn smoother and help stop knock. And even improve mileage because you don't have to change the timing to prevent knock. Amoco Premium Lead-Free.
As you've already heard this evening, Ella Grasso is our projected winner in the race for governor in Connecticut. 38% of the registered voters are Democrats in Connecticut. Governor Grasso got their support and got much more to take this election. And Tony Guida has more from our News Center 4 Associated Press poll. Tony?
Chuck, our poll shows that Ella Grasso won re-election by keeping the loyalty of key groups of voters and by winning the respect of most Connecticut voters. Among the state's largest ethnic group, Mrs. Grasso's own Italian Americans, 65% voted for her. She won 60% among women voters, and a healthy majority, 54%, gave Governor Grasso a job rating of good or excellent. 9 out of 10 of those people also gave her their votes. She did well among black voters, she did well in the cities, and among supporters of women's rights. And most important, she showed strength in virtually every sector of the electorate. Chuck?
All right, thank you very much. We are now just about 2 minutes, about a minute and a half away from the polls closing in New York. And we have some very, very interesting races in New York to look for. We expect to get some results shortly after the polls close because we have a very tight governor's race. It's been seesawing back and forth in the polls. All right, Jack, why don't we widen out here and we'll draw Jack into this?
Yeah, we've got I think we can do a quick look at a board, Chuck. We apparently have some returns on the Essex County executive race. The electorate over there reorganized the Essex County government in 1977, and they have a race on this evening for the chief political job over there. And with very early returns in, the Democrat, Peter Shapiro, is way, way out in front of Robert Notty. The independent candidate is a gentleman by the name of Stuart Braun. And at this point, Mr. Braun is having a tough evening. But again, not even 1% of the precincts reporting. We'll be watching that as well as the highlight question. There are 3 congressional districts in Connecticut, all of the New York statewide races, so we'll be back.
Indeed, we expect to have returns shortly from New York, so we'll see you in about 20 minutes' time.
Beyond the blue horizon waits a beautiful day.
It's not just
just what you do. It's where you do it. The United States Virgin Islands.
Beyond the blue horizon lies a rising sun.
Take a break with Bob and Mary, weekdays 4 to 5 on 4.
From the NBC News Election Center in New York, Decision 78. Reported by John Chancellor, David Brinkley, Tom Brokaw, and Jessica Savage. Here is John Chancellor.
And Howard Baker in the state of Tennessee, our projected winner to be reelected as that state's Republican senator, is making this statement.
I'm also proud, my friends, to be able to say that the people of Tennessee have restated their confidence that the Republican Party is their statement of the future by the election, by their election of a Republican governor tonight, too. We've come a long way together, Republicans have in this state. A long time we didn't do very much, except here in John's district and in Jimmy Quillen's to the east. But we became a full-fledged statewide party only a few years ago. But now we've recovered the ground that we lost. Now we're in a position, after this race, with my humble gratitude to you for giving me an opportunity to continue of service in the United States Senate, and with the election of a Republican governor, the Republican Party is ready now to become the majority voice in this state.
And that was Senator Howard Baker referring to Lamar Alexander, who is our projected winner, another Republican, to be the next governor of the state of Tennessee. We have some projections in the state of Oklahoma. As far as the Senate race is concerned, in the state of Oklahoma, David Boren is our projected winner. That will still be for a few days, Governor David Boren, who left the governor's office to run for the Senate, and he is our projected winner. And in terms of the governor of Oklahoma, Lieutenant Governor George Nye, another Democrat, is our projected winner for that. So that means that in the state of Oklahoma, Dewey Bartlett's old seat in the Senate, which was a Republican seat, has now gone to David Boren, a Democrat. Let's have a look at the maps and see where we stand now at this hour of this 1978 election. In terms of governors, you see there Jim Thompson in Illinois, Lamar Alexander in Tennessee, two of our projected winners for governor. We also see George Busby in Georgia. We see Harry Hughes in Maryland. We see a number of others. William Milliken, a Republican in Michigan, is our projected winner as far as the governors, which brings us to this numerical summary at this hour of how the governors are standing. We calculate now that seven Democratic governors have been elected and 3 Republican governors have been elected so far. And now, looking at the map, let's see how there you see it on your board. And let's look at the map and see about the Senate. There's the Senate map, and as you can see on the Senate map, we have projected Donald Stewart in Alabama, David Pryor in Arkansas, Sam Nunn in Georgia, Charles Percy, an interesting race in Illinois, Walter Huddleston in Kentucky, Bill Bradley in New Jersey, David Boren in Oklahoma, Strom Thurmond, who may be making an appearance during this hour, stay tuned, in South Carolina, Larry Pressler in South Dakota, and in Tennessee, you just saw him, Howard Baker. And that brings us to the numerical summary that the Democrats have been elected to, or projected winners in 8 Senate seats and taken 1. That's what that +1 means, taken 1 from the Republicans, and the Republicans so far have been elected, projected winners by us in 4 contests. David? Oh, sorry, Tom?
In Oklahoma, George Nye, who was the lieutenant governor there for many years, campaigned in a white hat as the good guy, and it apparently paid off for him. He's the projected winner in Oklahoma, the new Democratic governor of that state. In Pennsylvania, a state that has been ridden by scandal for the past 4 years during the Democratic administration of Governor Milton Schaap. Schaap is not running for re-election. The Democratic nominee is Pete Flaherty, the former mayor of Pittsburgh, a former member of Jimmy Carter's Justice Department, running against Richard Thornburg, a U.S. attorney in Pennsylvania who prosecuted a lot of members of the Milton Schaap administration. just a few votes in at this time, less than 200, well, just over 200, as you can see there, and so we still do not have enough of a vote to give you any kind of a reading in Pennsylvania. It's one of the races that we'll be watching carefully. Another state that was hit hard by scandals during the past 4 years, another state with a Democratic governor incumbent, that's the state of Maryland. It began this term with Marvin Mandel as the governor, and then the lieutenant governor took over when Mandel was found guilty on several counts of a variety of corruption. And so Blair Lee became the governor, and then he was knocked off in the Democratic primary by a man by the name of Harry Hughes, the former Secretary of Transportation in the Mandel cabinet. Harry Hughes resigned as a matter of principle, then came back to run in the primary, and as you can see, we are projecting he is the new governor of Maryland. In Connecticut, we are projecting that Ella Grasso, re-elected governor of Connecticut, a Democrat. 1% of the precincts reporting thus far, based on our samples of key precincts around the state, Ella Grasso will be re-elected governor of Connecticut. No surprise there. She's one of 2 women governors in the country, the first one to be elected on her own just 4 years ago. Ella Grasso in Connecticut had the help from all of the Carters with the exception of Amy, the president, Rosalind, Chip Carter, and even Ms. Lillian, who went to Connecticut and said, "I thought your governor was fat and sweaty," but she's not fat and sweaty at all, and she's still the governor. David?
Tom, here's how it stands at this moment. These are not net losses or gains. It's too early to give those. But the Republicans have lost a Senate seat in New Jersey and have lost one in Oklahoma. The Democrats have lost one in South Dakota. Among governors, the Democrats have lost a seat in South Carolina and lost one in Tennessee. We'll be back in a minute.
Until 1914, this was the way to keep 2 pieces of paper together. Ouch. Then Tom Briggs developed the Bostitch stapler. It was obviously a good idea, so soon everyone was using it. But Bostitch didn't stop there, because when you find a good way to solve one problem, you can often use it to solve others. In fact, you have to if you want to stay ahead of the competition. You can add power and drive staples and nails into wood and concrete and even steel. So today the Bostitch division of Textron is using this simple idea for holding papers together to cut costs in everything from building boats to building houses. It's making the job easier for thousands of different people around the world, as many Textron products do. Always looking for new ideas and new ways to use them. That's what private enterprise is all about. And that's what we do at every division of Textron.
When you work or play too hard, pain can grip you as muscle aches. Break the grip of pain with Ben Gay. When minor arthritis pain flares up, even simple tasks can be painful chores. Break the grip of pain with Ben Gay. Ben Gay's fast, temporary relief breaks up nagging pain and its stiffness where it lives deep down in your muscles and joints. That's why Ben Gay is America's #1 selling pain relief rub. So when pain has you in its grip, break the grip of pain with Ben Gay.
We have 2 projections. First in Minnesota, an interesting one and perhaps a big surprise. We project the Republican Durenberger as the winner in the race for the Senate. Durenberger, the Republican, we project as the winner in the Minnesota election of a senator. We project that he has defeated Bob Short, the Democrat. This is the old Hubert Humphrey seat. Now we have a projection in Delaware. We project that Senator Joseph Biden, the Democrat, has been re-elected, and that has been expected all along. Jessica?
Well, the Biden race, as you say, was no surprise, but the fact that there's a Republican in Hubert Humphrey's seat certainly is. I think it probably is reflective of the fact that the Farmer Labor Party just couldn't get organized, despite the fact that Walter Mondale went out there, the vice president went out there, Mrs. Humphrey asked that they please get organized and support Short.
Mr. James Earl Carter of Plains, Georgia, made 2 visits there to the state to work with those people.
Mondale has practically lived there.
The thing is, it was, I believe, that there was a Representative Donald Frazier in the primary lost out. That was the candidate that they wanted to support. Instead, Short funded his own campaign. He ran, didn't get the party backing, and so the seat went to a Republican. That is a surprise, according to our projections. A couple of other races where there maybe were no surprises. In Arkansas, let's take a look at the figures there. Governor David Pryor, the present governor, we project winning over Tom Kelly. Tom Kelly really didn't expect to win that race. As a matter of fact, his His campaign slogan was, Kelly, sooner or later you will know he is right. So he wants the voters of Arkansas to know that even though he might not have had a chance in that race, there will be other races and he will be back. In Oklahoma, NBC News has projected that David Bourne will win over Republican David Bourne over Robert Cam. Democrat, excuse me, I'm sorry, Democrat in that Oklahoma race. In New Jersey, no surprise also, with 8% of the precincts reporting Bradley over Bell, 53% of the vote. Bill Bradley, the Democratic winner in the New Jersey Senate race, was the man who apparently picked the right issue. Our polls show that between an outright tax cut and inflation, that was more of a concern to most people. Bradley's opponent, Jeff Bell, stressed that tax cut issue, and while Bell did well among the tax cut voters, inflation was the larger issue, and that is what Bradley stressed, and apparently that is what helped to send him to the Senate from the state of New Jersey. And one more race, we'll take a look at Illinois, another NBC News projection. We, of course, have projected early in the evening that Republican Charles Percy will return to the Senate, 1% of the precincts reporting in. John?
During this evening, from time to time, we're going to talk to some of the leaders of both of the parties. At the moment, we're going to talk to former President Gerald Ford, who is in a hotel here in New York City, across town from us. And he has, Mr. Ford, have you been keeping a yellow pad and a pencil there, keeping track of all this?
Well, I'm keeping track in my head and trying to see how it goes based on some of the places I was campaigning in the last month or so, and there really haven't been too many surprises so far, as a matter of fact.
Oh, come on, Mr. President. Weren't you a little surprised that Chuck Percy pulled it out?
No, I wasn't. I was in Illinois on Sunday, and Chuck was really geared up after some complacency at the outset, but I thought Chuck would win. The only surprise was that you could project so quickly in the election night tabulations that Chuck was going to be the winner, but I really was very confident after being in Illinois on Sunday that Chuck would win.
What did you think of picking up a seat from the Democrats, the Humphrey seat in Minnesota?
Well, Dave Dernberger is a very attractive young man. He came from behind. Of course, the Democrats had a very divisive primary between Don Frazier and Bob Short, and it sort of tore apart the unity that Hubert Humphrey and the vice president and others had put together over a period of years. But I think the combination of an outstanding young man like Dave Dernberger and the divisiveness or the division in the Democratic Labor Party up there probably resulted in Dave being the probable winner.
We saw Jim Thompson reelected in Illinois as governor, a Republican, and we saw Howard Baker reelected in Tennessee as a Republican, a senator. What effect is that going to have on the Republican Party in 1980, do you think?
Well, both of them obviously are good potential candidates for the Republican nomination. Howard Baker has done a fine job as the Republican leader in the United States Senate, and this victory will obviously enhance his prospects as the presidential nominee. Jim Thompson, after 2 years as governor of Illinois, obviously in this case convinced the voters in Illinois that he had done a good job, and he can't help but have, I think, broader appeal. He's attractive. He's done a good job as an administrative official in Illinois. Illinois is a very important state. So both of them, coming from different parts of the country, will add to the Republican potentials in 1980.
Well, it sounds as if there's going to be a whole bunch of Republicans available next time. Will you be among them?
Well, we've got a little time, and I'm not worried about the lack of candidates up there in New Hampshire in February of 1980. We'll have a lot of good candidates. I think the voters will have a good many choices to make, and I don't think you'll see me in New Hampshire, but we'll be around, and we'll be helping wherever we can in whatever way we can.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. As David pointed out, during this evening, we'll be talking with some of the senior members of the Democratic Party as well, and we'll have more coverage after this.
The new Ford Pinto for $79. A new design for a little American workhorse. New up here, new back here, new in here, and it's loaded. Bucket seats, standard. AM radio and electronic ignition, standard. 2.3-liter engine, standard. Electric rear window defroster, standard. Rack and pinion steering, standard. Front disc brakes, standard. At this low price, the spanking new 79 Pinto at your Ford dealer.
Okay, Garvey, let's move it. But Tom, I'm hungry, and my Swanson Hungry Man entree tastes so good. It's meat and potatoes and plenty of meat. How about dessert? Oh, you want a Hungry Man dinner. Look, dessert, vegetables, and a second helping of meat is already in. Good eating. That's Hungry Man dinners and entrees. Hey, play ball!
Swanson Hungry Man dinners and entrees. The second helping of meat is already in.
A chemical called dihydrogen oxide is vital to the life of the forest. Water. It even helps fight the greatest enemy of the forest, fire. To make water a better firefighter, Monsanto has developed a fire retardant chemical made from diammonium phosphate. This chemical coats the forest and slows down the spread of the fire. No chemical is totally safe all the time, everywhere. But if we want to protect our natural resources, we need chemicals like diammonium phosphate.
President Carter is watching all this at the White House, sitting in a room with a telephone at his side so that he can telephone the winners and the losers in that case. His former appointment secretary is a man named Tim Kraft, who is now with the Democratic National Committee in Washington and is the president's man there, among many of the president's men. He's with Doug Kiker now in Washington.
With me here at the Democratic National Committee is Tim Kraft, who is a special assistant to President Carter. Mr. Kraft, what is the president's mood on this election day?
Well, I think it's one of confidence. We've had quite an active role in the campaign. He's made at least 21 trips on behalf of over 30 or 40 candidates, and we feel like there's been a good record in the last couple of years, a partnership between the administration and the Congress, and we think we'll have a good showing for the Democratic Party across the country.
We have a new poll tonight which shows that only 39% of the American people want Mr. Carter to run for re-election again. Do such polls bother him?
No, I don't think they do. We've had, some discouraging polls probably about midsummer, but the president's inclined just to try to do what's right for the country and let the politics take care of itself.
So such things don't bother him at all?
Well, I don't think they bother him in the course of his duty or what he tries to do as president.
Does he believe he genuinely helped Democratic candidates with all this campaigning?
I think that the administration's record in partnership with the Congress has created a favorable environment for Democratic candidates, and I think that will be reflected in the election returns.
Give us a little personal insight. Where is the president now? Is he watching the election returns? What's he doing tonight?
Yes, he came back from Camp David, I believe, about 7:30, and he had planned to watch the returns from the residents to place some phone calls around the country.
Thank you very much. That's Tim Kraft, who is Special Assistant to President Carter, and I'm Douglas Kiker at the Democratic National Committee.
John and David, there are several important governor's races that the White House is watching. I know Doug has just been talking with Tim Kraft, but there are 4 states that are very important to the Democrats. Ohio, we don't have any results in from there yet. New York, we understand that Governor Kerry, who the president campaigned for, is doing quite well. Michigan, we don't have, yes we do. We do have final results in Michigan, final projection in Michigan. President Carter campaigned for the Democratic candidate, Fitzgerald, and of course we've projected the Republican. That is not good news for the White House. The other gubernatorial race that is not good news here could be the Pennsylvania, where we understand that the Republican candidate Thornburgh is doing much better than his Democratic opponent. So at this point in the evening there are mixed results as far as the White House is concerned. Back to you.
Thank you. We have a projection. an interesting one and perhaps to some extent a surprise, in the state of Kansas. Our projected winner in the election of a senator in the state of Kansas, Nancy Kassebaum, the Republican. She is the daughter of Alf Landon, who ran for president in 1936 and did rather poorly against Roosevelt, still a revered figure in Kansas. His daughter, Nancy Kassebaum, our projected winner for the U.S. Senate in Kansas. We have been hearing from Washington about President Carter and what he is doing tonight, and now we're going to tell you what we have found out today about how well the voters think Mr. Carter is doing as president. We know how 28,000 voters feel about him because we have asked them today. 42% said the president was doing a good job. 37% said fair, and 18% said poor. So there's a plurality there of 55% saying fair to poor. As we might have expected, as everyone might have expected, Democrats and liberals rated the president much higher than the Republicans and the conservatives did. Tom?
David, we're beginning to get some returns on some big states that are having contests for governor. Let's take a look at the situation in Massachusetts, one of the most divided states in the country this year in the Democratic Party. The incumbent governor is Michael Dukakis, but he was knocked off in his own party's primary by a man by the name of Edward King, a former professional football-playing lineman. A lot of regular Democrats in Massachusetts were so stunned by that they jumped over to the side to the campaign of the Republican nominee, Francis Hatch. The Republicans are in a distinct minority in terms of registration in Massachusetts. Just a few precincts reporting thus far, and as you can see, we can't give you much of a vote tally there yet. In New Hampshire, also in the northeastern part of the United States, one of the best known and most conservative men in the country, Meldrum Thompson, is the Republican incumbent. He has about 57% of the vote counted thus far. The 66-year-old conservative seeking his fourth two-year term. In Ohio, James Rhodes, 69 years old. Rhodes has been in office off and on in Ohio for the past 16 years. And he's running for re-election tonight against Richard Celeste out of Cleveland, a 41-year-old lieutenant governor, former Rhodes Scholar, and a former Yale graduate. So those are some of the races and how they're stacking up for governor. And we'll be back after this. I am Tom.
Thanks.
Who's going to throw it to him?
Let's look at some...
Decision 78 continues with the Tri-State Report. Brought to you by American Airlines. Now here are Chuck Scarborough and Jack Cafferty.
Good evening to you once again. The polls have been closed now for about 22 minutes in New York, and the vote is very slow coming in. We have a number of very interesting races ahead of us this evening in New York State. One of the most interesting, of course, is the race for the governorship. The incumbent Hugh Carey, 59 years old, who has, in the polls at least, if not in tonight's vote, has come from far behind. He has managed to combine underdog status with incumbency, an unusual combination. But he's come from far behind in the polls against a challenger, Perry B. Duryea, who at one point was 20% ahead in the early polls a few months back when Governor Carey was in deep trouble. And Carey, in the latest polls before tonight's election, had surged ahead to perhaps 10%. We're going to be looking very carefully at that race as the night wears on. And we have right now at Hugh Carey's headquarters, Melba Tolliver. We're going to switch and see what the mood is right now as the very earliest returns are coming in. Melba?
Chuck, the mood here is just a little bit subdued, but it seemed to me that the party was just beginning to get underway when somebody behind me said, "That's it, the party's over." That remark was in response to a projection that Hugh Carey had indeed been the winner over his opponent, Perry Duryea. Just a couple of minutes, I talked to Mr. Carey's campaign manager, who predicts that Carey will beat Duryea by at least 9% of the vote. Now to Pia Lindstrom at Duryea headquarters.
Okay. Thank you, Melba. Well, the mood here in the Grand Ballroom of the Hilton Hotel is very quiet at Perry Duryea's headquarters. The candidate is apparently somewhere in the hotel in a room with his aides, probably watching television. And needless to say, the mood is not jubilant. There seem to be more press people here than campaign workers, and it is a rather quiet scene. Back to you, Jack.
All right, thank you, Pia. We'll be checking the 3rd, 4th, and 5th congressional districts in Connecticut. There are a couple of horse races going on up there right after these messages.
When you fly on business, you pay full fare. And on American Airlines, you get what you pay for. Introducing a special coach section for full fare passengers only, so your seatmate will be a full fare passenger. And when we have empty seats, most of them will be in this section. At last, you'll get the full fare treatment you deserve. On American, you get what you pay for.
We're American Airlines, doing what we do best.
You're just in time for Altman's pre-holiday home sales. Save $55 on this party punch set. Save 30% on hand embroidery from China, 66 by 86 inches. Save 40% on stoneware from England. Save on shining silver plate, only $10 at Altman's. Save 28% on crystal stemware. A toast to your holidays from Altman's, our most surprising store. Branches, too.
All right, as we mentioned just before the commercial, we have 3 congressional races in Connecticut we're going to be looking at throughout the evening, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And a couple of those are going to be very, very interesting. Looking at the boards in the 3rd Connecticut Congressional District, we have the incumbent, 59-year-old Democrat Robert Jaimo, running against Republican John Pucciano. Jaimo has been in the House of Representatives for 20 years, and with 28% of the precincts reporting, he is leading his challenger, Mr. Pucciano, by 20 percentage points. We have not yet called that race, but he has a substantial lead with almost a third of the precincts reporting. Now, in the 4th Congressional District in Connecticut, you have the Republican who is running for his life, for Republican Stuart McKinney against Democrat Michael Morgan. This is the congressional district that Republican Senator Lowell Weicker represented up until 1970, and with 17% of the precincts reporting, it is a dead heat. And in the 5th, we also have a dead heat, and this is the seat that was left open when Ronald Saracen decided to challenge Ella Grasso for the governorship in Connecticut. And you have 2 non-incumbents, Democrat William Ratchford and Republican George Guadera, again with 31% of the precincts reporting. Look at the totals there, less than or just a little over 400 votes separating those 2 candidates. So 2 out of the 3 are very, very close in Connecticut, and we'll continue to look at those as the evening goes along. Chuck?
All right, Jack, as you know, in New Jersey, we have projected here that Bill Bradley will win the U.S. Senate race there. Jeff Bell, his opponent, was a one-issue candidate. That issue was taxes, a massive tax cut. He identified himself very closely with California's Proposition 13, and he lost. Carl Stokes is with us now, and Carl, I'm really wondering if this means that tax fever isn't really acute in New Jersey since Jeff Bell is going to lose.
It does not mean that, because Bill Bradley also campaigned on a tax cut, but a lesser one than Bell, and he had a broader base. The other thing is that the Proposition 13 appeal doesn't catch on well with New Jersey voters, because 2 years ago they got an income tax which settled their school problems, helped them to reduce property taxes, and the following year put a 5% cap on spending. So you don't have the same fever in New Jersey, which would permit a candidate to take that single issue and win a major race like the United States Senate.
But it's fair to say the tax cut fever is in no way diminished nationwide, and it's still the major issue in this campaign.
Tax cuts and inflation are the 2 most important single issues to all voters throughout the country. The extent to which it has a political impact depends upon what the situation is.
Well, the other thing, too, Carl, Jeff Bell, in attempting to seize on that tax cut issue, was doing what the Republicans, the minute Proposition 13 passed in California, all over the country wanted to do. And the Democrats have successfully diffused that issue. They have, in fact, blanketed that tax cut thing themselves, have they not? And,
That's right. You know what the professionals are saying? They said every day Democrats are sounding more like Republicans, but Republicans are not sounding more like Democrats. No. But here in New York, as you know, Governor Kerry took the tax cut issue right away from Perry Duryea early in the campaign.
No doubt about it.
All right.
Thank you very much, Carl.
We're going to go back now to Decision 78, Network News, John Chancellor, David Brinkley, Tom Brokaw, Jessica Savage and company, and we'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Okay, see you then.
This wine always takes me back. It was the end of that summer up at the lake.
And that last day, when Nancy tried to say goodbye, we came back to a very special wine, a light, fruity, honest wine. Remember that time when we were
at the lake?
Lake Country Wine from Taylor. Wine that tastes as fresh as its name.
This is a good place for a stick-up.
Stick-ups, the invisible air deodorizers from Airwick.
Investigate human potential movement with Donahue tomorrow morning at 9.
NBC News continues its election night report. Decision 78. Here is David Brinkley.
We have a small handful of projections, beginning in Nebraska, where our projected winner in the race for the Senate is J.J. Exon, the governor, the Democrat. We project him to have won a seat formerly held by Republican Senator Curtis, who retired. So in Nebraska, the Republicans, by our projection, have lost a seat to the Democrats. J.J. Exon, the governor, Nebraska, elected to the Senate. We have two projections in Rhode Island, neither of them terribly surprising, probably. First, we project the senator, incumbent senator, Claiborne Pell, in Rhode Island, has been re-elected. That's a Democratic seat. They have held on to it. He is re-elected. In the governorship of Rhode Island, J.J. Garrigy, Joseph Garrigy, the present incumbent, re-elected by our projection. Now we're going to take a look at the map and see how things have been going up to this point, beginning with the Senate. On our map, as you have seen, those states for senators, those states where we have projected Democratic winners are colored red, Republican winners colored blue. And the figures at this point stand this way. The Democrats have elected 6 senators, 11 senators, the Republicans 6. The change at this point, it's too early to be final about it, the change at this point is a gain of 1 for the Democrats. But we can't say what the net change is until we have all the results. Now we'll look at the map showing governors who have been elected tonight. Again, the blue for Republicans, red for Democrats. Most of the states remain white because we don't have the figures for them as yet. And the numerical totals at this hour show the Democrats have elected 8 governors, the Republicans 3. John?
We have what really amounts to a little confession. The returns that we get, the raw vote returns that we get, and they get at CBS and CBS and ABC and the Associated Press and United Press and all the others, come out of an organization called the News Election Service, which has people all over the country scooping up the votes and putting them into a computer. The computer got a little tired tonight, a little bit slow, and some of you, I'm sure, have noticed that 9:30 Eastern Time, the returns are numerically low. Well, they've solved that problem, and they're now coming in much greater numbers, and we expect to have caught up very soon. But that's the reason, if you were wondering. It happened to everybody all over the country, all the people who use the News Election Service. Jessica?
We don't have
While the News Election Service is catching up here at the Senate so fast, we're having trouble keeping them in order, but let's take a look at some of the races that we do have and some of the brand new figures that are in. We'd like to share them with you. In Tennessee, checking the race in Tennessee, where Howard Baker has easily won over his opponent, Jane Eskin, newcomer to politics. 4% of the precincts reporting Howard Baker has 61% of the vote. He said he wanted to be president, but the odds are that he'll run if he gets reelected here, but he quickly added, if I get reelected. That was the first obstacle he had to cross. There you see it right there in the state. We project by the end of the evening, by the way, NBC News projects that by the end of the evening, Howard Baker, when the votes are all totaled, will have 58% of the vote over his opponent, Jane Eskin. In New Jersey, with 8% of the precincts reporting, Bill Bradley, 53% of the vote over his opponent, Jeffrey Bell. And by the end of the evening, we project in that race that Bill Bradley will win this election by 55% of the votes. In Minnesota, an upset there. Not an upset exactly, because it was kind of a toss-up as to which candidate was going to win, but it was hoped by the Democratic Farmer Labor Party out there that Hubert Humphrey's seat, the one that was filled by his wife, Muriel, would be kept in the Democratic Party. Our projections show that it will not be kept in the Democratic Party, that Republican David Durenberg, 44, an attorney and moderate, a civic leader out there, will take that Senate seat. Durenberger was strong among the liberals and the conservatives, and he was very strong in the religious groups, the Catholics, the Protestant, the Jewish voters out there. There was strength in all age groups, both sexes, in all income categories, and it looks as though the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, by having that internal split and not endorsing their candidate, not supporting him strongly enough, had that seat go to a Republican candidate. In Kansas, in that race there in Kansas, Representative Bill Roy lost, or we're projecting he is losing, to Nancy Landon Kassebaum, Alf Landon's daughter. She will be the first woman in the Senate who didn't go to Congress after first filling out her husband's seat. This is a little bit confusing, but she will be the first woman popularly elected. Margaret Chase Smith filled out her husband's seat in the House first and then was elected to the Senate. Nancy Landon Kassebaum, we project, will be the winner in Kansas. And as far as the race in Nebraska goes, with our projection of Exon winning the race, that is the first time in the history of Nebraska that there will be 2 Democratic senators from that state. And so that's a look at some of the Senate races that we have at this hour. John?
We have a projection in Florida. NBC News projects as the winner of the contest in Florida for governor that State Senator Robert Graham is the projected winner. Graham in a tough contest with a man named Jack Eckert, former head of the GSA. 19% of the precincts in, and you can see that Graham is well ahead now. These votes are beginning to flow into us. Tom, that's an interesting race.
Robert Graham, I think we'll be hearing a good deal more from. He's a man who ran a very active campaign. He was a member of the state legislature down there, and he was a liberal progressive. He was a member of something called the Doghouse Democrats when he was in the state Senate, and yet he ran a very conservative race as the Democratic candidate for governor. Worked at a lot of different jobs around the state. Took off his pinstripe suit and went to work at a pulp mill, building boats. Showed up with calluses on his hands. Said he worked at 100 different jobs altogether, which is the technique that this year was much more in favor than walking, although walking paid off for a couple of candidates, too.
You know, Tom, I'm so old that I can remember when they went to college and got educations and really tried to prepare themselves for public office. I have nothing against Mr. Graham, who is an estimable man. But the fact is that this year we've seen, not only in his race, but all these other races, a great attention towards self, toward people doing things that improve their image. And the other theme in that, and I know you would agree with this, is the conservatism of some of the Democrats.
Yes, he is a man who was strongly identified with the liberal wing of the Democratic Party and came out this time labeled a Democrat, but walked and talked very much like a Republican, or at least a northern Florida conservative Democrat. Moved his headquarters to the northern part of the state. He picked up a lieutenant governor from that part of the state and so on.
He did 100 different jobs.
100 different jobs.
One of them, somehow we have failed to mention it, one of these 100 jobs was in a college dramatic production, playing the part of a corpse, which is not a terribly demanding role.
You get calluses in a different place doing that.
We'll be back in a minute.
The Subaru Brat Sweepstakes. Subaru is now giving away 4-wheel drive Brats and mini Brat go-karts. You don't even have to make a purchase.
Can I
Details, yes you can. Details are at participating dealers. Any licensed driver can win.
Licensed driver!
Wait, that's for the Brats. Kids enter to win the gas-powered mini Brats.
Are you a denture wearer?
Yes, I am.
Do you use extra strength Efferdent?
No, I don't.
Would you try Efferdent on this denture material badly stained with blueberry?
Yes. The blueberry stains are awful, and particularly in between. It's really bad.
Watch Efferdent with 5 cleaning ingredients attack stubborn blueberry stains. In minutes, the stains are gone.
That's very, very good. The stains in between are usually the worst, and they're all gone. I'm going to buy it, and I'm going to use it.
Extra strength Efferdent removes even stubborn stains between teeth in minutes.
Alka-Seltzer salutes the women of America.
Plop, plop. Fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop. Fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop.
It's no longer a man's world. No wonder you get the same headaches with upset stomachs.
Fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Alka-Seltzer, one small step for womankind. Oh, what a relief it is.
During the debate about the Panama Canal and the Panama Canal treaties in the Senate earlier this year, one of the elements taken very seriously in the Senate would be its results at the polls today. Very few people probably will forget the debate, the furor, and the narrow margin of victory, and how many politicians voted for the treaties even though they thought they would be damaged at home. Senator Howard Baker, for example, the Republican minority leader, voted for the treaties, and we have projected him a winner. So we've had our NBC News AP poll takers ask 28,000 people how they feel today about the Panama Canal treaties. The answers, a minority of those questioned, 37%, still approve of the treaties. Half still think they're a bad idea. And that leaves about 13% still not sure how they feel. Tom?
David, we've been watching a number of governors' races tonight with an eye just not who won and who lost, but who may do well in future races, especially for President of the United States. One of our projected winners tonight is Jim Thompson in Illinois, a man who has made no secret of the fact that he would like to be president someday. We projected early on that Jim Thompson, Republican in Illinois, elected governor, and here he is at his campaign headquarters.
You were a big winner tonight, as many expected. Does this mean we're going to be seeing you in the 1980 presidential primaries?
I have no idea what 1980 holds for me and the rest of the country. I know it holds a lot of work for me in Illinois. I told the people of Illinois that I wasn't putting any cap on my career, but on the other hand, I was going to stay here as long as the people wanted me to be governor and as long as there was challenge in the job. And believe me, as of tonight, there's plenty of challenge in the job. We've got a lot of things to attend to. I only had a 2-year term. I'm very grateful for this vote of confidence of the people. It looks like it's going to be a record for re-election in Illinois, and I'm happy for that. But my wife and I worked hard for this victory, and we're just going to take things one step at a time. There are enough presidential candidates around. Let them run for a while.
You're one of the few men I've run across who says he doesn't think much of Proposition 13.
Well, I don't, because they just cut across the board. But on the other hand, I don't blame the people of California for doing it. They were overtaxed with a progressive income tax that ran way up and a property tax that was above the national average. We don't have those kind of taxes in Illinois. They're high, so we're going to go for tax reform in this state, but we're going to do it slowly, carefully, deliberately, and one step at a time. And my first answer is, you cut spending, and that's what I did. I kept spending below the rate of inflation, so we didn't contribute to the dollar's decline, and you balance the budget, and I've done that for 2 years.
Does that have a national appeal, do you think?
Well, it ought to, with a $60 billion deficit at the federal level, and with inflation eating away at our dollar, I would think that would have a national appeal.
Let me ask you just one more thing. Your high school yearbook, you wrote Jim Thompson, President of the United States.
Well, you know, 17-year-old kids are likely to write anything in a high school yearbook. You don't want to take that all too seriously, you know.
Does that mean much?
Well, sometimes they're right, sometimes they're not. Let's wait till 1984 and see.
Thank you very much, Governor James Thompson of Illinois. This is Brian Ross, NBC News in Chicago.
Well, it's not the only time that he mentioned it in his high school yearbook. He's talked about it several times since he's been a grown-up candidate for public office as well. Jim Thompson, Republican in Illinois, re-elected tonight. In Tennessee, another new face for the Republican Party. They've taken a seat away from the Democrats in the governor's column. In Tennessee, with 7% of the precincts reporting in thus far, but we are projecting 38-year-old Lamar Alexander, a lawyer, a member of the Nixon White House staff, a man who walked more than 1,000 miles across Tennessee, a Tennessee walker, if you will. He has a commanding lead tonight, and we are projecting that he will win election with 55% of the vote. In Alabama, still another new name in the South, in the State House there. Forrest Fobb James, a former Auburn University football star. 16% of the precincts reporting in thus far. He has an overwhelming lead. George Wallace, or his wife, have been in office in Alabama for the past 16 years, with a small exception of Governor Albert Brewer. But now a new governor in Alabama, Fobb James. We are projecting that he will be elected with 73% of the vote. For those candidates out there left tonight who are still sweating it out, they're probably wishing that they were running on the Democratic ticket in Alabama. There will be a lot of speculation about these new governors across the country tonight and what their future presidential prospects may be. Here is something worth keeping in mind. They're all coming into office just at a time when the taxpayers across the country are not only angry, they're outraged. And the governors are those people who are easiest within reach. So a lot of these governors may get beaten up in the next 2 to 4 years, politically speaking, of course, on their way to the White House, if that's what they have in mind. John?
Some House races that we can report on. In Maryland, Beverly Byron is well ahead in the race for her late husband's House seat. She's getting 92% of the vote in these early returns. In the Indiana, the 3rd District of Indiana, the House Majority Whip John Bradamus is the winner there. With 93% of the precincts in, Bradamus leads Professor Thomas Thorson by a sizable margin there. So John Bradamus back to the U.S. Congress. He's getting about 58% of the vote, a little better than he did 2 years ago. And then we have the Indiana, the 6th District, which is an interesting race. That's David Evans, you see on the top there, a 2-term Democrat who is getting 55% of the vote. And the man he's beating is a psychiatrist named David Crane, his Republican challenger. Now, let me tell you about the Crane boys. Phil Crane is a congressman in Illinois, a widely known congressman. Daniel Crane, his brother, is running tonight. We'll report on that race when we get some details on it in Illinois. And you just saw the fact that it looks as though David Crane is not going to win that seat in Indiana that he wants. People were saying that if the Crane brothers, all 3 of them, got to the House of Representatives at the same time, it'd be the first time in history. Not so. A historian in Maine has dredged up 3 marvelous characters who served in the Congress, all brothers from 1854 to 1859. Cadwallader Washburn, Elihu Washburn, and Israel Washburn, Jr. And good for them, they made it, and we'll be back with more after this.
Julie Gillespie goes to a school that's on a tight budget. They wanted to serve hot lunches, but how? Morton's, the frozen food people of ITT, developed a school lunch program with mini kitchens for easy serving. Different lunches for every day. And ITT Morton's school lunches cost so little. All of which leaves Julie and her school with a nice warm feeling inside.
New Yorker.
Introducing the fabulous Chrysler New Yorker, a remarkable design achievement. A luxury car that still looks like a luxury car, yet with impressive new fuel efficiency. A contemporary New Yorker with elegant new style, superb detail.
It's so fabulous.
Chrysler New Yorker for 1979.
It's a fabulous New Yorker, New Yorker.
Gas energy, clean, incredibly efficient. America depends on it. Gas energy, twice as much as we've used so far, is still underground. More gas can come from America's vast coal resources. Even more from new technologies that could extend supplies indefinitely. Also, your wise use of gas today will mean that much more for tomorrow. Gas energy, America needs it. You can count on it. The future belongs to the efficient. We're back and we have a projection in Colorado. We project that the Republican, William Armstrong, is winning, has won the Senate seat from Colorado. Floyd Haskell, the Democrat, one of the more liberal members of the Senate, defeated by Republican William Armstrong in Colorado. Let's see, Jessica?
All right.
Glad you got that straight, David.
I was waiting. That was no surprise. Haskell was in trouble when he went home to campaign, and Armstrong kind of took Haskell on. If he was such a good Democrat, why couldn't he get President Carter to change his mind on some of those water projects out there in Colorado? So he was in trouble when he went home to campaign, and Armstrong was expected to do well, and apparently he did.
Excuse me, but wasn't Floyd Haskell the one the president described as a national treasure?
He was, and everybody said if the president described him as a national treasure, then why did the president still insist upon cutting these water projects in Colorado when that was the campaign issue out there? That and the Panama Canal. A couple of other races where a lot of interest. In Massachusetts, Edward Brooke, the only black in the Senate, trying to hang on to his Senate seat with 1% of the precincts reporting in so far. Representative Paul Tsongas leading Senator Brooke, 53% of the vote. In New Hampshire, Thomas McIntyre, Democrat there, trying to hang on to his Senate seat. Gordon Humphrey, an airline pilot for Allegheny Airlines, a conservative caucus leader, first race for political office, 11% of the precincts reporting in so far, and Humphrey's doing very well, as you can see there. In Rhode Island, a race that we have projected, NBC News projects that Claiborne Pell, first elected in 1960, seeking his 4th term as a senator, got it. He got his 4th term as a senator there. He defeated James Reynolds, 35, a bakery executive. And in Delaware, we also projected that Joseph Biden, Senator Joseph Biden, would hang on to his seat. He was challenged by James Baxter. Biden is a Democrat. He was very popular. He was expected to do well. He did do well. Baxter was not well known in the state, despite the fact that he had all kinds of political commercials on the air. Biden, again, takes his Senate seat, 2nd term in the state of Delaware. John?
Looks like it could be a long night in Massachusetts with Ed Brooke and Paul Tsongas that close together. Remember that when Ed Brooke ran in 1972 when he was re-elected, he got 63% of the vote, which is landslide proportions. And now, tonight, it looks very, very close.
With all the problems that he had, of course, with the disclosure, the income disclosure, the divorce proceedings, and the ethics hearings, and all of that going back and forth, he expected to be in trouble, and it was expected to be a very close race. Apparently, it's turning out that way.
I'm also wondering if it's going to be a long night in the Golden Dawn Bar in Youngstown, Ohio, where Tom Pettit is. Tom?
John, at this rate, it is going to be a long night. These are politically oriented people in this bar, and one of the regulars here is Bill Eichenberger, an associate professor of political science at Youngstown State University. Bill, we've been trying to assess how the economic issues have been cutting in this fall campaign. In a city built around the working class primarily, doesn't inflation hurt working people more than others?
Oh, by all means. They're locked into a certain wage scale, and they can't raise prices. They can't adjust their salaries. They have to stick with the wage scale that they have. They're locked in.
They seem to be able to come here to the Golden Dawn, though, and buy a beer or two, don't
they? That's because the Golden Dawn is very economical.
But Youngstown has an unemployment rate over 8%, which is a couple of points above the national average. Does that make it a depressed city, and does that make it a Democratic stronghold hoping for a cure to inflation?
I wouldn't think it's a depressed city. I think that there's a great deal of hope and there's a great deal of activity going on in Youngstown. But I think it is a Democratic stronghold. I think historically that's the case.
All right, Bill. Thanks very much. We'll be back. Tom Pettit, NBC News, at the Golden Dawn Restaurant and Bar in Youngstown, Ohio.
Well, it looks as if they're having a marvelous time there, doesn't it? Certainly making a lot of noise anyway.
Hey, I have a little piece of news.
Well, you'll have to do it in about 20 seconds.
I think. The early returns in Philadelphia, where Mayor Frank Rizzo is trying to change the Constitution or charter so he can run again, early returns look as though their voters may be turning Frank Rizzo down in Philadelphia.
You mean Rizzo is losing?
That would be a surprise.
Now, I find that fascinating. We'll know more later, and we'll have that story and a lot of other stories after this.
These are some of our winners so far this evening.
Decision 78 continues with the Tri-State Report. Brought to you by Amoco and by Citibank. Now here are Chuck Scarborough and Jack Cafferty.
And good evening to you once again, and welcome once again to our coverage of the vote returns in New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut. Returns slightly hampered this evening. We have a problem. I'm going to take a moment to explain it to you. All three television networks have pooled their resources to create something called the National Election Service. And the NES system failed at 7:21 this evening. This is the system that tells us how all the votes are going nationwide. It failed. We have scattered or no returns in many areas, so we're sort of hamstrung by that this evening. Since this is coverage of election returns, we're doing the best we can. Now, you may be asking yourself right now, with the failure of the system to tally the votes, how we've been able to make projections. We do have some projected winners, and Jack, perhaps you'd like to explain that.
Yeah, Chuck, actually, the way we make the projections, it's independent of the NES system and the raw vote totals. We have people who are stationed at scientifically selected key precincts in various races. We have called Ella Grasso in Connecticut, we called Bill Bradley. And what happens is when those precincts close and the voting machines are open, our people are there as the totals are read off the back of the machines. They call them into NBC News Election Central here in the building. Our experts interpret those results. And so even though we don't have a lot of big numbers, we are able then, based on those key precincts, to sometimes predict the outcome of the race. We haven't predicted them all yet.
No, we haven't. One of the races we have not yet projected is the race for governor in New York State. We do have some very early returns statewide in that race. We'll take a look at the board and see what they look like right now in the race between Governor Hugh Carey, the incumbent, and Perry B. Duryea, the Assembly Minority Leader, who also happens to be in the seafood business. And you can see right now, this is nothing that we can base anything on, but with 2% of the precincts reporting, Governor Carey has 64% of the vote, and Perry Duryea has 36% of the vote. It seems like a wide gap, but we're certainly going to have to watch this because that's far wider than any poll predicted. We'll be right back after these messages.
You expect more from a leader.
You expect innovative ideas from Amoco. We were a leader in developing lead-free gasoline, the first major brand with 2 grades of lead-free, the first with premium lead-free. Amoco Premium Lead-Free, proven by experience to help stop engine run-on, to burn smoother and help stop knock. And even improve mileage because you don't have to change the timing to prevent knock. Amoco Premium Lead-Free.
Don't you deserve interest on your checking account? Aren't you fed up with banks using your money and giving you nothing in return? Well, those days are over. Now Citibank can give interest on checking. It's 5% checking. 24-hour banking gets better. So get out, go to the window and shout, I'm going to Citibank to get what I deserve. Interest on checking. I'm going to Citibank to get what I deserve.
Interest on checking! Interest on checking!
Interest on checking!
I'm going to Citibank to get what I deserve! Interest on checking!
All right, shortly after the polls closed in Connecticut, they closed up there at 8 o'clock, NBC News was able to project that Ella Grasso would win re-election to her second term as governor. We'll take a look at the board now and see what kind of update we have on the figures. 34% of the precincts reporting the incumbent Democrat Ella Grasso, 57% of the votes to Ronald Saracen's 43%. And just a few moments ago, based on those totals and the projections, Republican Ronald Saracen offered this statement at his headquarters in Hartford.
I just was able to get a call into Mrs. Grasso. Her phones were rather busy, and it took us a few more minutes than I expected to, and so I apologize for the delay in coming down here. I did call, obviously, to concede, to wish her well, as she goes on to lead the state for another 4 years, and I truly do wish her well.
And Chuck, she was formidable, I think would be the word going into this election. When she first took office 4 years ago, the economy was in trouble up there. They had a budget deficit. Unemployment was running at around 8%. Those things have changed, and she has taken the credit, whether or not she is responsible. Unemployment is now below 5%. They have a budget surplus, and they are no longer in a recession-like posture in Connecticut, and she jumped right on it, and she was tough. I don't know if she could have been beaten at all in that.
Indeed, and her situation in Connecticut was a piece of cake compared to New York State's situation when Hugh Carey took over 4 years ago. We were heading smack into a fiscal crisis, and he weathered that. He weathered another crisis when his own lieutenant governor deserted him. Looked for quite a while as though he was going to be beaten and would be a one-term governor, but this evening he is ahead. He may well win a second term. He may get to keep that $85,000 a year job. And we have Carl Stokes and Abe Beam, our former mayor, here in the studio to discuss Carey's comeback.
Chuck, good evening, Mayor. Good to see you again. Carl. Listen, did you anticipate, if our figures hold up, that Carey appears to be winning by a wide margin, would you have thought he was going to be able to come from as far behind?
Not so at the beginning, but I think in the last few weeks he made tremendous progress. I think, too, the concentration of the campaigning of Carter and his family and Mondale, I think that stirred up the interest in this campaign, especially here in the city.
Well, let's assume that the figures are going to hold up and that Carey is going to be our governor now for the next 4 years. Do you see it having any specific meaning beyond what his being a friend of the city in the past 4 years is going to be? What do you think it will mean?
No, I don't think it'll be any meaningful difference, because I think that's universally agreed that New York City must be helped. The failure to do so would hurt the state, the federal government, internationally, and that was proven in 1975. But regardless of who's governor, he's going to have a tough time the next 4 years because of the new approach in Washington, where as one of the bases for fighting inflation is to keep that federal budget down, and that means help won't be forthcoming. in the manner in which the city might be entitled.
And we can look forward to more unemployment in all probability.
Well, it's already gone up, yes, and the Proposition 13 fever of cutting taxes is all around us. The Levittown decision requiring the revamping of the education formula.
The man behind us is telling us that we've got to cut out here. Good to see you again,
Glad
sir.
to see you, Carl.
Back to you fellas at the desk.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We'll be back right after about 20 more minutes of NBC's Decision 78. We'll have a complete wrap-up on News Center 4 and 11. And we hope to have returns for you. Yes.
That's right, Greasers. It's the terrific 10.
Decision 78. We'll have a complete wrap-up on News Center 4 and 11. And we hope to have returns for you. Yes.
That's right, Greasers. It's the terrific 10, turning the years back to the fabulous 50s. Rockin' and rollin' to your favorite golden oldies. Sha-na-na, Wednesday night at 7:30 on Channel 4. And Grease for Peace.
Take a break with Bob and Mary, weekdays 4 to 5 on 4.
From the NBC News Election Center in New York, Decision 78, reported by John Chancellor, David Brinkley, Tom Brokaw, and Jessica Savage. Here is John Chancellor.
And we're going to call two governors, two interesting races, and one of them a bit of an upset. In Pennsylvania, NBC News projects that Richard Thornburgh, the Republican, is the projected winner in the Pennsylvania race for governor, thereby beating Pete Flaherty, the former Pittsburgh mayor, in our judgment. And in Colorado, NBC News projects that Governor Richard Lamb is the projected winner, which means he'll be going back for a second term. Now let's have a look at the governor's map and see who our projected winners are so far this evening. Forrest James, Fob James in Alabama, George Busby in Georgia, no big surprise. James Thompson in Illinois, no big surprise. Harry Hughes in Maryland. Bill Milliken in Michigan, hard-fought contest. He's our projected winner. Ella Grasso in Connecticut. Those are the ones we have projected so far. Now we're going to change the map, I think, our famous electric map. And there you see senators, Republican senators in blue, our projected winners. Democrats in red. Sam Nunn in Georgia, no big surprise. Charles Percy made it. That is something of a surprise. Walter Huddleston of Kentucky, Bill Bradley in New Jersey, a projected winner. Strom Thurmond in South Carolina, Larry Pressler in South Dakota. Howard Baker in Tennessee, Donald Stewart in Alabama, David Pryor in Arkansas, David Boren in Oklahoma, Dave Durenberger in South Carolina. That's Minnesota. Sorry about that, but he is a Republican. And Joe Biden in Delaware. Nancy Kassenbaum is our projected winner in the Senate in Kansas. Claiborne Pell, no surprise, in Rhode Island. J. James Exon in Nebraska, and William Armstrong in Colorado. David, it's some of these Republicans are doing fairly well. Dave Durenberger, our projected winner to beat Bob Short, a prominent Democrat in Minnesota. Bill Milliken holding on in Michigan. Chuck Percy pulling it out. How would you characterize the night for the Democrats as not for the Republicans? Not bad so far?
I would say not bad so far. The final figures, obviously, we can't give until the other polls are closed and the other results are known, the net result. But so far, the Republicans are doing, I would say, fairly well. Maybe better than they expected. Senator Brooke has showed up in his headquarters in Boston. We're going to switch there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The Copley Plaza Hotel ballroom here in Boston for what his aides have said will be a concession speech. He's been joined, as is traditional in all Brooke campaigns, by his mother and his sister and the rest of his campaign retinue. Early in the evening, when the returns started to come in, Brooke aides said things were not looking good. One used the term grim, but they said they would hold out hope that the trend would change later in the evening. Then they stopped posting the returns. Now it looks like the senator's prepared to speak.
You couldn't have been better had we won. And I just want to say to you tonight that from the predictions that have already been made by national networks and from the precincts, elected precincts that we have had from our own calculations around the state, it appears apparent to me that Paul Tsongas has won this election. And I want to congratulate Paul Tsongas for the quality of his campaign. I want to congratulate him for the honorable manner in which he has conducted this campaign. And I want to assure him that I will make the transition of this office to him with all dispatch and will cooperate as fully as I can as he takes on this awesome responsibility of serving in the United States Senate in these very difficult days. It is sometimes difficult to lose. It is always wonderful to win. But I want to thank all of you wonderful people, those of you who are here, those of you who are still many, many places out there across this great state, many of those who are across this country who have contributed so generously, all of you of your time and your money and your energy and your prayers. When we were down in the valley, I did not cry, I cried out. And you answered that cry, and you have shown your faith and your confidence. And it has given me great strength to carry on and to conduct this campaign. And now that the campaign has concluded, I trust that there will still be those who will continue to fight in the United States Senate for our senior citizens, for our minorities, for our blacks, for our Hispanics, for the handicapped and for the poor and for the middle-income people who are becoming the poor and who will fight for peace on this earth, the things in which you and I believe, and will fight for full equality for all women and for equal justice for all people.
That was Senator Ed Brooke in Massachusetts conceding loss to Paul Tsongas, the Democrat. He is our projected winner in Massachusetts. That is a seat the Republicans have lost to the Democrats. It was one of the more, I suppose, gentlemanly is the word for the campaign. Not once during the campaign did Tsongas ever mention or allude to in any way any of Senator Brooke's divorce, financial, and other problems.
I think it's worth noting that the Senate has lost its only black on a night when it gained its first woman elected on her own. I'm not sure what that proves, but one of the things about Ed Brooke was that he was the only black in the U.S. Senate.
There was some discussion in Massachusetts of saying to people, do you want to vote against the only black in the Senate?
That's right.
Well, he was apparently very vulnerable because Ted Kennedy, for the first time in recent years, went up there to campaign against the Republican opposition at this time, to campaign for Paul Tsongas. And he normally has stayed out of these races.
Right, and Barry Goldwater, and I guess we can call him a Republican, said he'd fly an airplane upside down to go up to Massachusetts to campaign for Brooke. I wonder if that would have made any difference. Anyway, Ed Brooke, after a long career in politics, we just saw him conceding.
They would have had quite a sight in any case.
They would have indeed.
I asked Senator Brooke if he did not win, if he would stay in politics, and he said he would not rule that out, and that if in the event that he did lose, he would consider staying in politics in some way or another. He wouldn't elaborate, but perhaps he'll be with us in other political offices in the future.
Well, he's out of it now, and we'll have more coverage of this election after this.
Every day I got 54 kids to deliver. So when nagging minor arthritis pain and its stiffness get a grip on me, I grab Ben Gay. Ben Gay's fast temporary relief works deep down to break up the pain in my muscles and joints. That's why Ben Gay is America's #1 selling arthritis rub. I know it really works for me.
When the pain of arthritis has you in its grip, break the grip of pain with Ben Gay.
Why does her skin feel so smooth?
Why does her skin look so clean? It's Mud, the super cleansing skin treatment. Mud absorbs excess oils, lifts dry skin cells, deep cleans pores. Mud tones and tightens, leaves your skin cleaner, softer and smoother. And the cleaner your skin, the better it looks.
What's the most efficient way to heat? Gas. It's America's most efficient energy system. And new gas heating systems make gas even more efficient with energy-saving features like automatic pilotless ignition and vent dampers that can cut your gas use up to 20%. If it's time to replace your old gas heating system, remember, the future belongs to the efficient.
Okay. And we have some more projections to make, and one of them, an important projection about an important politician in a big state. In the state of New York, NBC News projects Hugh Carey, Governor Carey, a Democrat, as the winner in the gubernatorial contest. We are projecting him for a second term. 11% of the precincts are in. Carey has 62% of the vote tallied so far, and Perry Duryea had only, well, about half that. I'm sorry, I lost that right there. We have another projection in the state of Vermont. Governor Richard Snelling, the Republican incumbent in Vermont, is our projected winner in that state. And there are the figures showing him with 68% of the vote tallied so far. Tom, you were saying just the other day that only once in the history of Vermont has the state denied a sitting governor a second term.
That's right. They like continuity up there. But the big story that you've just mentioned here is the story in New York, of course, where Hugh Carey did win. We're projecting that he has been reelected. There was a great deal of concern among the Democrats that he was about to lose that race, and he was trailing by all of the polls, both the campaign polls that they keep for themselves and the public polls earlier on this fall. But he was able to close the gap in the final days with an enormous media push. Dave Garth, who's almost becoming a household name in this country, was the mastermind behind those. Hugh Carey, among other things, counted very heavily on a big vote in New York City. And his final television commercials looked like a UNICEF Christmas card. There were so many ethnic faces represented in those television commercials that you just about didn't miss any voting block in New York City. Interesting.
You want to talk about Menachem Begin?
Hey, that's right.
There was this surprise visit that we saw arranged in New York City. President Carter said he was not going to see the Prime Minister of Israel at all. No. And lo and behold, bang, there they were, and who stood between them, Tom?
In all the pictures, television and still.
Who was it?
Hugh Carey got a fair amount of attention out of that. The Jewish vote in New York City has the largest Jewish population outside of Israel anywhere in the world. And the Jewish vote here is traditionally heavily Democratic. That worked very well for him. Interestingly, however, a very strong stand against the death penalty on the part of Hugh Carey. Not only is opposed to the death penalty as a law, but he says that he will commute the sentence of anyone sentenced to death in New York should the legislature override his veto of a death penalty.
Also, the state went for Jimmy Carter 2 years ago by 52%, and I think it's important to keep that in mind, that you're going to have a Democratic governor in the state of New York with all those electoral votes 2 years from now.
Okay, let's take a quick look at some other big states and how they're doing. New York, just briefly again, Hugh Carey, we are projecting re-elected governor, a Democrat. 11% of the precincts in. Our projection is that he will be re-elected. In Massachusetts, a state that's been getting a good deal of attention because its Democratic incumbent governor, Michael Dukakis, was beaten in the primary by a man by the name of Edward King, a 53-year-old former professional football player. A lot of regular Democrats bailed out at that point, but Tip O'Neill stayed with King, and with good reason. Tip O'Neill's son is a candidate for lieutenant governor up there. In Pennsylvania, Milton Schaaf, the Democratic incumbent governor, a lot of scandal during his administration. The man who prosecuted a lot of that scandal was Richard Thornburg, then the U.S. attorney. Tonight we are projecting the new governor of Pennsylvania, Republican candidate. 9% of the precincts reporting a very narrow lead for Thornburg, but we are projecting that he will beat former Pittsburgh mayor Pete Flaherty. And in Ohio, here's how it stands at this hour. 4% of the precincts in thus far. The Democratic challenger is Richard Celeste. He is trailing considerably at this hour, but just a few of the precincts reported thus far, counting thus far. He is trailing considerable 69-year-old James Rhodes, the most durable political figure in Ohio probably in this century. Certainly the most durable man outside of Woody Hayes in Ohio in the past 20 years. James Rhodes has been in the governor's office at one time or another for the past 16 years in Ohio. So that's how the vote stands now in some very big and important, economically important states around the country. David Brinkley.
Tom, I have a projection in Maine where by our projection, the Democrats have lost a seat to the Republicans. Our projection is that William Cohen in Maine, the Republican, has won the Senate seat, now held by Senator Hathaway, a Democrat. Cohen, the Republican, elected Senate in Maine. Now, we heard a little earlier from Bob Dotson, who is in Oskaloosa, Iowa. We're going now to hear from him again and to find out what is happening there. Bob?
Well, they're about ready to count the votes here in Oskaloosa, Iowa. But, you know, there's an old saying out here in farm country that farmers, they live poor and they die rich. The only way they can make a real profit is when they sell off. And we have Roy Van Veldhuizen and Ron, I'm sorry. We were wondering that it's very difficult now with the land here in Iowa, farmland selling for about $1,000 up to $2,000, $2,500 an acre. How does a young person get into farming?
It takes a lot of capital and lots of credit.
Do you ever worry about where the next generation of farmers is coming from?
Yes, I do. It's pretty hard to figure out how they're going to get started farming.
Agribusiness, you think, might be able to take over some of the farms?
There's a possibility this could happen if the present farmers and their sons don't stick with it.
What does that seem to you? You've been here on the land, your family, for many years.
Well, it seems to me that we're going to have to operate as efficient as we can and try to hang on to this land so we can pass it on down to generations, say our own sons.
And yet farmers today are about 4% of the population in this country. And when they come up against a housewife, sometimes they lose. This is Bob Dotson from Oskaloosa, Iowa.
And we now have a projected winner in the state of Michigan in a very important Senate race. NBC News projects Carl Levin as the winner in the contest with Senator Robert Griffin, a two-term Republican, who now, according to our calculations, will not be returning to the Senate next year. Carl Levin, and now we have a victory statement by Mr. Levin, who is an attorney from Detroit, a former Detroit City Council president.
Needless to say, I'm not going to say anything to dampen your enthusiasm. It's too early to claim victory. But I've got to tell you that rumors have it that we're going to win. The projections look good. You look good. My wife Barbara looks better than ever. I've got to tell you that the people of Michigan look good and were smiling when I went from poll to poll today, and when Barb and the kids and our family went from poll to poll today. I read something into those smiles and into the eyes of the people, and I firmly believe that that's the way the evening's going to end, is the way I read those smiles. But we're going to come back a little later because it just simply is too early to have a definitive result.
And there you saw Carl Levin, our projected winner in the race for the Senate in Michigan, which interesting state now tonight. Bill Milliken is our projected winner, a Republican in the governor's race. Bob Griffin, our projected loser for the Senate. We'll have more coverage of the 1978 elections after this.
It's the newest division of Textron, but it's been cutting a wide swath as a leader in its field since 1921. Jacobson is not a big company. Some 1,600 people work there. But they've earned a worldwide reputation for building fine outdoor power equipment for professionals as well as for you and me. And a lot of that reputation was built on new ideas, like the automatic recoil starter back in the 1920s. Pneumatic tires for garden equipment. The all-hydraulic riding mower for golf greens. And now, the Jacobson Power Burst Control to deal with tall, thick grass. A Jacobson garden tractor is even being used to experiment with the fuel of the future, the cleanest fuel of all, hydrogen. It's this spirit of innovation, from mowers to snow throwers, that makes Jacobson Textron's kind of company. Constantly looking for better ways to do things. That's what private enterprise is all about. And that's what we do at every division of Textron.
There's no mystery about douches. My mom told me about Massengill disposables.
Do you like them?
Yeah, I like Massengill freshness. They're pre-mixed, pre-measured, easy. They're made with a special design.
That is a clever design.
Only Massengill has it. Massengill disposable helps me feel Massengill fresh.
Massengill freshness. Sounds good.
2 fragrances and vinegar and water, the ingredients many doctors recommend. Massengill freshness made easy.
Here's some interesting figures from our NBC News AP poll, big one we took today, still taking. As we've already told you in the past, our polls show that more people don't want Jimmy Carter to run for president again in 1980. There are more who don't want him than who do want him. But the voters apparently don't like any other candidate much better. In fact, more voters, 23%, said they wanted Carter for president in 80 than any other candidate. Senator Kennedy was next with 20%. Ronald Reagan was third, not far behind, with 18. There was 14% for Gerald Ford. Carter was the choice of Democratic voters, with Kennedy second. Among Republicans, it was Reagan first, and then Ford. Now, we have been calling winners in the Senate and governor's races through the evening. There have been some surprises. There have been some results that were not very surprising. We cannot summarize it very well as yet because we don't have enough figures and enough winners or enough losers as yet. But so far we have agreed, as you may have heard, that the Republicans have not done as badly as they might have expected to do. They didn't expect to do all that well, and so far I would say they have done, what did we decide? Pretty well, John?
Pretty well so far.
Pretty well so far.
That's as precise as we want to be at this moment.
That's as precise as we can be at this moment. So what we want to do now is to bring you up to date. If you've been out or been painting a boat in the basement or whatever, we're going to bring you up to date on the races we have called so far. Governors first, and then the senators. And here they are in print, and I won't say anything. That's a promise.
I thought they were...
Decision 78 continues with the Tri-State Report. Brought to you by American Airlines. Now here are Chuck Scarborough and Jack Cafferty.
Good evening to you once again. The problem I told you about last time has been pretty much cleared up. We're getting some early returns in now. And we do have 2 projected winners for you. First of all, Governor Hugh Carey, we project, will win another term in the State House. Hugh Carey defeating Perry B. Duryea in our projected winner. If we take a look at the boards right now, at the statewide total, we see that with 14% of the precincts reporting statewide, Governor Kerry has a substantial lead with 60% of the vote to Duryea 40% of the vote to hang on to that office he holds already. Now let's take a look at the citywide returns in comparison. Citywide, with 32% of the precincts reporting, it's a little wider spread, 65% to 35%. Now I don't know if you noticed the vote totals earlier, but most of the vote that's coming in is coming in from the city. The totals you see right here are almost the same as the total statewide. Now, this means the city returns are coming in early. It means it did not rain today, so we're getting a big Democratic turnout in the city, and this may be one of the reasons why it's such a runaway at this point with Governor Hugh Carey. And, of course, we projected if it had rained, fewer Democrats would turn out, fewer people would turn out, and it might have been a closer race. However, we will shift right now to Kerry headquarters with Melba Tolliver and see what's going on over there now that we've projected Kerry the winner. Melba?
Chuck, I'm not sure how to describe the mood here at Kerry headquarters at the moment. The crowd is here, the band was playing, the bar is open. The question is, where is the governor? We were told about a half an hour ago that he would be down here in the Grand Ballroom with the Statler. We assumed that he was coming to make a victory statement. Then a couple of minutes ago, we were told that he was not even in the building, that he is out visiting a local television station, and that in addition, he had not decided to make this statement because he had not received a call yet from Perry Duryea. Pia at Duryea headquarters, do you know why that call hasn't come into this headquarters yet?
All right, thank you, Melba. Well, in spite of the predictions, Mr. Duryea is not ready to concede. His campaign manager just came down and said that he feels there's not enough information yet for them to call this election. And he also said, we don't give up this easily. It's going to be a long night here. So we expect to be here for quite a few more hours. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Pia, thank you very much. And once again, we are projecting that Governor Hugh Carey will win re-election to keep his $85,000 a year job in New York State and run the state for 4 more years, overcoming great odds. At one point, he was considered clearly the underdog, with Perry Duryea clearly the winner. Another projection for you right now in the race for New York Attorney General. Robert Abrams is our projected winner there. Robert Abrams, at 40 years old, is an amazing vote-getter. If you'll recall, 4 years ago, he was fielded against Republican Louis Lefkowitz, who had been Attorney General then for 18 years, and he was sort of a sacrificial lamb. He almost beat him then. He is the winner tonight. He is our projected winner with 64% of the vote against Michael Ross, 36% of the vote. Now, moving on to the controller's race. Again, it looks like we have a very close race here, but it may be the Democrat once more winning. Harrison Golden for controller statewide right now, 14% of the precincts reporting, has 59% of the vote. And Ned Reagan, the Republican, 41%. We are not projecting this yet, but indeed, if this vote total holds, if those percentages hold, we will have a clean sweep for the first time in 40 years of the Democratic offices, the statewide offices being won by Democrats in New York State. Jack?
All right, Chuck, in just a couple of moments, Tony Guide is going to look at some of the poll information and see if he can give us an idea of why Governor Kerry was reelected. But first, these messages.
An important message to people throughout the New York area. Now you can earn interest on your checking at Citibank. We've taken advantage of a new law and will now offer you 5% interest on checking, the highest interest any bank can pay, even savings banks. 5% checking is the newest addition to 24-hour Citi card banking. At Citibank, we think our customers deserve a lot of easy ways to earn more interest. 5% checking is the newest. Get it. You deserve it.
The city never sleeps. Citibank. You expect more from a leader.
You expect innovative ideas from Amoco. We were a leader in developing lead-free gasoline, the first major brand with 2 grades of lead-free, the first with premium lead-free. Amoco Premium Lead-Free, proven by experience to help stop engine run-on, to burn smoother and help stop knock. And even improve mileage because you don't have to change the timing to prevent knock. Amoco Premium Lead-Free.
We must apologize to you. We'll not have the poll results for you right now because we understand the Connecticut Governor Ella Grasso is at her headquarters in Hartford where she is speaking. We're going to switch there live.
To get that budget together and to do it as I said, without any tax increase, without any new taxes. And we're working on some new and exciting job training prospects that I think will help our people along the road and certainly be beneficial in our effort to attract new business and persuade our business that's already here to grow and to expand.
All right, we're having some trouble with picking up the audio of Ella Grasso. In case you did just join us, we will tell you that she has been projected as having won or will win re-election. Okay, now, in New Jersey, there are a couple of issues on the ballot that are of importance. In Essex County, as you'll recall, the voters last year voted for a reorganization of county government there, and the race is on tonight for Essex County Executive, where 29% of the precincts reporting. Peter Shapiro, the Democrat, is getting 73% of the votes to only 27% for the opponent, Republican Robert Notte. So we have not called a winner yet there, but certainly there is a substantial lead. The other big question is High-Lie, another form of legalized gambling in New Jersey. That is also on the ballot. It is being defeated. That was an open-ended referendum. There was no information in there about how many High-Lie frontons or where they'd be located. Legalized casino gambling was also defeated the first time around, so that is really not surprising. Now, perhaps they will redefine the issue and submit it again, but for the time being, the issue of High-Lie is going down to defeat.
All right, Jack, we have a number of intriguing congressional races in New York State we're going to be looking at next time we see you. Of course, the 18th, the Silk-Stocking District. The 23rd, we have a projected winner in that, Peter Pizer. More on those as we continue in about 20 minutes' time. See you then.
Tempty whipped cream cheese isn't just for people who like bagels.
And the Tempty, please. Thank you.
Tempty is creamy enough to eat with an omelet, light enough and fluffy enough to spread on a croissant, and delicious enough for just about everyone.
Bagel for your Tempty, sir?
A bagel? What's a bagel?
Tempty whipped cream cheese is whipped, so it's bigger than the bagel.
You know what's going to taste really good?
Lipton Copper Soup would taste so good right now.
It's America's Right Now soup. Investigate human potential movement with Donahue tomorrow morning at 9.
NBC News continues its election night report. Decision 78. Here is David Brinkley.
We have some projections beginning in Montana, where we project that the winner in the race for the Senate is the Democrat Max Baucus in Montana. Montana, the winner in the Senate, Max Baucus, the Democrat. And in Wyoming, we project the winner there to be Alan Simpson, the Republican. In Wyoming, Simpson, the Republican. Now here is the map showing how we are doing so far, how the parties are doing so far in the elections of senators. As we have said, blue Republican senators projected, red Democratic senators projected. And as you see, it's sort of a checkerboard across the country. The white states we have not yet been able to call because we don't have enough figures yet. And the total figures on the elections of senators so far show that the Democrats have elected 14, the Republicans 9. The net total we will not be able to give you until sometime later when we have more states and more figures. Now, a projection in Nebraska in the election of governor. We project the winner to be the Republican Charles Thone. Nebraska, the governor, the Republican Charles Thone. The map, our big map, now lit up for governors, shows a picture something like this. The states that appear in dark gray are states in which there are no elections for governor this year. The white states we have not called yet. The Republicans are shown in blue, projected winners of Republicans in blue. The figures at this hour stand like this. The Democrats have elected 11 governors, the Republicans 6, and at this time, that is by no means the final figure, at this time, the Republicans show a gain of 2. Now we have some returns from our NBC News AP poll today on the subject number 1 this year, the subject of inflation. We asked people who, in your opinion, is to blame for inflation? The president, Congress, business, unions, banks, foreign countries? Well, the poll has questioned 27,000 people across the country on this and other questions. Here are their responses. The biggest group, 45%, is ready to blame somebody or something for inflation, blamed Congress. 45%, the largest number. The next largest group saddled with the blame for inflation was labor unions, 20%. Only 6% blamed the president, 15% business, and a tiny 3% blamed the banks. 5% said they thought consumers were to blame, perhaps because they're spending too much money or something. Some more results from our poll when we asked 30,000 voters whether public employees should be allowed to strike, which is, there have been a great many this year, and it has been a public issue. Only 31% said yes. Almost twice as many said no, that public employees should not be permitted to strike. Among blue-collar workers, 4 out of 10 were against strikes by government employees. Jessica, what do you think of those figures from the Senate races?
From the Senate race on insofar as blaming Congress for on the tax question?
Well, what do you think of either of them?
Wait, before I get to answer that question, we have a remote now from Paul Tsongas, the new senator from the state of Massachusetts.
If you can hang on for a second, I'll be through. So. Well, now look what you've done. I would like to. If you're going to cheer, do it in English, please. Forget the Greek. I would like to start off by saying that I would just like to congratulate Senator Brooke on his grace and his courage. He was a very tough campaigner and showed great resilience. I tried during this campaign to dislike him, but I never could. And I developed, especially during the debates, a great affection for him. And he leaves behind 12 years in the Senate that he has every right to be proud of. And Massachusetts did not make a mistake sending him there for 12 years. And I, for one, think that he should be very proud for what he's done for the state and for this country during those 12 years.
Entire Percy family.
Charles Percy, who retained his Senate seat, making his victory
and your
statement.
goodwill is something that we shall carry proudly all of our lives. That you have selected me to represent you for another 6-year term in the United States Senate. This is truly the greatest honor of my life, and I promise you I will give you my best. This evening is enhanced for me by the victories of so many of my colleagues that I have run arm in arm with. Led by Governor Jim Thompson and Bill Scott, they deserve your vote of confidence. I remember what it feels like to lose an election. So I can sympathize with Alex and Francine, as well as with their fine children, Bill, Kathleen, and Robert, and with Alex's parents, Helen and Alex Sr. I wish them all well.
I'd like to make a comment there on Percy's statement. He's talking about the Seath, his opponent, and there were some bitter words between the two of them and included some family members there. I thought it was a very interesting statement.
Didn't it look for a while as if Percy was going down the second time?
It certainly did.
Drowning?
One poll showed him 15 points behind a couple of weeks ago. He certainly looked very relieved there. And also,
well, there's a certain kind of graciousness that comes over politicians when they've won. We've just seen 2 examples of it, Paul Tsongas and Chuck Percy being so terribly nice to their opponents. I wish some night on one of these programs somebody would get up and say, my opponent was a bum. And I'm glad deserve to lose.
Deserve worse.
They're all marvelous at that moment. They're so generous.
The one before that, you saw Paul Tsongas, which, as David, you had been mentioning earlier, there was no animosity between the two candidates in that race, so he was pretty true to form when he said that it would be voters in Massachusetts that done well to send Brooke to the Senate for that many years. We have a couple of Senate races we'd like to take a look at this time. In Virginia, with maybe, almost three-quarters, 66% of the precincts reporting in. That race has gone back and forth all night long, and there you see the Democrat Miller, 51% of the vote, Republican John Warner trailing with 49% of the vote. Too close to call, and it's been going back and forth all evening that way. In West Virginia, Archmore and Jennings Randolph, 26% of the precincts reporting at this time. Randolph, 51% of the vote. Archmore, former governor of the state, 49% of the vote, and the battle there between Randolph and his Republican challengers emphasized one of the questions more than any other, and that's who built the most highways and the bridges. Randolph claims he did it as chairman of the Senate Public Works Committee, and Moore says that he did it as the former governor of the state. In North Carolina, a race that NBC News has called, 16% of the precincts reporting Jesse Helms, Republican, holding his Senate seat there. That's a race NBC News has called. In Mississippi, we now project, as you see there, Republican Jesse Helms, re-elected in the state. In Mississippi, 20% of the precincts reporting in. There's a race we're going to have to watch, because there's a race where independents really do have a part in making up what could be a Republican victory in the state of Mississippi. Thad Cochran, the U.S. House member, practicing attorney from Jackson, has 45% of the vote. Democrat Maurice Danton, 45%. Those others, the others, again, Charles Evers, brother of slain civil rights leader Medgar Evers, is doing well, and if he does very well, it might be enough to split the vote. If it splits the vote, it could well be that a Republican, Thad Cochran, may be the very first Republican that Mississippi has had since Civil War. And Mississippi has 37% black voters in that state, so it could very well be that Evers will get a significant portion of that black vote. In the state of Texas, let's take a look at some of the results there. 1% of the precincts reporting at this time. John Tower in a tough fight there against his Democratic challenger Kruger. He has 54% of the vote, but of course that's only 1% of the precincts reporting in. That is a race to watch. The Republicans really do want to hang on to that Senate seat. John.
We would like now to project a winner in the gubernatorial contest in the state of Iowa. Governor Robert Ray, no real surprise there, will have, by our projection, his 5th two-year term. Very popular governor in Iowa, Robert Ray. And on Frank Rizzo and the Philadelphia Charter revision, United Press International says that the voters seem to have defeated the proposal that would have allowed Rizzo to run for a 3rd term. The proposal to allow unlimited terms for mayors in Philadelphia is trailing sizably. And another question, to allow elected officials to hold office while campaigning for another office, is trailing even more. Rizzo is described as subdued. We'll be back with more after this.
You're my relief man?
Relief person.
Is that so? Well, maybe you can give me a little relief for this cold.
Stuffy nose and cough, huh? Here.
Hall's menthol.
Hall's mentholyptus with vapor action.
Hey, that's strong.
That's vapor action. It penetrates deep to make your nasal passages feel clearer. And Hall's cools your throat to help your cough.
You're a terrific relief man person.
Hall's mentholyptus with vapor action in cherry and honey lemon, too.
Show me a soup as beefy as my mom made, and I'll eat it.
Okay, chunky beef.
But Mom's had chunks of beef.
Chunky has chunks of beef.
Mom's had chunks of potatoes, and vegetables, too.
Chunky has chunks of potatoes and vegetables, too.
Mmm.
Beefy enough for you?
I'll eat it. Mmm.
Campbell's Chunky Beef Soup. So chunky, you'll be tempted to eat it with a fork.
But use a spoon to get every drop.
Introducing a whole new breed of Mustang. The all-new 79 Mustang from Ford. With a new aerodynamic design, precise handling, and Mustang performance from options of V6, V8, even a turbocharged engine. Mustang for 79, the new breed in 2-door and 3-door models. Capture one at your Ford dealer now.
We have two projections in the votes on taxation and money, beginning in South Dakota, which is where it is called Amendment D, and it provides that any tax increase takes a 2/3 vote of the Senate, of the members of the legislature. Our projection is that that restriction in South Dakota has got a yes vote. It has passed, been approved. In Colorado, it is called Amendment 2, and it says that the state's spending cannot grow faster than the cost of living and the population growth. Our projection is that the response of the voters in Colorado on that question is no. So that's the news at this moment about the money. John?
Well, I'm just looking at our famous computer terminal here. In Florida, former Senator Edward Gurney appears to be losing by a sizable margin in his contest there, with 42% of the precincts now reporting 62% of the vote is going to Gurney's opponent, Bill Nelson, a member of the state house there. He's got 28,000 votes to former Senator Gurney's 17,000. So Gurney has about 38% to 62% for his opponent in the 9th District of Florida. And he talked about this tonight in what I'm told are, I haven't seen this yet, bitter terms. And we'd like to show you that now. Senator Gurney, former Senator Gurney, speaking in Florida at his headquarters tonight.
We have a new congressman. I wish him well. I hope he carries out the statements and promises he made to the people. If he does, we'll have a good congressman.
Is this the end of your campaign career?
Well, indeed it is. I have no desire to run for another one. As a matter of fact, it took a year to make up my mind to do this one, and obviously it'd have been just as well if I hadn't.
What are your comments now about your political comeback? It was a tough road.
Well, I don't think there's much comment to make, except I lost. It's quite evident.
Senator, are you sorry you went into the campaign?
No, I won't say that. It's not a good feeling to lose. As a matter of fact, I think this is the 14th election I've had, and this is the first time I've lost, so I can't exactly say I enjoy it, but at the same time, I enjoy the campaigning.
Do you think the charges that you faced, do you think the bribery charge that you face hurt you anyway? I know you were acquitted.
Yes,
you think
no
it hurt
question
you?
about it. No question about it, it did.
How severely do you think it hurt you?
I can't say that. You'd have to go out and do a poll in depth, but as a matter of fact, I could see that in the primary. I should have won the primary by a much larger margin than I did. And when I didn't, I realized that the effect of the trial was more than I thought.
Would you think that was the primary reason for your defeat?
I couldn't say that. It was one of the ingredients, and as I say, I'm not really interested in going through all of those.
What are you going to do now, sir?
Former Senator Gurney is 64 years old. He says he didn't do terribly well in the primary this year, but he got 70% of the vote in the primary, which most people regard as doing exceedingly well. Some other congressmen who have won tonight: in Indiana, Andy Jacobs is listed as a winner. In Kentucky, Tim Lee Carter is a Republican. A Democrat, Carl Perkins. The chairman of the House Budget Committee, Robert Giammo of North Haven, Connecticut, is running well ahead of his Republican opponent, John Pucciano. Helen Minor, a Democratic incumbent in New Jersey, is a little bit behind, a few hundred votes behind her opponent, who is an attorney named Jim Courter. We don't have all that much vote in yet, and Mrs. Minor could pull it out. And look who's there on our screen, somebody who knows all about these races, the Speaker of the House, Congressman Thomas P. O'Neill of Massachusetts. And David and I and the rest of us are very happy to have you here, Mr. Speaker.
Fine, John. Happy to talk to you.
And if I were sitting there and you and I were just in your office and I asked you how you thought things were going, what would you say?
Well, at the present time, we see about 12 of our members in trouble across the nation. We've already won 2 seats, and we haven't lost any, but there are 12 in trouble, and we looked to see 3 or more that we can possibly win. I'd say at tops we would have a net loss of 12 as compared with the average of the off year when the party in the White House is in power of an average of 36 since 1916. So I say we'll do very well. I'll put it at 12 is the highest that we can possibly lose.
So you think that's not so bad?
Well, no, we have 287 members, and that'll bring us down to about, we'll be above 275, 276, something of that nature.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
we're losing. It seems as though there's a kind of a wave in Pennsylvania at the present time with the Democratic governor going down the way, candidate for governor going down the way he did. We've got 5 or 6 that are in difficulty out there. That seems to be the one local area. We're doing exceptionally well in New York State with some of our candidates that we thought would be in difficult. We apparently have won the Lou Fry seat down in Florida, and we won the Saracen seat in Connecticut from what we gather, and it'll be somewhere between 8 and 12 seats that we'll lose.
Is this about what you expected, Mr. Speaker?
Well, yes. We were predicting early in the year we'd somewhere between 12 and 20, but it was interesting. The Republicans targeted 56 seats, and then they brought it down to somewhere around 28, and we figured if we could hold our losses to less than 20, we would be doing well. And so we think that the party has done exceptionally well.
Mr. Speaker?
Somewhere between 8 and 12, I predict right now.
In a year when it seemed the public mood was in tune with the standard Republican positions, why do you feel they weren't able to do better with it?
Well, I just truly believe that in times of crisis, the polls have always showed us that in times of crisis, the people have more confidence in the Democratic Party. There's a crisis now, inflation, no question about it. And the Harris poll, the Gallup poll, the various polls that we see tell us that at times like this, there's a tendency to go to the Democrats. And I think that's what happened. Plus the fact that I believe this year it emanates from grassroots. The Congress of the United States really reads the pulse of the people across the nation. And we took the deficit figure that the president had offered to us earlier in the year, and we cut it $22 billion. And I think the people were cognizant of the fact that we were doing pruning and we were doing cutting, and we were doing exactly what they wanted us to do. And at the same time, while we were doing this, we were coming out with the health programs and the educational programs and thought of the senior citizens. And so overall, the 95th Congress came away, in my opinion, in the minds of the American public, with an excellent record.
Mr. Speaker, excuse me, but you're a strongly partisan man. You're
very partisan, no question about that.
You're one of the great partisans in the history of American politics.
Well, that's John Rhodes, he'll tell you.
But is there any limit to the size of the Democratic Party? It seems to get bigger all the time in the Congress.
Well, John, there's no limit because of the fact that there are so many under the umbrella or under the tent of the Democratic Party. We have way out liberals and way out conservatives. We have progressive liberals like myself. We have moderates. We have conservatives. Oftentimes we don't go far enough for the ultra liberals, and we always go too far for the ultra conservative. And politics is the art of compromise, and that's what the Democratic Party is. Diversity under one umbrella and compromise is the art, and the American people seem to like that. We have everybody under our tent.
About 5 parties in one.
About 5 parties. Yeah, I think if we were in France, we'd be 5 parties, 5 splinter parties. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for taking the time out to be with us tonight.
Delighted.
Very nice. Thomas P. O'Neill, Tip O'Neill, one of the great political figures in the United States. We'll be back with more coverage after this.
When your headache says,
take something strong.
common sense says,
Take something safe.
6 popular headache remedies. All are safe, used as directed. All but one are regular strength. Of all these, only one. Anacin combines that safety with extra strength. Anacin's pain reliever is recognized by experts as safe, used as directed.
Strength with safety. That's common sense.
Of all these, only one. Anacin combines safety you expect with extra strength you want.
I'm not going, and that's final.
You're overreacting, Phil. What's the matter?
Well, his doctor told him caffeine bothers him.
You should drink Sanka brand decaffeinated coffee.
But I only like real coffee.
Phil, Sanka brand is 100% real coffee. Try it.
This is real coffee.
My goodness, look at the lovebirds.
That's what happens when you fall in love with Sanka brand.
Sanka brand, the coffee that lets you be your best.
And in this quarter, introducing the champ, Plymouth's all-new mileage champ for 79 with a record of 43 miles per gallon. Highway 33 City. Imagine that. Champ's got front-wheel drive and a twin-stick transmission for terrific economy and an extra power punch when you need it. The new Plymouth Champ.
That's imagination. That's Plymouth.
Now we're going to look at some of the returns from the tax proposals that people have been voting on during the day, beginning in Illinois, where the question put to the people was, would you like to have some kind of law or something putting a ceiling on the state's spending? We projected some time ago that the result there would be a yes vote. Those are the figures at this time. 82% have said yes. Now, in Michigan, there are two separate propositions in Michigan. One called Proposition J, which would make substantial cuts in property taxes. Substantial cuts. At this hour, with 6% of the precincts voting, 6% in, the no vote is a little ahead, 58,000 to 55,000, 52% to 48, which may be surprising. Michigan has another proposition called E, Proposition E, which does not cut taxes. It merely puts a freeze on spending in the future. And the returns on that are 65% no and 35% yes, which may also be surprising. In any case, that's where it stands at this moment. The governor in Connecticut, Ella Grasso, we projected to have been reelected. She has made a little statement on her re-election, and here's what she said. Governor Ella Grasso, Connecticut.
I think we won. And I think that it was a great victory, truly. We had a wonderful turnout, and that's the expression of the confidence and the interest of the people of our state in their affairs. And I said before that we've been so honored to serve them all of these years, and it will be my pleasure in these next 4 years to renew our partnership and to get all of our work done. And tonight, I want to say thank you to each one of you here in this room. I know what you did to help us get out the vote, to help establish confidence in our ticket and in our party, and I am most grateful and most appreciative. I want to thank Howard, who served as my campaign manager.
Bill Bradley, whom we have projected to be the winner in New Jersey in the race for the Senate, has a little something to say. And we're going to switch there and see what it is. Bill Bradley, basketball player, Democrat, our projected winner for the Senate in New Jersey.
Thank you. Thank you. First, let me say a word about Jeff Bell.
What for?
Jeff Bell
Down with the camera. Camera's down. Down, please.
ran a clean campaign based on issues. He and I disagreed fundamentally. But because in 21 debates, we discussed what to do about taxes and government, inflation and jobs, we participated in a real campaign, not one based on personalities or innuendo. Jeff Bell was a hard and worthy adversary, and for that, he has my respect.
Well, one thing you can say about Bill Bradley, he's tall enough so that you can see him in any kind of crowd. We'll be back with more after this.
On Dick Clark's Live Wednesday, scheduled to appear Charo, Tom Jones, Aretha Franklin, David Steinberg, Milton Berle, and An Amazing Illusion and more. Live Wednesday on NBC.
Nick Nolte in return to Macon County. They planned on running in drag racing's nationals. Instead, they're running for their lives.
We got everybody chasing us.
Nick Nolte, Wednesday.
Wait till you see the kitchen. Beautiful.
And here's a little housewarming gift.
Oh, I'll get the glasses.
Use these.
Puritan oil.
From the NBC News Election Center, this is NBC Nightly News with David Brinkley and John Chancellor.
Good evening. The 1978 elections are over, leaving the Republican Party in somewhat better shape. Republicans picked up 3 seats in the U.S. Senate, 13 in the House, and half a dozen governorships. The party also made important gains in state legislatures. All in all, not a huge success, but a respectable showing. Liberals in both parties did poorly, and there was a trend toward more conservative candidates, which may be a significant reflection of the mood of the country. Some of the contests weren't decided until today. David?
The U.S. Senate. The Democrats have owned it for 30 years, and they still do. But they did lose a little yesterday, 3 seats, apparently. So at this hour, it looks as if the new Senate in January will have 59 Democrats and 41 Republicans. The Democrats will have fewer votes, but still enough to run things. 2 Senate elections were so close the differences were down into fractions of 1%. Here are the numbers in Virginia. Warner, the Republican, has a lead so small it is almost in Texas. Senator John Tower has a lead so small it is invisible, but it is there, and he appears to be a winner. And in Virginia, Warner, the Republican, has a very small lead, but he, too, appears to be the winner. Here's a report from Texas and George Lewis.
It was a rough campaign, even by Texas standards, and the closest race John Tower has run in his 17 years as a U.S. Senator. He went to bed last night without knowing whether he had won or lost. Today at noon, leading by a fraction of a percentage point, Tower proclaimed his victory.
It's been a close election. It's been a tough one. But I believe that the majority has prevailed, and the majority viewpoint in Texas has prevailed. And I look forward to doing my job for another 6 years.
Congressman Bob Kruger, who had campaigned for 18 months against Tower, met with reporters and his volunteers this afternoon. His voice hoarse from a frenzy of last-minute speech-making, Kruger stopped short of admitting defeat.
Because of the problems with computers and with incomplete returns, it's too early to make either a final or a definitive statement. I can only say that if the incumbent senator is retained in office, I wish him well and wish the people of our state well in his service.
George Lewis, NBC News, Austin, Texas.
The next U.S. Senate is going to be more conservative. There were 7 senators defeated yesterday, and of the 7, only 1 was not a liberal, Robert Griffin of Michigan. Here they are, Griffin, a Republican, a moderate conservative, the rest all fairly liberal. Haskell of Colorado, Clark of Iowa, Anderson of Minnesota, Hathaway of Maine, McIntyre of New Hampshire, and Republican Edward Brooke of Massachusetts. They all lost. Brooke was engulfed in a sea of personal troubles about his finances and was defeated by Congressman Paul Tsongas. Lee McCarthy has more on that story.
Senator Brooke had prepared himself and his staff for defeat, and when it came, he accepted it gracefully. Brooke's personal problems had been the key issue in the campaign, but this had been a contest between gentlemen. Paul Tsongas had never mentioned the charges against Brooke, and he was thankful for that.
And I want to congratulate Paul Tsongas for the quality of his campaign. I want to congratulate him for the honorable manner in which he has conducted this campaign.
Today, Tsongas thanked the voters who 6 months ago were expected to re-elect Brooke to a third term. Tsongas thinks many of the voters simply decided it was time for a change. Later, as the senator-elect relaxed with his family, he said many of the stands he will take will resemble those of the man he defeated.
The difference between myself and Senator Brooke on basically national issues are, from a national perspective, really minor.
Senator Brooke was in seclusion today, unwinding from the tough campaign, and his aides were already saying Ed Brooke has lost before, and he'll be heard from again. Lee McCarthy, NBC News, Boston.
Now let's have a look at the new names we'll be seeing in the Senate next year, and here they are in alphabetical order, 20 of them. Armstrong in Colorado, Baucus in Montana, Boren in Oklahoma, Boschwitz in Minnesota, Bradley in New Jersey, Cochran in Minnesota, Cohen in Maine. Durenberger in Minnesota, Exxon in Nebraska, Heflin in Alabama, Humphrey in New Hampshire, Jepsen in Iowa, Kassebaum in Kansas, Levin in Michigan. Pressler in South Dakota, Pryor in Arkansas, Simpson in Wyoming, Stewart in Alabama, Tsongas in Massachusetts, and Warner in Virginia, winners. And that's the biggest class of new faces in the Senate since 1946. One of them is the first Republican to go to the Senate from Mississippi since just after the Civil War, Thad Cochran of Jackson. Andrea Mitchell reports on that contest.
This morning, Thad Cochran thanked campaign workers, including disgruntled Democrats who helped him carry rural white sections that have never before voted Republican.
You liable to catch something. Everybody up here's got a case of the glopes.
Well, it looks like they finally got us stopped.
Cochran defeated Maurice Danton, the Democrat handpicked by retiring Senator Jim Eastland to fill the seat he had held for 36 years. The Republicans even carried Eastland's home county. They did it with the help of a third candidate, independent Charles Evers. Evers ran a strong third and helped guarantee Republican success. Republicans here still have no power in local courthouse politics, and Cochran says he's not interested in rebuilding the party from the bottom up. More than a Republican victory, he says this is a victory for coalition politics and for a new generation of Mississippi politicians.
Nobody will ever take Mississippi for granted again.
Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
Anyone who is not at least in his 30s can't even remember the last time the Republicans controlled the House of Representatives. And those who wish to see it will have to wait. The Republicans gained 13 seats yesterday, but they're still far behind. This is our figuring on the new Congress in January. It looks as if the Democrats will have 275, the Republicans 160.
Singing telegram from the Green Giant. He's introducing lasagna.
That's nice.
It cooks in 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
It's the Giant's new boil and bag lasagna. It cooks in 20 minutes. Made with 4 flavorful cheeses, good ground beef, and tangy tomato sauce. Delicious. New boil and bag main dishes.
From the Green Giant.
That's music to my ears.
Ho, ho, ho.
Green Giant.
Get ready to deal. Get ready to drive. Now during Chevy Truck Tryout time at your local participating Chevy dealers. Get behind the wheel of those great new Chevy trucks. Try them out for available features. Try them out for comfort. Try them out for ride. Don't miss a deal now during your Chevy dealer's big Chevy Truck Tryout time.
Am I too late?
You're just in time. Chevy trucks, built to stay tough.
Governors, old and new, let's have a look at the map now to see what the situation is following yesterday's voting. The blue-colored states will have Republican governors. The red-colored states will have Democratic governors. And you can see 18 Republican governors, 32 Democratic governors in the 50 states, including Hawaii and Alaska. That's a net gain of 6 governorships for the Republicans. And Robert Hager has the story of what happened to some governors.
Republican William Clements walked into his campaign headquarters in Austin, Texas this morning and claimed victory. The vote count, which had been extremely close all night, confirmed it. Clements is the first Republican governor elected in Texas in more than 100 years.
There is a constancy there, and I am satisfied that you are now looking at the new governor.
Another late winner, Ohio's Republican Governor James Rhodes, back for a 4th term. Rhodes also had to wait until this morning to claim victory.
The people of Ohio have spoken, expressing their support for our programs and policies.
There was talk about the presidential ambitions of some governors who were re-elected last night. California's Democratic Governor Jerry Brown held a news conference at an outdoor cafe today and was asked if he sees himself as a national leader.
I see myself as an individual who has been given a second chance and a very big job, and I intend to do it. What happens after that, I don't know.
And in Illinois, Republican Governor James Thompson, who won big there yesterday, was also asked if he were a presidential possibility.
I don't think you can even begin to talk hypothetically, as commentators sometimes like to do, about the national political scene until next summer and next fall.
Some other Republicans who won, in Michigan, William Milliken, re-elected after a tough, close campaign. In Pennsylvania, a new Republican face, Richard Thornburg, elected governor there. But in New Hampshire, the Republicans lost the state house. The outspoken conservative governor, Meldon Thompson, was upset in his try for a 4th term. And finally, in New York, Democratic Governor Hugh Carey was re-elected, and Carey, a widower and father of 12, hinted he may celebrate by getting married again soon to Ann Ford Uzieli. Robert Hager, NBC News, New York.
For a generation, the Democratic Farmer Labor Party in Minnesota was liberal, sleek, successful, choosing its candidates and electing them, producing governors, senators, 2 vice presidents, 2 candidates for president so far. But yesterday, it all collapsed. It scattered all over the floor. Here's Bob Jameson in Minneapolis.
In Hubert Humphrey's Minnesota today, the buildings were still standing, but the party he built was in a shambles. Republican Dave Durenberger won Humphrey's own Senate seat easily. Republican Rudy Boschwitz, a millionaire, won Walter Mondale's Senate seat comfortably. And the Republicans took the governorship and substantially increased the number of their seats in the state legislature. But the Republicans in Minnesota did not win the election so much as the Democrats lost it.
The DFL party has suffered a tragic loss.
One reason they lost is this man, millionaire conservative Robert Short, whose primary victory over Congressman Don Fraser, darling of the Liberals, fractured the party. The Liberals did not help Short. They worked against him. Neither the president nor Vice President Mondale could bring the factions together. The Liberals reluctantly rallied around Wendell Anderson after Fraser lost. And Anderson could not overcome the bad feeling that developed when, as governor, he got himself appointed senator to succeed Mondale. The biggest problem, however, may have been that Minnesota Democrats have not learned how to live without Hubert Humphrey. Most members of his party believe this would not have happened if he were still alive. The question is, can the party rebuild itself now that he is gone? Bob Jameson, NBC News, Minneapolis.
This was the kind of election that produced a little something for everybody. The party out of power in the White House nearly always gains in midterm elections, and the Republicans did that, but their gains were below average. That enabled John White, the Democratic National Chairman, to call the results today a big win, and it allowed Bill Brock of the Republicans to proclaim a great Republican victory. Take your choice. What did the election do for Jimmy Carter? John Dancy has some information on that.
The President of the United States.
President Carter campaigned in 31 states this year, with only marginal success in helping Democrats get elected. Of the candidates for whom he campaigned, 24 won and 16 lost. He was unable to pull Senator William Hathaway through in Maine. He campaigned for both Robert Short and Wendell Anderson for the Senate in Minnesota. Both lost. He told a Kansas audience that Bill Roy would remain independent if he won a Senate seat, but Roy lost anyway.
In Tennessee, Mr. Carter wasn't able to help Jane Eskind overcome a big deficit in her Senate race with Howard Baker. The president did better with governors. Hugh Carey in New York State, Ella Grasso in Connecticut, and Jerry Brown in California. But Brown and Grasso would almost certainly have won anyway. There were some other states where the administration was hoping to win the governorship but didn't. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, for example. The governors in those states control a lot of patronage jobs, and patronage workers are the backbone of any political party. If the administration could have captured the State House in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, 3 of the largest electoral vote states in the country, it would have had a great advantage in the 1980 presidential race. John Dancy, NBC News, the White House.
The American taxpayers' revolt, often discussed, promised, threatened, worried about, may at last have appeared. In 16 states yesterday, the people had a chance to vote on reducing government spending or reducing taxes, or both. In 12 states, they said yes, cut them. And there were votes on a variety of other questions of public policy, and here are reports on 3 of them.
Last night in Los Angeles, thousands of gays and others opposed to Proposition 6, a measure that would have allowed school boards to fire homosexual teachers, cheered when it became obvious that the measure had been voted down by 3-2.
How sweet it is!
And in San Francisco, former Sergeant Leonard McLeod, who unsuccessfully challenged an Air Force ban against homosexuals, led a celebration. But State Senator John Briggs, who drafted the initiative, said the battle against gay rights would continue. Meredith Lewis, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Similar story with those who wrote and lost California's Proposition 5, Clean Indoor Air Act, which would have curtailed smoking in public places. Asked today, why did they lose?
There were 5.5 million reasons why. They're all called dollars. That was the amount of money spent against us by the out-of-state tobacco interest.
But though they lost, Prop 5 people vow they'll get it done somehow.
We will go to the state legislature, to local legislatures, education programs, and if everything else fails, we will be back on the ballot in 1980.
Jack Perkins, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Supporters were stunned. The casino proposal was defeated in every one of Florida's 67 counties. 3 out of 4 voters said no to legalize casino gambling. This hotel owner, Irving Cowan of the Diplomat, lost $500,000 in the campaign. Florida's Governor Ruben Askew, who called hotel owners greedy, said the vote was an overwhelming mandate that the quality of life here should not be altered. Hotel men said that means more retirees on fixed incomes, and they predict that soon all of Miami Beach will look like this if something is not done to stop it. Fred Francis, NBC News, Miami Beach.
Mayor Frank Rizzo of Philadelphia tried yesterday to get the city charter amended to make it possible for him to run for a 3rd term. He lost. Not only that, the FBI now has been ordered to investigate some suspected hanky-panky in the voting. Here's Carl Stern in Washington.
The FBI has been ordered to investigate yesterday's election in Philadelphia. That followed the convening of a federal grand jury just hours after the polls closed. The unusual action was ordered after allegations that 1/10 of the city's voting machines wouldn't work, 90% of them in black districts where opposition was greatest to Mayor Frank Rizzo's effort to change the city charter to run again. The chairman of the election board, an ally of Rizzo, was arrested on local charges of interfering with voting by last-minute moving of polling places. Authorities have impounded the voting machines and subpoenaed records of their condition and repairs. It is a federal crime to interfere with voting. The mayor's bid for a charter change was overwhelmingly turned down. Carl Stern, NBC News, Washington.
One of the areas of real importance for the Republican Party in this election involved seats in state legislatures around the country where the Democrats outnumber Republicans 2-1. This year, the Republicans spent $2 million on these contests, and the party says it did better than it had expected. The Republicans had hoped for a gain of 200 state, House, and Senate seats. They got 275, and those Republicans are mightily pleased.
There are a lot of delicious things you can put in a sandwich, including a really good-tasting bread, Roman meal. Roman meal is made from a unique blend of natural whole grains that are combined with other nutritious ingredients, like enriched flour and honey. Roman meal is a special kind of bread with natural whole grain goodness. And that makes your whole sandwich taste as good as the good things you put inside. Your Roman meal bakery thought you'd like to know.
When your car starts giving out, you are never stuck if you've got clout.
When my kids need decking out, thank heavens for the car that carries clout.
When I want service, I don't shout. I flash the card that carries clout. Master Charge, the #1 card in the world.
When you carry Master Charge, you carry clout.
Checking out? Use your clout.
That cough needs Formula 44.
Got anything stronger?
Can't buy anything stronger. It's got a fully effective dose of the strongest non-narcotic cough suppressant you can buy without a prescription.
Call the drugstore for something stronger. You know, more effective.
Okay, but try Formula 44. Better?
Much.
Oh, I called the drugstore. They said...
Yeah, I know. We can't buy anything stronger.
Vicks Formula 44. You can't buy anything stronger for a cough.
I've got something here you're really gonna love. Trust me, trust me. It's new Wonder Bond glue. With Wonder Bond, you can glue glass, china, plastic, or metal in just seconds. And 1 drop of Wonder Bond is strong enough to hold up to 5,000 pounds. You still don't trust me? Then trust this. It's from Elmer's. Stick with a name you can trust. New Elmer's Wonder Bond.
The dollar slid down again. Under the deal they have made with President Carter, several central banks intervened trying to prop up the dollar, but it wasn't enough. It sagged further against the Japanese yen, the German mark, and the Swiss franc. Too much inflation in the U.S., they said, and too much foreign trade deficit. John?
Egypt's President Sadat said today that he and President Carter are agreed that Israel must withdraw from the occupied Golan Heights, part of Syria. Sadat said the Camp David Accords covering Israel's withdrawal from the Sinai Desert apply as well to the Golan Heights. Sadat said the two are the same. Israeli construction crews began breaking ground today for a settlement on the West Bank. The site is 10 miles east of Jerusalem. The Israeli government said, very carefully, this is not a new settlement. That would violate the peace accords. They said it is instead a new site for an old settlement. A settlement now located 5 miles away, and that is supposed to be abandoned. David?
The military government in Iran arrested a former prime minister. The U.S. is sending tear gas and other riot control equipment. Some of the anger in Iran now is being turned against the Americans living and working there, about 41,000 of them. Here's Jim Bitterman in Iran.
At least part of the hatred the anti-government protesters shout is directed against the foreigners in Iran. Americans in particular are blamed for putting and keeping the Shah of Iran in power. There is the feeling, too, that foreigners have stolen Iran's natural wealth. The oil money that has drawn many Americans here has not, the protesters say, reached most Iranians. There is a belief, too, that the best oil industry jobs have gone to outsiders. One of the places Americans are more apparent is the southern oil town of Awaz. It's not a large city, but 4,000 Americans live here. Lately, there have been threats.
There has been some violence. There has been some individual cases with some Americans where either they were abused or people were throwing stones at them and, things like that. But that's about it. They've had these leaflets passed around in houses which say that leave our country before December 1, before you get killed, and these type of things.
I go out here and walk, the children in the evenings or during the daytime. But I stay right close to the house. In case there is trouble, I can get back inside pretty fast.
The American Embassy is not advising anyone to get out, suggesting only that Americans keep a low profile and stay away from demonstrations. Americans in Iran are not in any immediate danger, but in many places around the country, life for them is not as comfortable as it used to be. For many Americans, that's reason enough to want to leave. Jim Bitterman, NBC News, Tehran.
Gene Tunney, the heavyweight champion of another age, the 20s, retired undefeated, quoted Shakespeare, kept his money and retired comfortably, had a son in the U.S. Senate, lived to 81, and died last night. Here's Richard Hunt.
The Fighting Marine, they called him, or Gentleman Jean. He fought in France during the First World War, then went back to his career as a professional boxer. Tunney made the big time when he knocked out Georges Carpentier of France in 1924. In 1926, he was training for a title bout with Jack Dempsey. Tunney won the heavyweight title, then met Dempsey for a rematch in Chicago in 1927, the Battle of the Long Count. In the 7th round, Tunney went down.
A series of 7 devastating punches. Tunney goes down for the first time in his career. Dempsey stays near the fallen fighter. Referee Dave Barry waits for Jack to move to a neutral corner before he starts the count of 1. Is Tunney dazed or wisely taking full advantage of those precious extra seconds to recover?
At the end, Tunney was the winner by a decision. He fought only once more and retired as champion. Later, Dempsey and Tunney became good friends. Tunney became a successful businessman and kept up with the sport. When Tunney died, Jack Dempsey, now 84, sent out word that he was deeply saddened and terribly shocked. Richard Hunt, NBC News, New York.
This itching's driving me crazy.
My skin's so dry, cracked, and rough, the itching's unbearable.
Honey, stop scratching. It'll get infected.
Itching. It's painful and it can cause problems. You need amazing Lanacaine. Lanacaine's medically tested ingredients help stop itching fast, and its antibacterial action permits natural healing.
Itching's gone, and my skin feels soft and smooth. Lanacaine's amazing.
Also, for all-over relief, get Lanacaine bath oil treatment.
The famous design of Old's Cutlass Supreme is one reason why it's so popular. But there's another reason. Cutlass is different cars for different people. Cutlass Supreme for style, practicality, and a lot of value. Cutlass Calais for the feel of grand touring. And Cutlass Supreme Brome for the nicest luxury touches. All come with solid Old's engineering and that great Cutlass feeling on the road. Discover Cutlass Supreme. Have one built for you.
Second honeymoon at Niagara Falls? After 20 years, we still feel like newlyweds.
Today, denture wearers can stay close with the power cleaning of anti-odor Polident. Polident safely helps remove bacterial plaque, helps strip away stubborn stains, and helps power away trapped food particles with a vigorous effervescent action. That's the power cleaning that makes Polident anti-odor. Anti-odor Polident, so you can stay close.
Well, the last national election of the 1970s is over. Think back to the election of 1970, Vietnam and Cambodia and Nixon in the White House and demonstrators in the streets. What a change in these 8 years. The country's quite different now with different concerns, and I think that was reflected in this election we've just had. David?
Well, and for other reasons, John, it was unlike any election we have seen before. We chose the usual run of office holders. But there was a growing trend of people demanding to make the laws themselves. And so there were votes on taxes, bottles and cans, homosexuals, gambling, drinking ages, abortion, smoking, and false teeth. Where will it all end? Thank you, and good night.
Fondue parties can be great fun if the cheese doesn't get too hot and the oil gets hot enough. But with Oster's thermostatically controlled electric fondue, you control the temperature. Low for dessert fondues, medium for cheese fondues, high for beef or oriental fondues. And here's another nifty idea. Serve crepes, all kinds of crepes, from breakfast to dessert crepes, made perfectly with the Oster Creperie electric crepe maker. 2 more convenient ideas from the Osterizer blender people.
Surprise! It's me, Ali, up here in Alaska to tell you how motorcraft parts from Ford were tested tough. Motorcraft heavy-duty batteries tough as these were tested in all kinds of nasty weather on 50 cars and trucks from Ford, GM, and Chrysler. After 6 months, not one motorcraft battery went bad. Motorcraft batteries, they have the stuff. Motorcraft parts are tested tough.
Dick Clark's Live Wednesday, scheduled...
Got everybody chasing.
Nick Nolte tonight.
A piece of the country with a little time to spare. Harper's Country Hams, your delight to share.
Harper's Country Hams are made the old way, carefully with time and patience, cured in hickory smoke to give them the flavor you expect from real country ham. Harper's Country Ham, whole or packaged by the slice, the best in the country.
Harper's Country Hams.
You've been hearing a lot about the Canon AE-1 camera system lately. It's the one they say is changing the course of photography. It's incredibly lightweight, compact, and easy to...